The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Blood Spider Queen, Hilda's Blood Kiss. Cao Xing continued. In addition, make several hundred meters of pipes and install heating in every building in our territory. Also, build a few iron gates. After Dazuang and the others build the wall, install the iron gates. This requires a lot of manpower, so I will also let you command the tree spirits. Are there any problems? While listening, the leader Cao carefully wrote down every task that Cao Xing ordered. No problem, Lord, I will ensure that the task is completed. The leader Cao Yi also took a group of people and began to arrange the work. At this time, Dahua and Sinhua each held a wooden food box and walked over. Lord, this is the secret rabbit meat you ordered. It was just out of the oven this morning and is still hot. We added golden honey to it. It should taste good. Across the box, you can smell a strong meaty aroma, which makes people salivate. Cao Xing's face was full of joy. This is what he asked Dahua and the others to do last night. Because they have to go out to explore and collect resources during the day, they may be outside for a long time. Cao Xing didn't want to just eat bread and dry food, so he asked Dahua and the others to prepare cooked food in advance. Anyway, he had a storage backpack, and the calories of these cooked foods could be preserved in the storage space for at least 3 days. Dahua, you did a good job. He put away all the food boxes. Obtain roasted rabbit meat *30. There were 15 rabbits in each of the 2 food boxes, enough for them, and they're meant to eat outside for 2 days. After doing all this, Cao Xing looked at his population again. Current population 60 hundredths. There is still a population limit of 40. Today, I have to see if I can bring back another batch of people. After all, having more people means stronger productivity, and productivity represents the speed of development. If he has 20 more people at this time, he can even upgrade all primary city walls, 2 intermediate city walls, within 1 day. Cao Xing thought, I remember that there seems to be a Zulan tavern in Hog Village. I wonder if I can recruit some hero units or civilians to work in the tavern. Just as he was thinking about this, Neve and Juliet of the Tree Spirit clan looked at each other, and the 2 women, who looked as delicate as figurines, walked towards Cao Xing. The 2 women knelt down gently. Cao Xing was stunned. What are you doing? Neve whispered, Dear Lord, you saved my sister. As agreed, I will give you the pale seed. After that, Neve stretched out her fair hands, holding a white seed, and raised it above her head. Cao Xing also reacted, then nodded and put the seed away. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Task, Neve's commission has been completed, and the reward is, pale seed *1 right square bracket, pale seed, orange, magic plant, quality, epic, effect, planted in the territory. After the pale seed grows, it can bless the entire territory, increase the maximum health value by 10% and the life recovery effect by 10%. For every year of growth in the future, the blessing effect will increase by 1%, with a maximum limit of 100%. Effect: when the pale seed enters the growth period, it will automatically absorb energy from heaven and earth, improve the soil around the territory, and speed up the growth of plants in the territory by 5%. For every year of growth, it will speed up the growth by 1%, with a maximum limit of 50%. After reading the introduction of Pale Seed, Cao Xing suddenly realized, is it really an epic magical plant? It can actually increase the upper limit of life and recovery speed by 100%. Not only that, it can also speed up the growth of all plants by 50%. With this pale tree, as long as Cao Xing finds enough magical plants, he can make a fortune just by farming. The premise is that this pale tree can live for 100 years. Cao Xing helped Neve and Juliet up, and then asked, the growth cycle of the pale seed is too long. Do you have any way to speed up its growth? The 2 women looked at each other, and then Juliet whispered, yes, if you can find some items with pure vitality, you can speed up the growth of the pale tree. the flower of Iris, the pearl of Moor, the heart of the tree of life, etc., can all speed up the growth of the pale tree. But the most effective is the condensation of the pale holy tree. Unfortunately, the pale holy tree has been destroyed. At this point, Juliet and Eve's faces were full of sadness. Cao Xing looked at them and said, "Juliet, your sister should have told you that the suffering you experienced in the past is not terrible. The most important thing is to have the courage to start over again. In my territory, you tree spirits will be treated fairly. Then, are you willing to join us and build a territory full of happiness together?" This was the first time Cao Xing formally invited this tree spirit woman. After hearing this, Juliet wiped away the tears from her eyes. She glanced at Eve next to her, and Eve nodded with anticipation. A smile blossomed on Juliet's face, as beautiful as a blooming moonflower. She whispered, "I'm honored to join your territory, respected lord. Tree spirits, Juliet has joined your territory, and the territory's population +1. A smile also appeared on Cao Xing's face. Then he took a look at Juliet's attributes, and to Cao Xing's surprise, Juliet's loyalty had reached 90 directly after she joined. This might be related to Cao Xing saving her. At this time, Cao Xing seemed to remember something, and a beating heart suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the heart of the snow demon. The system said that this thing has extremely strong vitality and can be used to accelerate the growth of some plants, but Cao Xing is not sure if it can be used on the pale seed. So he asked, "Juliet, can this heart be used to accelerate the growth of the pale seed?" Juliet looked at the bright red heart in Cao Xing's hand, with a little fear on her delicate features. But she also felt the extremely vigorous vitality on it. Juliet nodded gently, "Lord, yes, the vitality contained in this heart can accelerate the growth cycle of the pale seed by 3 years. Hearing her reply, Cao Xing was immediately happy. It really works. That's something to say. If one snow demon heart accelerates for 3 years, then he only needs to kill more than 30 snow demons. Can't the pale tree grow completely?" As if seeing Cao Xing's thoughts, Juliet whispered, "Lord, the same thing can't repeatedly accelerate the growth of the pale tree. If it's the second heart, it may only accelerate for 2 years, the third will continue to weaken, and the fourth will have no effect." Cao Xing nodded after hearing this, and this result was within his expectations. So, Cao Xing first handed the pale seed and snow demon heart to Juliet. He also handed over the 4 moon condensation flowers and variant thorn vine seeds that he picked yesterday. "Juliet, this pale seed is for you to plant in the territory. In addition, these moon condensation flowers and the mutant thorn vines also need to be replanted. The required ice crystals are in the storage box. Take as much as you want. You are a wise woman. Now use your knowledge to make our territory more prosperous." Hearing Cao Xing's solemn instructions, Juliet said with emotion, "Lord, thank you very much for your recognition and respect. Juliet will do what you ask." After that, she took little Neve to work together. All the people in the territory started their day's work. Cao Xing nodded. "I also want to get ready and go out to explore." He didn't forget what he promised to old Mel yesterday, that he would go to the falling snow lake to find his daughter Elisa and try to see if he can find the legendary Cloudjack. But before setting off, he still has to make some preparations. He is going to put the shining throne, obtained yesterday in the Lord's mansion. This is an epic item. Although the 2 strongest special effects at the back require a level 4 Lord's mansion to activate, but the charm +50 and luck +10 attributes at the front are also good. When he came to the Lord's mansion, Cao Xing took out the shining throne directly. "Do you want to bind the shining throne to your territory?" "Yes." Bind successfully. The lucky gem special effect has been activated, and the luck value is +10. Cao Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Looking at the throne in front of him, which is 1.5 meters wide and nearly 2 meters high, exuding a gorgeous atmosphere, it is out of tune with this low building. But Cao Xing believes that in the near future, he will be able to upgrade the Lord's HUD to a more advanced Lord's mansion, or even a castle, or even a palace. At that time, he will sit on this throne and issue various orders to his men. Just thinking about it, Cao Xing is looking forward to it. Then, he walked out of the Lord's HUD again, and headed towards the edge of the territory. Along the way, the busy figures of the people in the territory were seen. The sound of dingling dankang was endless. And as Huang and his men, according to Cao Crossing's order, began to build the first batch of city walls on the edge of the territory, 8 people divided the work and cooperated, which was equivalent to building 8 city walls at the same time. Moreover, because of the coverage of the furnace, there was no need to plan when building the city wall, and it was just built along the edge of the territory. At the same time, Sam, Andrew and others were also ready to go. They looked at Cao Crossing with respect. "Lord, we are ready for battle and are waiting for your orders at any time." Cao Crossing nodded, but before leaving, he had one more thing to do. That is, to use the leader level recruitment scroll rewarded by the system yesterday. Leader level recruitment scroll, gold. Use this scroll to summon a powerful level 10 first order leader level creature. Note, this recruitment scroll is a system reward, and the creatures recruited are of random types, random races, and random occupations. Random? Cao Crossing thought secretly, as long as they don't summon some weird creatures for me. Then, he directly clicked to use it. As the scroll in his hand dissipated, a strong smell of blood and stench floated throughout the camp. Cao Crossing was stunned. "Oh my god, I just said, don't give me some weird things, and now you do this to me? This luck value plus 10, it seems to be in vain." The wind was cold. A ball of blood mist appeared in front of Cao Crossing. In the blood mist, a huge figure about 2.5 meters tall could be seen faintly. The next moment, the blood mist dissipated. The figure inside walked slowly. Then, 8 slim limbs first came into view. Looking up, there was a bulging belly bag covered with blood-like lines. This is a big spider. On its spider-like body, there was a human female body with revealing clothes and cream-colored skin. Delicate facial features, narrow eyes, a touch of black eyeshadow with a natural smoky feeling, and the most terrifying thing was the 8 eyes on her forehead. It gave people a terrifying beauty. She just looked at Cao Crossing, spit out her black and purple tongue, and licked her lips. The atmosphere was a little depressing for a while. Cao Crossing was the first to speak. "What is your name, this spider lady?" A terrifying smile appeared at the corner of the other party's black and purple mouth, and then she said, "Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss, are you the lord I want to be loyal to?" Cao Crossing nodded. "Yes, I'm Lord Cao Crossing." The other party laughed softly again. She looked around, looked at the building behind Cao Crossing, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face. "TSK, a very weak territory. It looks like it can be destroyed at any time, and this lord is so weak. How about I swallow you, and turn you into nutrients?" Hearing this, the faces of all the recruited creatures on the field changed. Sarah appeared in front of her silently, and threatened in a cold tone, "Respect my lord, otherwise, I don't mind cutting off your head." What did you say? Facing Sarah's threat, Hilda, who was obviously only at the first level of strength, was not afraid at all. The Blood Spider Queen Hilda instantly burst out with a terrifying momentum. At this time, Sam, Andrew, including Renis and others, all drew their weapons. Swish, swish, swish. They all aimed their attacks at the Blood Spider Queen. However, facing so many beings stronger than her, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda did not show weakness. Her limbs bent slightly, ready to pounce on others at any time. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Seeing this scene, Cao Crossing couldn't help but feel a little headache. He didn't expect that this newly summoned member was so arrogant. His territory and personal strength can be said to be the best among the survivors. However, in the eyes of this blood spider, it was evaluated as crude, and his own strength was also evaluated as weak. However, thinking of her prefix Blood Spider Queen, presumably, this terrifying creature must have been a very high status being before being summoned. However, no matter how high her status is, if she is not obedient, it will be useless for Cao Crossing to have her. So, Cao Crossing asked, "Zilda, are you willing to be loyal to me?" At this time, the Blood Spider Queen looked around and saw that those beings from different races around her were looking at her seriously. The atmosphere became a little tense. "Thanks, book friend 202103011064853095384 monthly ticket. Thanks, Mu Fenglin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zao Jiangson for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks." Book friend 2022040111505248541 monthly ticket. Thanks. Crossing ZHIKEK for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Hao Gongwang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Book friend 2019041513102557341 monthly ticket. Thanks. Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Zioning classmate K for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Book friend 20191009195252975 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Heart belongs to Chapter 100 and to the powerful Blood Spider Queen. TSK. The Blood Spider Queen still had a proud look on her face, but she seemed to have compromised a little. You seem to have a group of loyal subordinates. Even the arrogant dark elves can be so obedient to you. It seems that you, the Lord, must have some special features. In that case, then I, Zida, will temporarily pledge my loyalty to you. It's not a bad idea. Hearing her response, Cao Xing nodded. Very good. Then he looked at the others and said, put down your weapons. None of these subordinates had a loyalty of less than 80, and they basically obeyed his orders. They all put away their weapons. Cao Xing looked at this terrifying and charming Spider Queen, and then said, then, welcome to join my territory, Zida. The Blood Spider Queen bent down slightly, and then saluted Cao Xing, as a response to his invitation. He looked at Zida's attributes. Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Blood Kiss, Race, Blood Spider, Level 10 1533/10,000, First Order Leader Level Creature, not Advanced, HP 3720/3720, Attack Power 311323, Attributes, Strength 115, Agility 121, Spirit 146, Constitution 124, Skills, Hatching Blood Spiders, hatches a large number of ordinary blood spiders of the same level from the body. The blood spiders will attack the enemy crazily. After the HP is reduced to 0, they will self-destruct, causing 1 layer of blood poison effect to all nearby enemies. Up to 10 layers can be stacked. The cooling time is 10 minutes. Blood Kiss sprays a spider silk, drags the enemy to the side, and then injects burning blood poison, causing damage of attack power asterisk 133%. After the enemy melts, it will be swallowed by the Blood Spider Queen and restore 30% of the HP. The maximum attack distance is agility asterisk 0.1 meter. The cooling time is 10 minutes. Queen's Will. The Blood Spider Queen transmits her offensive will, causing all friendly units to enter a rampage state, increasing their movement speed by 50%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Spider Web Spray releases a large spider web, binding the enemy in the web, and holding it for 3 to 10 seconds. The cooldown is 3 minutes. Fear Scream emits a soul-shattering scream, causing all enemy creatures within 50 meters to fall into a state of fear for 5 to 20 seconds. In the state of fear, the enemy's attack power decreases by 30%. If used on weak creatures, it will put them in a state of mental shock for a long time. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Talent. Blood Poison contains a large amount of blood poison in the body. When attacking, it adds a blood poison effect to the enemy, continuously burning its skin. Each layer of blood poison causes 10% of the attack power as damage and causes great pain to the enemy. Talent. Queen's Domain. With itself as the center, the movement speed of all friendly units increases by 20%, and the attack speed increases by 20%. Saturation. 63 Loyalty. 57 This is a powerful Blood Spider Queen. She once led an army of blood spiders, destroyed an ancient race, and converted all of them into nutrients for the Blood Spider clan. If you can raise the Blood Spider Queen's rank to the command level, she will usher in a stronger transformation. After seeing the skills of this Blood Spider Queen, Cao Xing was surprised. Should I say that she is really worthy of being a leader level creature? It is only a level 10 first order creature, and its attributes are even stronger than the second order eliteness. 5 major skills and 2 major talents have raised her combat effectiveness and survivability to a terrifying level. Whether it is a group attack or a single fight, the performance of the Blood Spider Queen can be said to be impeccable. What's more terrifying is that she has a skill, Queen's Will, that can increase the movement speed by 50%. With Cao Xing's eternal power, it is equivalent to a permanent increase of 50% in the movement speed of all members. Add the bonus of Queen's Domain, which is a 70% bonus to the movement speed of all members. This is a huge improvement. Now the team speed in the snow is 40 km per hour. With the addition of Zeta, the speed can reach 70 km per hour. Whether it is combat or mobility, it is a qualitative change. These two skills are really good. And there is a hint in the introduction of this Blood Spider Queen that upgrading her to a commander level creature can usher in a stronger transformation. Cao Xing pondered. Above the leader level, is it the commander level? But this is not something to consider now, because so far, Cao Xing has not encountered a commander level creature. And although the Blood Spider Queen is powerful, her loyalty is also the lowest among the creatures summoned by Cao Xing. Only 57 points, not even up to the passing level. At this time, Cao Xing directly took out a primary power heart and handed it to her. Zeta looked at the red crystal in Cao Xing's hand, and finally a glimmer of light appeared in her narrow eyes. Zeta, use it. The Blood Spider Queen did not speak, but nodded lightly, then took the heart of power and crushed it directly. A powerful force instantly erupted in her body. Her advancement speed was extremely fast, without any delay at all, and she evolved successfully directly. Zeta's purple lips moved slightly. I feel that my strength is gradually returning. Your territory member, Zeta Bloodkiss, has successfully advanced, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Zeta's strength has increased again. However, even after accepting Cao Xing's heart of power, Zeta's loyalty has not increased at all. Cao Xing frowned. But, who cares about her, as long as she is willing to obey orders and fight. Loyalty can also be cultivated slowly. Thinking of this, Cao Xing also called Irina over. Then he, Liu Muxue, and Irina cast spells together. A series of buffs hit Zeta. At this moment, Zeta's face with a cold expression finally changed. She looked at Cao Xing in surprise. This kind of power. Even before I entered the summoning space, I had never seen it. Is this your specialness? Cao Xing nodded. There was a slight shock in Zeta's eyes, but she immediately returned to her arrogant look. TSK. So it seems that you are a pretty good lord, not so useless. Cao Xing was speechless. Before he could say anything more, a system prompt appeared. You helped the territory member, Zeta Bloodkiss, improve its strength, and its loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 62. Cao Xing was happy, and finally increased its loyalty by 5 points. Sure enough, the talent, Eternal Power, is really useful. It can handle such a proud woman. Then, he called Zayani over. At this moment, Zayani held Tongchachu's little hand and timidly approached Cao Xing and others. Especially Zayani. She seemed to think of what happened last night, with a strong sense of shame on her face. At the same time, there was a tingling sense of anticipation. Sir, you called us? Cao Xing nodded. Well, have you learned the 2 skill books I gave you yesterday? Zayani nodded gently. I have learned it. Okay, then you can bless us now. And Chachu, you can bless us too. Tongchachu nodded with an innocent smile. Okay, brother Cao Xing. She had heard from her mother that it was Cao Xing who came to help her cure her high fever last night. The little girl looked at Cao Xing with gratitude. The two of them gathered their strength at the same time and began to give Cao Xing a talent. Territory member, Zayani successfully cast Hunter Perception on you. The hit rate increased by 10%, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect. Territory member, Tongchachu successfully cast Firepower Amplification on you. The attack distance increased by 10%, the attack power increased by 10%, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect. Cao Xing nodded, and then asked them to add buffs to other recruited creatures. The two girls immediately did so. While they were applying the buff, Cao Xing walked to the mammoth, took out the special pet rations, and fed it a few. Dabe swallowed all the rations like chewing beans. A system prompt appeared. You fed the pet. Dabe successfully. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty 100. Loyalty is full. Unlock new function. Mount system. Moo. Dabe raised his trunk and made a happy sound. Cao Crossing also laughed, and then he said, Dabe, squat down. Dabe obediently bent its front hooves, and then Cao Crossing stepped on the base of Dabe's legs and jumped up directly. Then, Cao Crossing looked at Liu Muxue next to him and said, Muxue, you come up too. Liu Muxue had a curious look in her eyes. She came to Dabe and stepped gently on the base of its legs, as if she was afraid of hurting Dabe. However, what she didn't know was that the combined weight of the two of them was as easy for Dabe as eating and drinking. As Dabe stood up, his sight instantly rose. Ah. Liu Muxue let out a soft cry and subconsciously hugged Cao Crossing's waist. At this time, Cao Crossing, sitting on Dabe's broad back, felt that his vision was wide. Dabe's 5-meter height was enough to take in everything in front of him. Woohoo. What a great view. Cao Crossing was excited. I've made it. I'm riding a mammoth. After experiencing the function of the mount, Cao Crossing began to raise his staff to refresh the status of everyone. Because Cao Crossing's spirit had been greatly improved, ice healing and ice armor had to be reapplied. It took about 20 minutes, and the status of all the members of the territory had reached a peak. Everyone's face was full of fighting spirit. But this time, Cao Crossing did not send all his men out. Instead, he left 2 centaurs and several robots to help guard the territory, to avoid the lack of territory strength when the ice nest monster appears. Only one Irina is left, which is still a bit weak. Cao Crossing ordered, Candle, guard our territory. If you see an ice nest descending near the territory, don't rush to destroy it. You just squat nearby and kill the ice nest monster as soon as you see it appear. Then collect the items dropped by the ice nest monster. Chapter 103 Liu's request for help. The undead of Ascalon. The 2 centaurs straightened up immediately, saluted and replied, received, respected lord. At this time, Cao Crossing looked at the blood spider queen next to him and said, Zilda, use your queen's will to increase our speed. After experiencing the initial shock, Zilda's face has regained a proud expression. After hearing Cao Crossing's order, she said impatiently, TSK, you actually want this queen to bless you personally. But considering that you have helped me improve my strength, I will reluctantly let you feel the power of this queen. After the words fell, a stream of red energy overflowed from her body and then fell on everyone. At this moment, a touch of blood appeared in everyone's pupils. A crazy will filled everyone's mind. Go invade. Go kill. Go smash everything. They only felt that there was a manic force driving them. Fortunately, those crazy thoughts quickly subsided, and only a burning force remained in the body, which greatly increased their movement speed. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss successfully used Queen's Will, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and this skill has become permanent. Cao Crossing's eyes showed strong joy. With this skill, his movement speed is even more terrifying than some assassins of the same level. If someone comes to assassinate me, I will run away. By then, those assassins will probably doubt their lives when they see a mage running faster than them. Cao Crossing laughed. Everything is ready. Cao Crossing took a Sam, Andrew, Sarah Blade Dance, Renus Hawkey, Blots off a Stone, Hilda Bloodkiss, and the big white under his feet. A total of 7 powerful creatures walked out of the territory. Compared with yesterday, there are fewer people, but the strength has been greatly improved. Cao Crossing opened the map and took a look at the location of Falling Snow Lake. It is about 60 kilometers away from his territory, and it takes about an hour to travel. Cao Crossing put away the map, then pointed to the southeast and said, Dabe, go full speed. The others, remember to keep up. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Dabe took 4 sturdy elephant hooves, and in the snowfield, every step he took left a huge footprint. Especially after being enhanced by Queen's Will and Queen's Domain, it was like a giant beast running wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground kept shaking. Cao Crossing, who was on Dabe's back, unexpectedly did not feel the bumps. The mammoth was so big that it was very stable even when running. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue both showed joy on their faces. There was a whistling wind in their ears. A frost wolf and a druid were running wildly next to them. The newly joined blood spider queen moved her 8 long legs, and her speed in the snow was not weak at all. In the vast snowfield, the group moved very fast. In less than half an hour, they had advanced 30 kilometers. As expected of Mammoth, it's really fast and steady. Cao Xing patted Dabe's head with a happy look on his face. Dabe turned his head and responded happily while running. At their speed, it would take about 20 minutes to reach Liu Muxue Lake. It was a bit boring while rushing. So Cao Xing opened his chat function and prepared to clear a wave of private messages. Now he is also a celebrity in District 174, and he can receive all kinds of strange private messages every day. At this time, he saw that his unread private chats had reached 99 plus. He clicked on a few of them to check. Wu Zian, Boss Cao Xing, please give me 2 pieces of meat. My family is almost starving to death. I will definitely pay you back in the future. Zhu Weidang, Boss Cao Xing, does your territory need manpower? I can bring my whole family to join you. By the way, I have a sister who studies dance. She is 176 centimeters tall and can do splits. I don't mean anything else. I just want her to get to know you. Kinruayu, little brother, can you let me join your territory? I can chat with you when you are lonely at night and discuss life together. If you want to do something else, it's not impossible. Yante. Hello Cao Xing, I'm from the Shyandao Society. Our boss Zhaobo said he wants to talk to you and hopes to discuss cooperation. Chen Shen, boy, if you have guts, our Sanying Society will not let you go. Among them, there are those who ask for help, and there are also those who want to join Cao Xing. There are also some fools from the Sanying Society. As for the last ones, Cao Xing usually chooses to block them directly. Just when he was about to clear these private messages with one click, a private message from a survivor named Jizanayu suddenly caught his attention. Cao Xing had some impression of this name. She had spoken up for Cao Xing several times when the 3 heroes had mocked him in the chat channel before. So Cao Xing clicked on the private message. Jizanayu, brother Cao Xing, I'm sorry to bother you, because I've been in some trouble recently, and I want to seek your help. The cause of the matter is that I accepted a strange task, which requires me to do something very difficult. And as time goes by, this task becomes more and more strange, and it also pesters me, urging me to do this task as soon as possible every day. Originally, I didn't want to bother you, but I felt that I couldn't complete it with my strength. After thinking about it, I thought of you. You are the strongest survivor in our District 174, and only you can help me. If you see the private message, please reply to me if you are interested. If you don't want to bother, just delete it directly. After reading the private message, Cao Xing asked in confusion, strange task? Very difficult? He became interested. Cao Xing thought for a moment and replied, I saw your private message. What is the specific task? Not long after the message was sent, Jizanayu replied. Boss Cao Xing. You actually replied. Cao Xing was happy. I'm a living person. Isn't it normal to reply? The other party also realized that there was something wrong with his words and hurriedly explained. Sorry, I was too excited. Then, let me explain the details of this task to you. Jizanayu was also a decisive person. He did not communicate with Cao Xing much, nor did he try to get close to him, because of his status as the number 1 in District 174. He got straight to the point. It's like this. 3 days ago, I accidentally found an underground passage. It looked like a palace, but the system prompted that it was called the Tomb of Ascalon. There were open coffins everywhere in it, and I also encountered the undead of Ascalon warriors. Their level was very high, all undead monsters of level 10 or 20, but they didn't hurt me, and they also gave me a few recruitment scrolls for Ascalon warriors, and then I took a task inexplicably. The task is called, Expel the demons from the palace. Cao Xing asked puzzledly, demons in the underground palace? This task sounds very difficult. Jizanayu quickly replied, yes, I think so too, so I have been dragging this task, and not completing it. Then I relied on the few recruitment scrolls they gave me to summon several Ascalan soldiers, who helped me obtain a lot of resources. But the good times didn't last long. Less than 2 days later, the group of soldiers began to urge me to expel the demons from the underground palace as soon as possible, but I suppressed them with the Lord's contract. The group of soldiers couldn't do anything to me, but what I didn't expect was that the group of undead actually found my territory. They appeared like a group of lonely ghosts every night and wandered around my territory. My family and I were so scared that we didn't dare to go out to the toilet at night. Hearing this, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. But it's really scary to think about it. Just imagine, in this icy and snowy place, a group of undead appear at night to surround your territory, watching you sleep, eat, and even go to the toilet. It's really scary to think about it. Cao Xing continued to ask, what happened later? I replied, later, because I kept dragging it out, the loyalty of the recruited Ascalan warriors continued to decline, and 2 warriors have already left me. The group of Ascalan soldiers told me that, as long as I could help expel the demons from this underground palace, they would give me a whole army of Ascalan warriors. If I could find someone with the royal blood of Ascalan, they could even take me to open the treasure of the palace. But I know that with my current strength, carrying out this mission is no different from seeking death. Now the novice protection period is about to end. I have no choice, so I can only find you. Jizanayu finished speaking in one breath, and Cao Xing roughly understood her experience. Jizanayu successfully established an advantage in the early stage with the recruitment scrolls given by the group of undead. She is also in the top 10 on the list. However, because of this, she got into trouble. Sure enough, you can't just accept gifts from strangers, and they are a group of undead. And Cao Xing also noticed the information she said at the end. Completing the mission will give you an army of Ascalan warriors, and you can also open the palace treasure, provided that you can find someone with royal blood. Cao Xing sent a message. Wait a minute, I'll ask. He looked at Irina, who was following the team. Irina, do you have Ascalan royal blood? Irina heard this question with some doubts on her face. But she still shook her head. Dear Lord, I'm not from the Ascalan royal family. Cao Xing nodded. Then he sent a message and replied, do you know what the strength of the demon those undeads are talking about is? Jizanayu replied, I vaguely heard them mention it. It seems that it is a powerful existence with a strength of more than level 3, and it is naturally restrained against undead like them, and it can also summon a creature called Soul Eater. As for what level it is, I don't know. Chapter 104, Clues to the legendary weapon, the sword of the Lady of the Lake. Cao Xing fell into thought again after hearing this. There are also strong and weak 3rd level creatures. For example, the gap between the 3rd level elite and the 3rd level leader is too big. The Goblin King is a 3rd level leader creature. In a weak state, they all had a hard time fighting. If it is a 3rd level leader in its prime, Cao Xing can only barely compete with his current strength. What worries him more is, if it is not a leader, but a more advanced creature, then it will be sent directly. Jizanayu did not urge, but waited silently. After a while, Cao Xing replied, I know, you send me the coordinates of the camp first. I will see how far it is. If it is too far, I can't do anything. Hearing this news, Jizanayu sent a coordinate without hesitation. Looking at the map, it is almost 200 kilometers away from his current location. Cao Xing said helplessly, you are too far away from me. It is too late to rush over at my current speed. Hearing this, Jizanayu on the opposite side panicked. She said with a trembling voice, then, what should I do? The novice protection period will be lifted tomorrow. I'm so worried that the group of undead will rush into my territory. Cao Xing did not reply, because he had no choice. Besides, there was no need for him to worry about the life and death of a stranger. After a moment of silence, the other side replied, I know, thank you for replying to my message, Big Brother Cao Xing. I'll wait and see tomorrow. The group of undead still needs my help, so they shouldn't attack me. If nothing happens tomorrow, I'll contact Big Brother Cao Xing, and then see if you can take the time to take me to do this task. Is it okay? Jizanayu's attitude was very good, and she didn't get angry because Cao Xing refused her help. You know, when a person is in a desperate state, he finally grabs the last straw. However, that straw abandons her, and she will collapse at this time. Cao Xing thought for a moment and replied, okay, wait for me tomorrow to see the situation. If I have time, I will go to your territory. After receiving Cao Xing's reply, Jizanayu replied gratefully, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cao Xing. The two hung up the private chat. Cao Xing was also lost in thought at this time. To be honest, he was also very interested in the task of the sunken palace. After all, it was related to the treasure of the palace. You know, Cao Xing obtained an epic item in the goblin treasury and also obtained many precious gems. The lost treasure of this kingdom must not be too bad. Let's see the situation tomorrow. If Jizanayu is not torn to pieces by the group of undead, then he will go there and complete this task. By the way, the team is still walking in the vast ice field. 20 minutes later, Cao Xing and his team came to a plain area. In front, you can vaguely see a frozen lake. It is a real big lake, with a water width of at least hundreds of kilometers, occupying a large area on the map. By the lake, there were patches of forests covered by snow, and it was hard to tell what species they were. On the frozen lake, you could still see a few groups of figures, which looked like wandering wild creatures. Cao Xing saw white feathered chocobus, a group of wild sheep with lush hair, and next to the sheep, there were a few snow wolves waiting for their chance. Cao Xing nodded secretly and said, there are quite a lot of resources here, so many wild monsters. At this time, the sharp-eyed Liu Muxue whispered, Xing, there seems to be someone there. Looking in the direction she pointed, Cao Xing also saw a figure wearing a grey cotton coat on the ice. It looked like an old man, wearing a fisherman's hat, and his back looked a little vicissitudes. And under his but was a small bench, and it seemed that he was ice fishing. Wow, there are fishermen everywhere. Cao Xing smiled, and then scanned the entire ice surface. Except for this fisherman, there were no other figures. At that moment, he had an idea. Let's go and find this fisherman to get some information. After saying that, he approached the figure with a smile. Dang. Dang dang. Dabe stepped on the lake with his elephant legs. However, with its several tons of weight, it did not make a single crack on the ice. It was enough to show that the ice here was really thick. At this moment, the figure with a somewhat old back remained unmoved. After sensing the approach of Cao Xing and his party, he took his fishing rod and threw it into the bottomless ice cave under his feet. Cao Xing glanced at his information. Champion fighter, cunning dutra, faction, ice crystal kingdom level, attributes, skills, talents, relationship, cold. Cao Xing's pupils shrank immediately. Good guy, except for the name. Everything else is a question mark. This means that the gap between the opponent's level and his own is at least 20 levels. This is the strongest aboriginal he has ever met. Above level 3, Cao Xing secretly became alert. Fortunately, Cao Xing did not feel hostility from this old man. So, he let Liu Muxue continue to sit on the back of the big white, and he jumped down and came to the side of the old man. Cao Xing got straight to the point. Hello, old man, have you seen a lady passing by here these 2 days? She has left the village for a few days. Her father is very worried and asked us to come and find this lady. Hearing this, the old man with unfathomable strength glanced at him lightly and then continued to look at the fishing float in front of him. Cao Xing was left there a little embarrassed. After about half a minute, Cao Xing took a look at the old man's fishing process. This ice cave is at least 7 or 8 meters deep, and it seems to be bottomless. However, after he has advanced to a second level creature, the improvement of his physical fitness has also greatly enhanced his vision. Cao Xing can see that the old man's fishing float has not moved for a long time, and the small wooden barrel next to him is also empty. Cao Xing was stunned. Is it normal for fishermen to come up empty-handed? Such a powerful NPC didn't catch a single fish. Ahem. Cao Xing cleared his throat and asked, respected Sir Cunning, are you fishing? The old man finally looked at him seriously when he heard Cao Xing call out his name. Do you know me? Yes, Sir Cunning's title of champion fighter is resounding throughout the snowstorm plain. I admire him very much. Cao Xing talked nonsense without blushing or beating his heart. In fact, he knew this information only by relying on the survivor's own system. However, the old man didn't seem to doubt it. He shook his head and said, "What champion fighter? That was many years ago. Now, I'm just an old man who retired from the army." Then, Cunning said seriously, "Since you know me, I will answer your question. I'm indeed fishing." Cao Xing's mouth twitched. What he wanted to ask was the whereabouts of Elisa, not this question. But he still followed the old man's words and said, "Sir Cunning, what kind of fish are you fishing for?" The old man said indifferently, "Salmon. The Liu Muxue lake is rich in various salmon, grey salmon, socky salmon, silver salmon. These salmon are tender and fresh. It is said that silver salmon can even keep your face forever. My wife likes the wild salmon in Liu Muxue lake. Alas, in order to satisfy her, I can only come here to fish in person." Hearing this, Cao Xing was happy. "This is a good man," Cunning said here, with some regret. "It's a pity that I don't know how to fish. I only know about this from hearsay. I have been fishing for a few days, but I haven't caught a salmon." Cao Xing thought for a while, and then asked, "Sir Cunning, can you let me see what bait you use?" Cunning nodded and lifted the fishing rod. Cao Xing saw that there was a fat worm hanging on the hook, which had been eaten half. "This is a worm I dug up from the ground. There are no fishermen in the snowstorm plain, so there is no research on this." Cao Xing nodded. "If you want to fish, good bait is naturally important." Then, Cao Xing took out a special pet ration from his pocket. "Sir Cunning, try this and see if it works." Cao Xing remembered that there was an introduction on the special pet ration, which was made from a mixture of various animal viscera, and was very attractive to various creatures. And the fish in the water like these strong smelling things the most. Cunning saw the black meatball in Cao Xing's hand, which exuded a very strong stimulating smell. Even the nearby ice wolves looked over here. But they were afraid of the breath of the people behind them, and they didn't dare to get close for a while. Cunning also understood the gold content of the black meatball in Cao Xing's hand. "I'll try." Cunning was not vague, and directly hung the special pet ration on the bait, and then threw it into the ice cave. Everyone waited silently. A minute later, Cunning suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand sink. At this moment, a strong joy appeared in his slightly turbid eyes. "It's hooked so quickly?" Cunning was pleasantly surprised. He saw the right time and quickly lifted it up. A salmon with a silvery white glow all over its body and nearly 40 centimeters long was caught by him. Cunning quickly put it into the bucket and said in surprise, "This is a silver salmon, at least 3 pounds, worth 30,000 kroner. Young man, we've made a fortune this time." Cao Xing smiled. 30,000 kroner is indeed a huge sum of money. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. "You gave Cunning Dutra bait, and the other party's attitude towards you has changed. The current relationship is stranger, from indifference to stranger. It's okay." Cao Xing looked at the silver salmon in the bucket. Silver salmon, magical creature, level 6, effect. After cooking and eating, it can increase the upper limit of life by 300 points and increase the upper limit of the territory by 3 population. Can take effect up to 3 times. Cao Xing was stunned. Magical creatures? Eating them can increase the upper limit of life and population? Wow. This was something he had never expected. It is estimated that even the natives of this world do not know that eating silver salmon can increase the upper limit of population, because they have no concept of population at all. They just mistakenly think that the increased vitality of silver salmon can beautify the skin. Cunning saw the shock in Cao Xing's eyes and chuckled. "The meat of silver salmon is very tender, and many nobles and landlords are willing to pay a high price to buy it." The old man said with some regret, "But it's a pity that it is not a golden salmon. Or 3-pound golden salmon will cost dozens of times more. And it is said that this Liu Muxue lake also has the legendary king salmon." Cao Xing's curiosity was also aroused. The effect of silver salmon is so powerful, then how magical the effects of golden salmon and king salmon will be. "What are golden salmon and king salmon?" Cunning explained. "Golden salmon contains powerful vitality. Even an old man like me can live a few more years with it. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. As for the king salmon, it's a legendary creature, but it's not for eating. After catching the king salmon, release it. It will lead you to the treasure that fell at the bottom of the lake. The sword of the lady of the lake, Erendet. Sword of the lady of the lake." Cao Xing was puzzled. Cunning nodded. This is a legendary weapon. The Knights of the Ice Crystal Kingdom have wanted to get it. It is said that the knights who can be recognized by the sword of the Lady of the Lake will become the strongest knights in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Hearing about the legendary weapon, Cao Xing suddenly became more interested. You know, he has 2 epic level props in his hands, both of which have extremely magical effects. And a more advanced legendary prop, or a weapon, must have great power. And Cunning actually said that there is a legendary holy sword in this lake. How can Cao Xing not be excited? This is important information, priceless. At this point, Cunning shook his head with some regret and said, however, no one has ever seen anyone catch a king salmon. The so-called sword of the Lady of the Lake has really become a legend. Hearing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, oh, no one has seen it with their own eyes, so this legend can't be false, right? Cunning was silent for a moment, then said slowly, it's true. A powerful warrior from the Ice Crystal Kingdom once possessed this weapon, and he is a close friend of mine. Cao Xing's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes showed. You mean, this legendary weapon is in the hands of your friend? Cunning shook his head. It was before, but then he died, and the weapon sank to the bottom of the lake again. On the night he was about to die, he seemed to have a premonition of something, and told me in unknown news. He said that, in order to catch a king salmon, you need an extremely rare and special bait. Cao Xing had been completely intrigued by him, and continued to ask, what bait? Cunning thought for a moment, and seemed a little hesitant. Then, he looked at the silver salmon in the bucket again and sighed. Never mind, I'll tell you, since you helped me catch a silver salmon. To catch the king salmon, you need the tongue of the snow demon. Thanks to Bookfriend, my nickname is not simple for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend, morose for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, there are bad people in the masses for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, autumn sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, Cheyenne Dealingson for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, I Lovely Ho Sword for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20200909151901693 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Jurdy for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to King Shanshan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to JJ is too cold in winter for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Huo Kaoyali for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Xingchen Zuangong for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Write a Good Draft and Then Brag for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Beautiful Tutuous of Shit for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shidao Eluo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Uncle Yang of Xiaolu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Emozu and Kayan Bay for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gemini Battleship for 1 monthly ticket. Exclamation mark. Thank you book friends for your recommendation and subscription. Bo. Chapter 105. Champion Fighter's Gratitude and Transaction. Cunning whispered, if you want to catch the king salmon, you need to use the tongue of the snow demon. Hearing this, Cao Xing was shocked. What the hell? He just killed a snow demon last night and even separated its tongue. Now this old man actually told him that he could use the tongue of the snow demon to catch the legendary weapon. You can imagine how shocked Cao Xing was at this moment. But Cao Xing did not show it, but silently kept this information in mind. Cunning added, however, the tongue of the snow demon is not 100% able to catch the king salmon. It is possible that some strange creatures will be caught, and the more powerful the snow demon tongue, the higher the chance of catching the king salmon. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. It seems that the snow demon tongue in his backpack is nothing. Before this, there should be strong people who tried it, but they did not catch the king salmon. Therefore, he needs more snow demon tongues to increase the probability of success. At this time, Liu Muxue on the side reminded, Xing, Elisa. Hearing this name, Cao Xing also suddenly remembered this. Damn, I came here to find someone. Why did I talk about fishing with this Cunning? So, Cao Xing asked again, Sir Cunning, we are here to find a little girl named Elisa. She hasn't returned for a few days, and her family is very anxious. Excuse me, do you know any relevant clues? Maybe it was because the other party went from being cold to being unfamiliar. This time, Cunning nodded very directly. 2 days ago, I did see a little girl appear near Liu Muxue Lake, but she didn't communicate with me much, and I'm not sure if she is the person you are looking for." Hearing this, Cao Xing turned around and looked at Liu Muxue, and both of them showed joy in their eyes. In this icy and snowy Liu Muxue Lake, where few people go, basically not many humans come here. This little girl is most likely Elisa. Cao Xing asked, "Lord Cunning, did you see where she went?" Cunning nodded, and then pointed to a forest near the lake. The little girl finally entered that forest, and never came out again. Cao Xing nodded, and then said with a serious look, "Lord Cunning, I'm a lord nearby. My name is Cao Xing, and I'm very grateful for your information." Cunning also straightened up, clenched his right fist and replied, "Cunning Dutra, a retired old man, and thank you for your bait." Cao Xing nodded, and was about to lead his men away. Cunning then said, "Wait a minute, Lord Cao Xing, do you still have this kind of bait?" Cao Xing nodded with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Yes, I do, but there are not many left." Cunning looked thoughtful, and then said, "How about this? You give me all the remaining bait, you go find the little girl, and I will fish here. When you come back, split the salmon you catch 40% and 60%. I'll split 40% and you'll split 60%. Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned. After thinking about it, he felt that this deal was not a loss for him. So, Cao Xing agreed directly. Okay. He handed all the remaining 6 special pet rations in his backpack to Cunning. As for whether he would regret taking his things, Cao Xing was not too worried. After all, for a strong man of Cunning's level, there was no need to lose his character for such a small thing. Moreover, the other party also told him a piece of information of inestimable value, so it would not be a loss, even if all the pet rations were given to him. "Because of your gift, Cunning Dutra's favorability towards you has increased, and his attitude has changed too, friendly." Cao Xing was delighted, and his favorability increased again. It is still very good to have a good relationship with such a powerful aboriginal. Cunning started fishing again, and Cao Xing also led people to the forest he pointed to. Boom. Boom. Dabe ran all the way with Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. After running along the lake for about a few kilometers at a high speed, finally, they arrived at the outskirts of the forest. There grows an unknown tree here, with luxuriant branches and leaves, but it is covered by thick snow. The snow on the ground is very thick, and there are traces of various animals around. It should be possible to find clues to Elisa through these traces. Cao Xing directly ordered, "Look around. Focus on looking for human footprints." The men obeyed the order and began to move around. Only the cold Hilda still followed behind Cao Xing and seemed to disdain to do such a thing. Cao Xing frowned. He really had a headache for this kind of recruited creature that selectively obeyed orders. But fortunately, Hilda was still willing to execute other instructions. This was related to Hilda's current loyalty and her arrogant personality. As the queen of a tribe, she had her own pride. "Forget it, I'll find a way to improve her loyalty later." Shaking his head, Cao Xing sat on the back of the mammoth and headed into the woods. Along the way, whenever they saw a bird's nest on a tree, they asked Dabe to stick out his nose and take out the eggs inside. After a while, they harvested 17 eggs and 57 feathers. Liu Muxue behind him couldn't help laughing, and she was used to Cao Xing's style of plucking feathers from passing geese. A few minutes later, the Night Assam came to report, "My lord, human footprints were found not far ahead, and it seems to lead to the depths of the woods." Cao Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. He shouted, "Come back." Hearing Cao Xing's voice, his men regrouped. Then they came to the place where Assam found the footprints. Following this footprint, they began to move forward all the way to the depths of the woods. After winding along the woods for almost 2 kilometers, Cao Xing suddenly found that there were more footprints nearby. In addition to human footprints, there were also footprints of cow hooves. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that this little girl really found the legendary cloud yak? According to the villager Danny, the cloud yak is an extremely rare creature with amazing value. If Cao Xing could catch 2 cloud yaks this time, he would make a fortune. With excitement, Cao Xing followed the footprints all the way. After advancing about 300 meters, the clue was broken again. There was only a piece of cow hoof footprints here, which looked messy and disorderly, as if it had been frightened. The snow on the tree next to it collapsed, making the search more difficult. Seeing this scene, the archer in us also directly activated the hunting eye skill. After this skill was made permanent by eternal power, Renus could keep it all the time, or activate it all the time, which was a good way to find clues. At this moment, her hawk-like eyes swept around again. Not long after, she locked onto an area in the northwest. Lord, I sense that there is a group of creatures emitting a breath over there. Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded, and then led the team directly to the forest area. At this moment, Rena suddenly reminded. There are people. Everyone instantly paid attention. Cao Xing also saw a figure wrapped in a white wool coat, wool gloves and a hat next to a giant tree in front of him. She looked like a lamb, with white hair, that blended into the snow. Cao Xing scanned her information. Hog Village Villager, Elisa LV5, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level, First Level Ordinary Creature HP. 240 over 240, Skills, none, Talent, none. That's her. Cao Xing was relieved. He didn't expect that Elisa had actually lived alone in this icy and snowy place for so many days. He led his men directly over. However, after seeing Cao Xing and his men approaching, the figure quickly came out from under the shelter of the giant tree next to her. She raised her hands above her head and kept signaling Cao Xing and his men not to come over. Cao Xing thought for a moment and shouted, "Stop." The team stopped, and the figure on the opposite side seemed to be relieved, and then carefully came to Cao Xing's side. At the same time, Cao Xing also saw her face clearly. It was a fair, slightly chubby face with delicate features and two ponytails. The most striking thing was her pair of eyes as bright as sapphires, with long eyelashes fluttering constantly, and the whole person exuded a youthful and lively aura. It was indeed as Danny said, her skin was very good, and looked as clean as pebbles. At this moment, the little girl Alice looked at Cao Xing and his group, and there was no fear in her eyes, but curiosity. Without waiting for her to speak, Cao Xing said directly, "Elisa, I'm here to find you on behalf of your father Mel. You haven't been home for a few days, and he has been very anxious." Hearing this, Elisa's eyes flashed with guilt, and then she pouted again. "Oh, I told my father not to come to me, Moon God. He actually invited you powerful warriors to come so far to Liu Muxue Lake." She seemed to remember something and asked tentatively, excuse me, how many crowns did my father spend to invite you here?" Cao Xing shook his head. "No, we didn't charge him crowns." Hearing this, Elisa breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed the little tiger teeth at the corners of her mouth. "Then you are a very good person." Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. Old Mel didn't pay, but he sold himself to Cao Xing. Liu Muxue next to him also whispered, "Hello, Elisa." Elisa noticed Liu Muxue behind Cao Xing and exclaimed immediately, "Moon Goddess. What did I see? A woman with a divine beauty. Excuse me, are you the princess from the Ice Crystal Kingdom?" She looked at Liu Muxue excitedly with starry eyes. Liu Muxue smiled and shook her head slowly. "Elisa, I'm not the princess of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. We are the lords of the nearby area. Now, come back to Hog Village with us. Your father is still waiting for you." Chapter 106 The Cloud Yak appears. "Come back with us. Your father is still waiting for you." Liu Muxue's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and the little girl Elisa was almost conquered. Okay. She subconsciously wanted to agree, but then immediately shook her head and said, No. "Well, why?" Liu Muxue asked. Hearing this question, Elisa seemed a little embarrassed, as if the child was hiding a secret. However, Cao Xing on the side seemed to understand something. Cao Xing pointed out directly, "You didn't really find the cloud yak?" Hearing this, the oval-faced girl's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. You, how did you know?" Cao Xing smiled. "Because your father told me that you came out this time because you found the traces of a group of cloud yaks." After hearing this, Elisa's eyes suddenly showed a look of loss. "Why did my father tell you everything?" In a blink of an eye, Elisa's eyes showed vigilance again. "You didn't want to take advantage of this group of cloud yaks, did you?" Cao Xing did not deny it. Elisa quickly shook her head and said, "Don't even think about it. Cloud yak is a magical creature that only lives in nature. Even if you are strong, you will not catch it easily. Besides, I found this group of yaks first, and I will not take you to find it." Hearing this, Cao Xing frowned. He was about to speak, but Liu Muxue beside him pulled his sleeve. Cao Xing understood and asked Liu Muxue to continue communicating with this girl. Liu Muxue whispered again, "Elisa, can you tell us about the cloud yaks?" When little Elisa heard Liu Muxue's voice, little stars appeared in her eyes again. "If it is the request of this beautiful lady, I can tell you." Cao Xing rolled his eyes again. He had the charm plus 50th, shining throne, on him, but why did he feel that his charm seemed to be completely inferior to Liu Muxue's? However, he didn't care. The hidden attribute of charm has different effects on different NPCs, so it is normal that it doesn't work on Elisa. Elisa slowly said, "I found the group of cloud yaks in Tak Valley. I followed their trails and crossed the snowfields and forests and finally found them in Liu Muxue Lake. But because cloud yaks are a group of highly alert creatures, I have never dared to get close to them. I could only observe their habits from a distance to see if I could find an opportunity." Liu Muxue nodded gently and continued to ask, "Did little Elisa observe anything?" She spoke softly, as if coaxing a child. Elisa shook her head in frustration. "No. Cloud yaks are extremely difficult to tame. I followed them for 2 days and didn't find any opportunity. As long as I make a little movement, they will show alert movements and be ready to escape at any time. So far, it can be said that there has been no progress at all." After Elisa finished speaking, everyone's eyes showed a look of realization. Andrew on the side also added, "I have indeed heard that cloud yaks are very alert and rarely appear in front of people, and they are also very capable of escaping." Cao Xing nodded after listening, and then gestured to Liu Muxue next to him. Liu Muxue understood what Cao Xing meant, and continued to smile gently. "Elisa, can you take us to see the group of cloud yaks?" Elisa was a little hesitant, but in the end, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." After that, she turned around and walked carefully in the direction she had just come from. Everyone followed her and slowed down their pace. And Elisa also reminded them, "Remember to keep your footsteps down and don't disturb the group of cloud yaks. If you scare them away, it will be difficult to find them again." Cao Xing nodded and jumped off Dabe's back with Liu Muxue and then asked Dabe to stay where he was. After all, its body is too big and every step will make a heavy sound. Then, Cao Xing took the other men and approached the location Elisa said little by little. 5 minutes later, they came to a few towering silver fir trees. In the wide forest area ahead, a group of yaks with 2 colors of hair appeared. The 4 sturdy hooves were about 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters long. Their blue and white hair really looked like moving clouds. Cao Xing also took a look at the attributes of the yaks. Cloud yak, magical creature, level 11 HP. 3360/3360, attack power. 1151/27, attributes, strength 122, agility 116, spirit 124, constitution 154, skills, natural perception, can keenly sense danger from the surroundings and quickly escape. Cloud rush, when the cloud yak senses danger, it will mobilize the magic power in its body to greatly increase its movement speed and dodge probability until it is out of danger. Natural shelter, after being injured, the cloud yak will absorb the power of nature to recover, recovering 5% of its HP per second. Talent, heat absorption, stores the absorbed heat in the hair, allowing it to survive longer in extreme environments. Talent, crisis perception, has a keen sense of various traps set by hunters, and has a high probability of avoiding damage from traps. Introduction, a group of magical creatures with extremely strong survival abilities, and are difficult to tame. Cao Xing was surprised and said, "Oh my. 3 skills. 2 of the talents are about survival." No wonder Elisa said that cloud yaks are difficult to tame. It would be a miracle if they could be caught. However, when Cao Xing noticed the first talent of the cloud yaks, heat absorption, he understood something. It turns out that it is not their hair that will heat up on its own, but that it will absorb heat energy and store it in the hair. So it gives people an illusion of heat. But this cannot deny the value of cloudjacks. In this extremely cold world, it is so precious to have a piece of clothing that can store heat energy. Even a piece of purple equipment would not be exchanged. Cao Xing asked at this time, has anyone successfully tamed this kind of yak? Elisa nodded. Yes, there is a trainer in Duelan Lake City who successfully tamed 3 cloudjacks. Relying on the hair of these yaks, he bought a house in Duelan Lake City and also has his own farm. Trainer? Cao Xing fell into thought. He currently has no means to tame wild beasts. So, are there any other ways to tame these wild creatures? After thinking for a while, he noticed the more than 50 primary pet contracts in his backpack. According to the description above, as long as the contract is signed successfully, no matter what kind of creature the other party is, it will obey Cao Xing's orders. As long as the group of cloudjacks are trapped by force, and then the pet contracts are continuously thrown to them, even if the luck is bad, 1 or 2 should be successful, right? This is the method Cao Xing has thought of to tame these cloudjacks. The only disadvantage is that these cloudjacks will occupy his own population. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if they occupy some population. Anyway, I can cancel the contract with the pets at any time. Just bring these cloudjacks back to the camp and keep them in captivity first. I can still release my population by canceling the contract later. Thinking of this, Cao Xing has made a decision in his heart. However, there is still a problem, that is, the success rate of primary pet contract is too low. There is only a 5% success rate, and the current situation is different from the contract at that time. The group of cloudjacks are not in danger of life. This time Cao Xing is going to force them to tame, which will definitely cause their fierce resistance. Although he had more than 50 copies in stock, he might not be able to tame 2 cloudjacks. Cao Xing sighed, who cares? Let alone 2. Even if I can tame 1, it's a profit. You know, the hair of cloudjacks can be regenerated after being cut. This is a resource that brings sustainable benefits. Just as Cao Xing was preparing to act, he saw the blood spider queen next to him. He remembered that Zirda had a skill called Soul Scream. This skill had a characteristic that could put weak creatures into a state of mental shock. According to Cao Xing's understanding of this game, creatures in a state of mental shock would jump around like headless flies and be in a state of fear, which could increase the probability of various control skills. In this state, can the success rate of the pet contract be increased? Cao Xing decided to give it a try. At present, the premise is that Zirda is willing to cooperate. However, if she is unwilling to obey even this kind of order, then Cao Xing can only give up this recruitment creature. Even if she is very strong and full of potential. But Cao Xing doesn't want a disobedient recruitment creature, no matter how powerful it is. So, Cao Xing looked at the blood spider queen and said with a serious expression, Zilda, I need you to cooperate with me. I will use the soul scream on these cloudjacks later. Is there any problem? Hearing this order, the blood spider queen turned her head slightly and looked at the cloudjacks in the distance. Her eyes flashed with the look of looking at ants. TSK. Zirda's face was full of disgust, and she made a disdainful sound. Seeing that she didn't answer, Cao Xing's face gradually darkened. At this time, the blood spider queen nodded and said, okay, I will cooperate with you. Cao Xing nodded. Then, he began to give orders. Andrew, you druids have a natural affinity for these wild creatures, so I need you to go over and attract the attention of these cloudjacks. This is not deception. I won't hurt them. I just want to take them back to the territory. You should know that in our territory, these yaks can live a better life. Andrew heard the latter sentence and nodded. Follow your orders, respected Lord. Chapter 107 Lord, you are rich. After arranging the task for Andrew, Cao Xing looked at the blood spider queen again. Zilda, you slowly walk to the back of the group of cloudjacks. When you see that the group of yaks show signs of running away, use the soul scream directly. Others, follow me from different directions and slowly approach the group of cloudjacks and surround them. Special methods are used for special situations. This group of cloud yaks can bring a lot of benefits to Cao Xing, so he doesn't want to let them go. After hearing Cao Xing's order, Sarah, Irina and others all started to act. Andrew waited until Cao Xing and others were in their positions, gradually walked out of the woods, and then slowly approached the group of cloud yaks. He tried to make his steps calm. The group of cloud yaks noticed the moment Andrew approached them, and the herd suddenly became a little uneasy. As Elisa said, cloud yaks are extremely vigilant creatures, and they will run away as soon as they see humans. Andrew slowly stretched out his two bare paws and comforted him. "Children, relax, relax." As he uttered a series of syllables, the group of cloud yaks seemed to feel some familiarity from Andrew. The restlessness of the herd gradually subsided. They stared at Andrew with curious eyes, while also remaining vigilant. When Andrew was still 100 meters away from them, the herd became restless again. According to the habits of cloud yaks, they rarely let other creatures get so close to them. Andrew turned into a bear and kept speaking to attract the attention of the group of cloud yaks. At the same time, the Blood Spider Queen and Cao Xing and others carefully surrounded the group of cloud yaks from different positions. Andrew's white bear appearance once again attracted the attention of the group of cloud yaks. It was not until Cao Xing and others approached 70 or 80 meters that the group of cloud yaks suddenly noticed it. Moo, the herd became restless, and more than 30 cloud yaks had a layer of strange energy between their forehooves. They all began to run at high speed. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently. The herd of cattle seemed to be out of control. However, when they saw people everywhere, they didn't know where to break out. At this moment, the Blood Spider Queen moved her 8 long legs and quickly approached the group of cloud yaks. Then, she slowly opened her dark purple lips and let out a soul-shaking cry. Ah! This cry was like the wailing of wronged souls, as if it was a combination of all the pain in the world, full of endless resentment. Liu Muxue, who was in another direction, turned pale. Even Cao Xing, who was dozens of meters away, felt a wave of fear in his heart when he heard it. This was because they were friendly and had not suffered any substantial damage. The group of cloud yaks was directly in a state of headless flies at this time and began to run around. At this time, they also withdrew from the cloud rush state, and their mobility was greatly reduced. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. "Everyone, block the gap and do your best to hold back the group of yaks. Muxue, drive all the yaks to an area." Liu Muxue took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Then he raised his shield with his left hand and rushed towards a few lone cloud yaks. Cao Xing quickly came to one of the cloud yaks that was running around and used primary pet contract on it. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to use the primary pet contract on the cloud yak level 12? Yes." A stream of light fell over, and the cloud yak fell into a moment of stagnation, and then it shook its head and started running again. Contract failed. A failed system prompt appeared. But Cao Xing was not discouraged. Anyway, he still had more than 50 contracts in his backpack, and it would be a good deal, as long as he could catch a few. Boom. Boom. The forest was shaking because of the running cattle, and the snow on the branches fell wildly. Sam and his frost wolf guarded 2 positions. Sarah, Irina, and Blot each occupied a position. They kept attacking and drove back the yaks that rushed over. The Blood Spider Queen didn't even need to move. Just standing there, the bloody smell emanating from her body made the group of cloud yaks dare not approach. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy, and at the same time, he glanced at the status of the group of yaks. Status: Mind Shock, Extreme Fear, Unable to use skills, Remaining time 55 seconds. Very good. Soul Scream still has nearly 1 minute of control time. Cao Xing quickly caught up with another cloud yak and used primary pet contract on it. A beam of white light hit it. This time, there was finally a change. Contract successful. Magical creature, Cloud Yak LV11, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Cao Xing's face showed ecstasy, and he exclaimed, "It's done." Because this showed a signal, the pet contract can really forcibly subdue these cloud yaks. Cao Xing only felt that a flood of wealth was rushing towards him. He rushed to the second cloud yak and continued to use the pet contract on it. This time it was very smooth, and it succeeded directly the first time. Contract successful. Magical creature, Cloudyak LV12, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Cao Xing's face showed a strong joy. He began to catch up with the third Cloudyak. He repeated the same method. After a failure, he immediately threw out the second pet contract until he succeeded. In just 30 seconds, he had subdued 12 Cloudyaks. At this time, the icons above the heads of these yaks began to flicker, as if they were about to be released from the mind shock state. Cao Xing became a little impatient. So far, he has only subdued less than half of the Cloudyaks on the field. Once their mind shock state is released, they can use the Cloud Rush skill to escape. Unless Cao Xing kills all the yaks now. But after weighing it in his mind, Cao Xing still didn't do it. In the last 20 seconds, Cao Xing didn't dare to delay for a second. He used the pet contract on these Cloudyaks crazily. Finally, he successfully contracted 5 more Cloudyaks. The remaining dozen Cloudyaks have also completely recovered. Moo, they directly entered the Cloud Rush state. At this moment, Cao Xing saw what a running cloud is. The speed of the Cloudyaks suddenly increased, turning into a cloud riding the wind, and even Sarah, who was at the 3rd level, could not catch up. You know, Sarah had gone through several movement speed bonuses. It was too outrageous that she still couldn't catch up with this group of Cloudyaks. And at this moment, Zira's belly flicked, and a ball of red spider web instantly spewed out, trapping one of the Cloudyaks. Liu Muxue also used the Shield Slam skill when one of the Cloudyaks rushed towards her. Bang! After a dull sound, the Cloudyak was directly knocked away. Not only that, a stun mark appeared on its head. Cao Xing's eyes lit up, and he gave Liu Muxue a thumbs up. Muxue, great. Liu Muxue also showed joy on her face. Then Cao Xing quickly came to the Cloudyak and used the pet contract on it crazily. After the 4th pet contract was invested, a system prompt appeared. Contract successful. Magic creature, Cloudyak LV10, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Then, Cao Xing rushed over again and took the Cloudyak controlled by the spider web of Zira under his command. At the same time, the chaotic scene on the field finally subsided. More than a dozen Cloudyaks ran away. However, Cao Xing successfully contracted 19 Cloudyaks. At this moment, these 19 Cloudyaks stood quietly aside under the constraints of the pet contract. Elisa on the side rushed over quickly. She looked at Cao Xing's back with shock, as if she had seen a ghost, and exclaimed, "Moon God, you actually succeeded and caught so many Cloudyaks at once. Oh my god. You know, even the trainer in Duelan Lake City only caught 3 Cloudyaks. How did you do it? Is this the legendary miracle, or are you a legendary trainer?" The little girl widened her eyes, and you can imagine how surprised she was. Cao Xing smiled. Of course, this woman didn't know that he had such a magical thing as a pet contract. Seeing that Cao Xing didn't answer, Elisa didn't care, but exclaimed, "My lord, you are really rich this time. The nobles of the Ice Crystal Kingdom are willing to spend a lot of money to buy a piece of clothing made of Cloudyak hair. You have 19 Cloudyaks. If you are willing to offer them to the Duke, he will even reward you with a noble position." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Elisa, I won't give this batch of Cloudyaks to others. I want to raise them myself." Hearing this, Elisa nodded quickly and said, "Oh, yes. This kind of sacred yaks must be raised by yourself. According to their 50-day hair growth cycle, you will have a continuous source of income. With these yaks, it won't be long before you can buy houses in those big towns. This is what I have always dreamed of." Elisa seemed very excited. At this time, Elisa said seriously, "However, Lord, although you have caught so many Cloudyaks, I have to tell you that feeding Cloudyaks is a very troublesome thing. Their living environment, temperature changes, and daily feed are all different from those of ordinary yaks in captivity. You have to pay more attention. If you are not careful, this sacred yak may die of illness or other symptoms." Cao Xing nodded and said, "Your father should know how to feed it, right?" Elisa was stunned, then nodded. "That's no problem. Anyway, your father will join my territory next, and this batch of Cloudyaks will be handed over to him." Hearing this, Elisa's pupils suddenly widened. She asked in disbelief. What are you talking about? Cao Xing smiled and said, to tell you the truth, the reason why I'm willing to come to find you this time is that your father promised me that as long as I take you back, he will join my territory. Oh, by the way, there are also his yaks and sheep. Elisa was struck by lightning. She murmured to herself, you mean, my father sold himself and his yaks to you in order to find me? Cao Xing nodded. Theoretically, that's right. Elisa held her head and collapsed. Oh my god. What did you do, father? We have accumulated our family property with great difficulty and our cattle and sheep, but we just gave them to others like this. Father, are you getting old and confused? Elisa seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, no, father did this because of me. Woo. It's all my fault. Moon god, please punish me. Seeing the little girl's collapse, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. At this time, Liu Muxue walked over and took little Elisa's hand. Elisa, it's not that your father gave all his property to us, but that he is going to join our territory with his cattle and sheep. He just moved to a new place to live. In our territory, your father and his cattle and sheep will not be disturbed by those snow demons and hunters. That's the safest place. Hearing this, Elisa gradually stopped her collapse. She raised her head and looked at Liu Muxue blankly. My beautiful lady, are you telling the truth? Can my father's safety be guaranteed in your territory? Liu Muxue nodded gently. Yes, as you can see, we have a group of powerful companions who can guarantee the safety of the people in the territory. Elisa had already believed Liu Muxue's words at this time and nodded. If that's the case, that's not bad. My father is old, and I also want him to move to a safe place, so I came out to track the cloudjacks. I originally wanted to catch one and sell it, and then use the money to take my father to move to Duelan Lake City, which is one of the largest cities in the snowstorm plains, and the place with the best public security. Hearing Duelan Lake City, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This little girl had just evacuated from the wolf's den, and in the blink of an eye she entered the devil's cave. Cao Xing said, I advise you not to get close to Duelan Lake City. Why? Because it's not safe there, and a big crisis may break out there soon. Crisis? What crisis? Cao Xing shook his head and said, it's related to the hunters. Those guys seem to be planning to attack Duelan Lake City. Hearing this, Elisa was startled, and then said with anger on her face, it's that group of crazy cultists again. They are simply the rat shit of the entire western continent. They spread the so-called Church of Light everywhere, and when no one is willing to join, they forcibly go to those villages and towns to capture people and brainwash the villagers. Our Hoj village has suffered several invasions by hunters. At this point, Elisa was puzzled. But, with the defense power of Duelan Lake City, can the hunters really attack this town? Thanks to Bookfriend, QIU Betty G for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zukayang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bidao Yancheng Leng Fei Yan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yang Shangzang AI for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mo Zunling for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202210091303542666 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Magic Cube Pudding for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Fusheng Ruo Meng 902 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2022207221634771 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Guanshan Jaya for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Puddings A for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zyro ZHU Web for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Love to Eat Fruits for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks CD for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks Bookfriend 154206 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 108 Mission completed. Return to Hog Village. Elisa asked doubtfully, with the defense power of Duelan Lake City, can the hunters really attack this town? Cao Xing spread his hands. I don't know, but you'd better not get close. Seeing Cao Xing's serious look and thinking about their strength, Elisa nodded. Okay. I won't go to Duelan Lake City. But if I don't go to Duelan Lake City, where can I go? My father was taken away by you. Do I have to live alone in Hog Village? Woo woo woo. At this moment, not only Cao Xing, but also Liu Muxue beside him laughed. She took Elisa's little hand and said, "Elisa, you can go back with us." Elisa looked up. "Really? Really? Can I join your territory?" Liu Muxue smiled and nodded. Elisa cried with joy. A few minutes later, the team was reorganized. The crowd was divided into two waves. 19 cloudjacks stood quietly together. Although because they were forcibly tamed, the loyalty of this group of cloudjacks was only over 60. But at least he would not disobey Cao Xing's order. Cao Xing secretly thought about the next plan in his heart. Next, they would take Elisa back to Hog Village and then bring Old Mel and his cattle back to the territory. Because the journey is long, they need to escort these cloudjacks back to the territory first. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens on the road, Cao Xing will be heartbroken. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Andrew next to him. "Andrew, I need you to take this group of yaks back to our territory first. Try to avoid people and wild animals on the road and ensure a safe arrival." Andrew was comforting the cattle. Hearing this, he said with a gentle smile in his eyes, "Okay, respected lord." Cao Xing nodded. Andrew is now a level 16 elite creature, and he should not encounter any trouble along the way. But Cao Xing is still a little worried. After all, the Cloud Yak is a rare magical creature, and its value is too high. For safety reasons, he looked at the black smoke shaman next to him. "Blot, you follow Andrew and ensure the safety of these Cloud Yaks. This is the property of our territory, and we must not lose it." Blot's offer stone bowed slightly. "Follow your orders, respected lord. I will take care of them like the children of the share." With the addition of this leader level shaman, there should be no problems along the way. "Well, Andrew, Blot, I wish you a safe journey." The two men saluted Cao Xing one after another. "The glory of the Lord protects us. The goddess of luck is with you." After that, they set off with the 19 cloud yaks. Cao Xing, on the other hand, returned to the falling snow lake with the other recruited creatures. Now, he is going to find the powerful old man and take back his share. Cunning did not break his promise and was still waiting on the ice. When he saw Cao Xing coming, Cunning's face showed joy. "Young lord, we are lucky. This time I caught 6 salmon, 3 gray salmon, 1 red salmon, and 2 silver salmon. But it's a pity that we didn't catch any golden salmon this time. Maybe we need more stimulating bait." Cao Xing nodded. This time the harvest was already good. Including the first one, there were 3 silver salmon in total. He could get 2 of them. This way, he could increase his life limit by 600 points and his population by 6. As for the red salmon, Cao Xing took a look. It also had a good effect, increasing his life limit by 100 points, but it did not increase the population. Cunning had a faint smile on his face and seemed to be happy about today's catch. Of course, it might also be because his wife was happy to taste her favorite fish soup soon. Lord Cao Xing, as agreed, you get 6, and I get 4. You can choose 2 silver salmon. Of course, you can also choose 1 silver salmon and the remaining red salmon. After hearing this, Cao Xing said without hesitation, "I want 2 silver salmon." Cunning did not say anything more because Cao Xing took advantage of him, but nodded generously. "Okay." He handed the 2 silver salmon in the bucket to Cao Xing. "Get 3 kilograms asterisk 1 silver salmon. Get 4 kilograms asterisk 1 silver salmon." After the transaction was completed, the two parties separated. Cao Xing also remembered this lake in his heart. After all, there may be a legendary weapon here, the sword of the Lady of the Lake. When he has the chance in the future, he will definitely come again. At the same time, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue returned to Dabe's back, and Ellis looked at this sacred mammoth curiously, as if surprised that they could tame such a creature. But when she thought about it, this lord tamed 19 cloud yaks in front of her. It's not surprising that he could tame a mammoth. Cao Xing said to Liu Muxue behind him, "Muxue, let her come up too. Little Elisa is just an ordinary person at level 5. At her speed, it will take at least 10 hours to get to Hog Village. I don't know how this little girl came to such a faraway Liu Muxue lake alone." Liu Muxue had asked tentatively before. However, the little girl was reluctant to say it, as if she had a secret. And Cao Xing didn't ask much. Anyway, she was about to be included in his territory, and then these secrets would soon be exposed. At Liu Muxue's invitation, Elisa carefully climbed onto the back of the mammoth. Then, the two girls sat behind Cao Xing together. Now, Dabe is equivalent to carrying 3 people at once. But the weight of Liu Muxue and Elisa, added up to no more than 180 pounds, is not a burden for Dabe at all. Cao Xing ordered, "Okay, now start moving towards Hog Village." Moo, boom, boom. The mammoth swung its trunk, then strode forward with its hooves. The group moved forward at high speed on the ice. Due to the absence of Andrew and Blot, the team shrank a little compared to when they came. But the fighting power was still strong. They quickly stepped onto the snowfield and ran all the way towards the coordinates of Hog Village. A red energy was added between the 4 hooves of the mammoth, like a running train. Hilda's Queen's Domain, plus Queen's Will, made everyone's movement speed soar. On the back of the mammoth, Elisa kept exclaiming, "So fast. Oh my god, so amazing. Too fast. I can't breathe." Cao Xing turned around helplessly and looked at the little girl who was shouting. And Liu Muxue seemed to realize that Elisa's lines were a bit strange and lowered her head shyly. Elisa was completely unaware, and the experience of riding a mammoth for the first time was very novel. After all, mammoths, like cloud yaks, are also extremely rare creatures. Half an hour later, they had advanced more than 30 kilometers. There were still about 20 kilometers to Hog Village. The map showed that they had come to a place called Zorda Village. Another indigenous village was found. Cao Xing was delighted. In front of them, there appeared a village with infrastructure similar to that of Hog Village. There were also patrolling militias and sentries in the village. However, there were relatively few villagers, only a few people wandering around. And there were no cattle, sheep or fields around, so the agricultural and animal husbandry development was not as good as Hog Village. Cao Xing pondered, "It seems that there is also a tavern in the village, and I want to recruit a group of new people recently. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Elisa said on the side, "This is Zoida Village. I have an uncle who lives here. I can take you to my uncle's house for dinner." Hearing this, Cao Xing smiled. "Free food. I like it. Then go to this Zoida Village and take a look." However, just as Cao Xing was about to go to the village, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The militiaman standing guard on the sentry tower at the entrance of the village had been staring at them with a fierce look. Compared to the militiamen in Hog Village, they all looked at their men with fear. The militiamen in Zoida Village were actually fearless. This was a bit strange. "Stop." Cao Xing gave the order directly. The team stopped about 700 to 800 meters away from Zoida Village. Elisa and Liu Muxue looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong, Crossing?" Cao Xing did not speak, but took out the snowstorm map from his backpack. This was a map found in a hunter camp. According to the location on the map, Cao Xing saw that there was a dazzling sun symbol where Zoida Village was located. At this moment, Cao Xing glanced at the village calmly. He immediately noticed more things wrong. The group of patrolling militiamen gradually gathered towards the entrance of the village. Even the villagers who were walking back and forth were looking outside intentionally or unintentionally, as if they had noticed Cao Xing and others. Cao Xing thought secretly, "It seems that this village has already fallen and has been used as a base for hunters. They use this village as a disguise to attract more refugees and turn them into cultists. And if we go in now, we will inevitably fight with the group of hunters." Although Cao Xing is confident in his own strength. But for this kind of battle without prior investigation and unknown opponents' details, it is best to avoid it. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said directly, "Let's go. Send Elisa to her father first." Although everyone was puzzled, they did not ask more questions, but turned around and changed direction. Before leaving, Cao Xing silently memorized this place. At the same time, the militiamen of Zoida Village, after seeing that Cao Xing and others did not enter the village, a trace of regret flashed in their eyes. At this time, a figure in a black robe and a mask on his face appeared silently. All the militiamen knelt down, with fanaticism in their eyes. "God of Light, I pay my respects to the priest." The black-robed priest nodded. A militiaman reported, "Priest, that group of people did not come in. The leader seems to be a lord from another world." The black-robed priest looked thoughtful. "Recently, more and more lords from another world have appeared in the snowy plains. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now it seems that the growth rate of these lords from another world is very scary. The plan in Duelan Lake City is about to take action. We must not make trouble at this time. It seems that we have to learn more about the situation of these lords from another world." He looked at the militiaman next to him with deep eyes and asked, "Are the lords from another world, captured last time, still alive?" The militiaman nodded immediately and said, "They are still alive. They are fed with food every day to keep them alive." The black-robed priest nodded. "Very good. Take me to see them." 20 minutes later, Cao Xing and others have appeared at the entrance of Hog Village. The militiaman saw 3 figures sitting on the tall mammoth and exclaimed. The spider-like body and human upper body of Hilda next to them made the villagers of Hog Village feel even more afraid. Fortunately, living in this bizarre world, they have seen strange creatures. The leading militia captain recognized Cao Xing and said in a trembling voice, Sir, you are here again." Cao Xing nodded. He knew the rules. Hog Village did not allow mounts and strange creatures to enter the village. So Cao Xing asked Dabe and Hilda to wait in the shed next to the village. After Hilda entered the shed, she immediately looked disgusted. "TSK, you actually let this queen stay here where the beasts stay?" Cao Xing looked at her helplessly. "If you don't like it, you can stay outside in the snow. We will be back soon after we finish our business. Don't cause trouble for me, understand?" After hearing this, the blood spider queen still looked disgusted, but she did not disobey Cao Xing's order. Then, Cao Xing took Sam and Rinus, as well as Liu Muxue and Elisa into Hog Village. As for Sarah, she habitually went into hiding. A group of 5 people walked on the streets of Hog Village. Compared with the previous village, this place seemed much more lively. The pedestrians coming and going, and the vendors hawking along the street, gave the village a smell of fireworks. Most of the vendors' eyes stayed on Liu Muxue and Rinus. Elisa was also the village flower of Hog Village. The 3 girls stood together, like 3 beautiful flowers, attracting everyone's attention. However, because of the taller Sam next to them, and the sharp temperament emanating from Rinus, these vendors only dared to look. Under the gaze of the villagers. Soon, they crossed the first street. When passing by a tavern next to the street, Cao Xing seemed to feel that some hostile eyes were locked on him. These eyes were somewhat like the eyes that the militia looked at him in Zoida village before. Cao Xing stopped and looked into the tavern. However, he only saw a few drunkards sitting drunk at the door of the tavern. Sam asked in confusion, "My lord, what's wrong?" Cao Xing shook his head. "It's okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, this is Hog Village, and the group of hunters should not have infiltrated here yet." Cao Xing continued to take Elisa with him. He went straight to Old Mel's house. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and the door opened, and a thin old man walked out. It was Old Mel. He also saw Cao Xing and Elisa behind him. At this moment, light lit up in Old Mel's turbid eyes. "Elisa. Father." Elisa rushed out in an instant and threw herself into Old Mel's arms. The reunion of father and daughter, hugging and crying, should have been a touching scene. At this moment, Old Mel raised his right hand and hit Elisa's head twice. The little girl covered her head with tears in her eyes. "Father, why did you hit me?" Old Mel said angrily. "You still ask me why I hit you? I told you to run around. I told you to run around. If you run around again next time, I'll break your legs." Elisa was hit by the hammer and begged for mercy. "Father, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive Elisa this time." This scene made Cao Xing and Liu Muxue laugh again. At this time, Liu Muxue came to Elisa's rescue and said, "Mr. Mel, don't blame Elisa. She wanted to catch a cloud yak and sell it, and then take you to live in a big city." Elisa was also out of filial piety. Hearing this, Old Mel stopped hitting Elisa's head and asked in confusion, "This beautiful lady, is what you said true?" Elisa nodded with a face full of grievance. Old Mel's heart softened, and a distressed look appeared in his eyes. He rubbed Elisa's head and sighed, "Oh, don't do such a stupid thing next time." At the same time, Old Mel also looked over and said to Cao Xing gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Cao Xing, for sending my daughter back from such a far place. Cao Xing nodded. Mr. Mel, you are polite. From now on, you will be a member of our territory, and your family will naturally be our family. Hearing this, old Mel's expression suddenly became serious. You are right, respected Lord Cao Xing. Then, as agreed yesterday, you bring back Elisa, and I will take my cattle and sheep to your territory. Cao Xing smiled and said, yes, Mr. Mel, one day in the future, you will be glad for your decision. Old Mel also said seriously, I believe you will. The potential you have shown has surpassed any lord I have ever seen. Elisa on the side watched the conversation between her father and Cao Xing with watery eyes. She interrupted, Father, didn't you say that if the villagers of Hog Village want to move to other places, they need the approval of the village chief? Hearing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, is there such a procedure? Old Mel nodded, yes. Hog Village does not belong to the jurisdiction of a certain lord or noble, so the villagers' stay or leave is entirely decided by the village chief. If this is the power of a certain lord, the defense force is not that weak. Cao Xing nodded, and then asked, where is the village chief? Old Mel looked at the only 3-story building in the center of the village. There is the village chief's home, you can go there to find him. Cao Xing nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you to find the village chief for approval. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Incident, The Powerful Cao Xing. Old Mel nodded. Then he closed the door and went to the center of the village with Elisa. The villagers on the road greeted Old Mel warmly when they saw him. When they heard that Old Mel was leaving with Cao Xing, the villagers were all surprised. Oh, Mr. Mel, are you leaving Hog Village and going to live somewhere else? What a pity. My 2 children grew up drinking your milk. Yes, the other 2 cattle farmers in the village set the price of milk too high. If Mr. Mel leaves, where can I buy cheap and fresh milk? The villagers looked worried. Soon he was surrounded by a group of women. It can be seen that Old Mel is very prestigious. He also said goodbye to every villager who knew him with a peaceful smile. When the villagers heard that Old Mel was leaving with Cao Xing, many people showed envy on their faces. I really envy Mr. Mel for being favored by such a powerful lord. Yes, he has such a powerful knight as his subordinate, and his territory must be very safe. I also want to be favored by this lord. Cao Xing chuckled. Elisa, your father seems to be very popular with the women in the village. Elisa also showed her little tiger teeth and smiled. Of course, my father is very friendly to the villagers and neighbors. In the whole Hog Village, except for the village chief, the second most prestigious person is my father. Cao Xing shook his head. Your father will have a while to chat with these women. Let's go first and wait for him at the village chief's house. Everyone followed Cao Xing and walked forward. When passing by the tavern before, Cao Xing suddenly frowned. The feeling of being stared at appeared again. He looked around and wondered, what on earth is it? At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. On the roof of the building next to him, 3 black shadows appeared silently. Their actions were extremely decisive and swift. The moment he saw Cao Xing, he threw out the 3 hidden weapons in his hand. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. At this moment, Cao Xing only felt a huge crisis that enveloped him instantly. Time became extremely slow. He saw 3 daggers with green light enlarged in his pupils. Sarah, who turned into a black shadow, rushed over at the first time with a look of shock and anger on her face. When the dagger was about to touch Cao Xing's face, it suddenly triggered a layer of golden shield. Crack. With a layer of shattering sound, a layer of holy shield on Cao Xing's body broke, and he was not hurt at all. Then, the other 2 daggers also flew over. Crack. Crack. The 3 layers of holy shield on Cao Xing's body were all broken. Not only that, the 3 assassins threw 2 more daggers. This is to kill Cao Xing once and for all. At the same time, Sarah's figure flashed quickly. The shadow blade in her hand slashed down suddenly. Ding. Ding. After 2 crisp sounds, Sarah blocked the other two flying daggers. The first wave of crisis was resolved, and Cao Xing was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. This layer of holy shield can be said to be life-saving. Although I don't know what the strength of the assassin who attacked me is, I can tell from the fierce attack that it must be very terrifying. At the same time, Assam and Irina also reacted in an instant. Damn it. Someone attacked the Lord. Unforgivable. Assam and Irina were extremely angry. They drew their weapons and came to Cao Xing's side. The assassins seemed to know that their actions were exposed. They flew down from the roof and rushed towards Cao Xing at lightning speed. 3 daggers flashing with cold light quickly rushed towards Cao Xing and others. Not only that, Cao Xing also saw that behind the houses on both sides, several hunters wearing red vortex masks and holding long swords quickly emerged. At this moment, Cao Xing understood the identity of the assassin. It's actually this group of guys. At this moment, the 3 assassins have already rushed up. Sarah, with murderous intent on her face, said coldly, "You lowly bugs, dare to offend the Lord, I will cut off your heads." Sarah rushed out instantly. After the bonus of Queen's Will, her movement speed can be said to be terrifyingly fast, completely surpassing the 3 assassins. At this moment, the shadow blade came into contact with the 3 daggers. Ding. Ding ding. After 3 metal intersections, the 3 shadows instantly retreated. There was surprise in their eyes. What a strong assassin. Didn't they say that there was only a second level leader level knight beside this person? Damn it. The information is wrong. At the same time, Sarah had already pounced on them like a tigress, with fierce movements, as if she wanted to tear the 3 assassins into pieces. These assassins were suppressed by Sarah and had no power to fight back. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing gradually relaxed. Damn, I almost peed myself. Fortunately, I have the holy shield on me. At this time, Liu Muxue also raised her shield, concentrating her attention and guarding Cao Xing. The assassination just now scared her. In fact, with Cao Xing's current health and buffs, even if Sarah didn't appear, he could probably barely block the remaining 2 attacks. However, he would be in a very dangerous situation at that time. At the same time, Cao Xing glanced at the hunters rushing from both sides of the street. They were all ordinary 2nd level strongmen of more than 10 levels. Although there were many people, they were not to be feared. So, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Assam, kill them all." Assam raised his long sword directly, and the terrifying sword energy condensed. In the name of justice, wipe out everything. Cut. Swish. Swish swish swish. Dense damage numbers floated up. These crazy cultists were instantly swept away in large numbers, knocking down the houses on both sides of the street. Boom. The group of hunters who were swept away exclaimed, "What a strong knight. Hold him, and some people will hold the archer next to him. The target is the Lord of the Other World. Everyone kill him together." The goal of these hunters is very clear. Hold the recruited creatures around Cao Xing, and then decapitate them. Cao Xing frowned. He didn't understand why this group of hunters would target him, and it seemed that they knew him. You know, even if he had knocked down 2 hunter camps before and made enemies with these cultists, his actions were very clean. Basically, he cut the grass and uprooted it, leaving no trouble. So it is impossible for this group of hunters to target him so quickly. And soon, Cao Xing knew how he was exposed. These dozen hunters were suppressed by Assam and Irina in all aspects, and they couldn't get close to Cao Xing at all. One of the hunters shouted, "We need support, come out." The next moment, more than a dozen hunters emerged from the houses on both sides. Not only that, a large group of survivors with names on their heads also rushed out from the previous tavern. Kill him. This kid is Cao Xing, the one that Boss Fang Long wants to kill. Boy, dare to offend our 3 hero society, you are dead this time. At the same time, in addition to this group of survivors, they also brought a total of more than a dozen recruited creatures. At this moment, together with a group of hunters, at least 70 or 80 people besieged Cao Xing at the same time. Cao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization, and he also understood who wanted to assassinate him. The 3 hero society. These guys actually found their coordinates and waited for them in this place to ambush them. However, what Cao Xing did not expect was that they could actually unite with the hunters to deal with him. The sudden scene not only made Cao Crossing confused, but even the villagers and militiamen of Hog Village fled the battlefield one by one, not daring to approach at all. Dozens of survivors rushed towards Cao Crossing in a mighty manner. There were men, women, young and old. It seemed that they had summoned all the members of the Three Heroes Society in this area, along with their families. A survivor named Wang Yachuan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Boy, you finally fell into our hands today, didn't you? This time, let's see how you run. This is the fate of you offending our Three Heroes Association. Cao Crossing just glanced at him lightly and said with a look of looking at a fool. You don't think that you can deal with me with a group of level 3 and 4 trash fish? Please, this is a different world. Fighting is not useful just by having a large number of people. Wang Yachuan was stunned, then sneered. Who said that having a large number of people is useless? There are so many of us. One attack from each of us can drown you, and your recruited creatures will be killed in seconds. All long range attacks, throw them all over to me, kill him. The survivors of the Three Heroes Association gathered their attacks. Cao Crossing casually raised his staff. The next moment, an ice wall appeared in front of him. The long range attacks of those survivors were crackling and hitting him. However, Cao Crossing's mental power has now exceeded 100, and the durability of this ice wall is as high as 1040. -7, -14, -8, -11. The dense attacks fell, splashing a bunch of single digit or even more than 10 points of damage. The survivors' concentrated firepower only destroyed half of Cao Crossing's ice wall's durability. Seeing this scene, the survivors' hearts sank. Wang Yachuan ordered, "Damn, the ice wall is so thick, let the recruited creatures attack together." As soon as the words fell, the Imperial warriors and mage apprentices they summoned gathered various attacks and attacked Cao Crossing. Crack. The ice wall shattered. The attack of these recruited creatures was much higher. The survivors of the Three Heroes Society showed ecstasy in their eyes. Ha ha ha. The ice wall is broken. Bastard, let's see how you can stop our attack. Come on, kill him. In an instant, dozens of survivors rushed towards Cao Crossing. At this moment, Renis and Assam were both held back by a large number of hunters, and Sarah was fighting 3 powerful assassins alone. Seeing this, Sarah and Assam, 2 recruited creatures with a loyalty of 100, shouted angrily, "Don't even think about hurting the Lord." They abandoned the enemy in front of them and rushed towards Cao Crossing at the cost of the attack. Damage numbers popped up above their heads. However, Cao Crossing saw this and waved his hand and said, "You guys focus on dealing with the opponent in front of you. I can handle this." Hearing this, Assam and Sarah wanted to continue rushing over, but Cao Crossing said, "This is an order." The two heard the seriousness and confidence in Cao Crossing's words. Then they turned around without hesitation and fought with their opponents. At this moment, Cao Crossing raised his staff again. While he was chanting magic, Liu Muxue raised her shield and blocked him. Bang, bang bang bang. -11, -15, -8, -17. Magic attacks and arrows hit Liu Muxue's shield, and after the 3 layers of golden holy shield were shattered, a large number of damage were caused. This wave of concentrated fire almost knocked off 200 points of Liu Muxue's health, nearly 1/6 of her health. The next moment, a +83 recovery number appeared above Liu Muxue's head, and her health increased again. Seeing this scene, the group of survivors of the Three Heroes Society was shocked. Fuck. This woman has such a high defense, my wizard's men can only attack so little. My Imperial archer is the same, her armor is too high. Don't talk nonsense, keep grinding her health. At this time, the benefit of having an Aurora Knight guard beside Cao Crossing was reflected. After a lot of buff bonuses and equipment bonuses on her body, Liu Muxue's armor has far exceeded that of these survivors from level 3 to level 5. It is difficult for them to break through Liu Muxue's defense and hurt Cao Crossing behind her. At this moment, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society ordered, "Everyone rush up, let's pile up this Cao Crossing to death. He's just a mage, he'll be finished if we surround him." The next moment, the group of survivors of the Three Heroes Society rushed over in a huge crowd. At the same time, Cao Crossing's magic was ready. Looking at the group of survivors, Cao Crossing chuckled, "Who relies on numbers to win a fight now? My lord, times have changed. Now it's the age of magic. A rain of ice arrows emitting cold air appeared. Not only that, this attack also triggered the special effect of the robes, shadow of the snow mountain. The rain of ice arrows directly turned into two. Crash. Dense ice arrows fell. -247, -258, -334, -271. Cao Xing is a second level magician, with a full set of equipment and buffs. It can be said that these survivors are crushed. Dense damage numbers floated up, and in an instant, several third and fourth level humans were taken away by Cao Xing. The system prompt appeared. Kill survivor, Gan Xiang LV4. Kill survivor, Liu Yanran LV3. Kill survivor. There were 7 or 8 more bodies pierced by ice arrows on the ground. Seeing this scene, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society felt a chill on their backs. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Don't enter his attack range. Retreat quickly. Cao Xing's 2 rains of ice arrows completely blocked the street. Puff. Puff. After a few flesh sounds, a few more unlucky people who didn't have time to evacuate were pierced on the spot and died. Hiss. This scene made the survivors of the Three Heroes Society feel cold. Fuck. This guy has such a high attack power, he has already advanced. The commander of the Three Heroes Society said again. Don't confront him head on, go and attack him from behind. Receiving his order, the survivors quickly dispersed and prepared to besiege Cao Xing from all sides. Liu Muxue raised her shield with a serious face. She was ready to fight these guys to the death. Soon, more than 20 figures appeared around Cao Xing and surrounded him. Wang Yaqian also walked around behind Cao Xing, with a look of shock in his eyes, as expected of the number 1 on the list. Such a strong attack power. But it's over now. All your recruited creatures have been held back by us, and you have no other helpers. You and this woman can never be our opponents. Cao Xing glanced at the entrance of the village, and saw a figure running wildly approaching quickly. Cao Xing smiled and said, who said I don't have other helpers? Hearing this, Wang Yaqian's face changed slightly. He instinctively realized that something was wrong and quickly gave an order. Hurry up. Kill this guy first. At this moment, Cao Xing shouted. Dabe. Come and save me. As soon as Cao Xing finished speaking, a deafening sound suddenly rang out at the entrance of the village. Moo. The terrifying sound waves echoed in everyone's ears like a substance. Boom. Boom. It seemed as if some huge monster was rushing towards them at high speed. The group of survivors looked up at the entrance of the village with shocked eyes. The next moment, a mammoth, followed by a frost wolf, and a woman with a spider lower body and a human body suddenly appeared. As soon as Cao Xing was besieged, he sent a message through the connection between pets and owners. Dabe also rushed out of the shed as soon as possible, including Hilda and the frost wolf. After seeing Dabe rushing out, they also realized that something might have happened in the village. So, they rushed over together. From hundreds of meters away, Dabe saw at a glance that the group of guys who were besieging Cao Xing, and his pupils suddenly widened, and his anger burned. Moo. Dabe directly activated Furious Charge, and the already terrifying movement speed increased by 200% again. Boom. The ground shook wildly, and the terrifying power almost made the survivors feel unable to resist. Damn, what is that thing? Go and stop it. However, these survivors, who were at most level 4 or 5, wanted to stop Dabe. This is like a few porcelain dolls trying to intercept a dump truck. At the moment of contact, an unimaginable force appeared. Bang. Bang bang bang. The survivors who rushed over only felt that their bones were shattered in an instant. Then they flew out directly. A terrifying number appeared above their heads. -1354, -1406, -1274. The survivors who flew out were dead after landing. They were killed instantly on the spot. This scene made the survivors on the scene scalp numb and a chill ran down their backs. Damn it, didn't they say that there was a leader level knight next to Cao Xing? Where did this monster come from? The survivors of the Three Heroes Society had already had a strong fear in their eyes. However, at this time, Dabe had already started a killing spree. With a loyalty of 100, Dabe even regarded Cao Xing's life as more important than his own. And these guys actually besieged Cao Xing when he was away, which made Dabe feel extremely angry. Moo. Dabe rushed out like a violent beast. Thanks, book friend 20,240,317,236 EB for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend. 161,015,004,705,894 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Lost Angel for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 55 Mark 7 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 202205072103415111 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, come and have a look for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. PS. Because it is a bit troublesome to divide it into 3 chapters, and it will cause the plot to be incoherent, affecting the reading of book friends. So starting today, 5,000 chapters per day, updated into chapters every day. Thanks to the support of book friends. Chapter 110. Killing. Fang Long's camp coordinates. Bang. Bang. Dabe rushed forward. His huge nose swung wildly. Puff puff puff. There were bursts of fleshy sounds. The survivors of the 3 heroes were swept away in pieces. Not only that, Dabe also rushed directly to the side of the group of hunters to help Rinus and Assam deal with the enemies in front of them. At the same time, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda and the Frost Wolf also joined the battle. Hilda licked her dark purple lips just after coming out. Can we start killing people? I like it. The next moment, the Blood Spider Queen swung her belly directly, and a group of blood spiders as big as the head and blood red bodice suddenly appeared. These blood spiders moved very fast, and there were as many as 20 or 30 of them. In a very short time, they rushed to the battlefield. And they also crawled onto the survivors and the recruited creatures. Ah. What the hell is this? Get these damn spiders off me. They attacked the blood spiders on their bodies frantically. However, the moment the blood spider's blood volume was reduced to 0, their bellies suddenly bulged. Puff. Puff puff puff. Balls of blood exploded. The blood stained the skin of the survivors and immediately made a hissing sound. After a while, their skin and flesh melted, revealing the white bones inside. The horrible pain corroded the nerves of the survivors. Ah. It hurts. Heal me quickly. Heal me quickly. Knight. Where's the knight? Cast a holy healing spell on me. Although the blood poisoning state can be expelled by the purification spell, there are too many self-exploding spiders. Not only that, the Blood Spider Queen on the side raised her belly again. Puff. Puff puff. 3 balls of corrosive blood erupted in succession, and several survivors were immediately stained with this blood. This was a blood that was more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid. Ah. The screams that made people's scalps numb were endless. Even the militiamen and villagers of Hog Village who were watching the battle from a distance turned pale. With the addition of Dabe and Zida, the situation began to be a one-sided slaughter. This time, this group of survivors, their recruited creatures, and hunters, the total number of people added up to hundreds. However, such a powerful force was easily resolved by Cao Xing. The crisis on Cao Xing's side was resolved. Liu Muxue's tense body gradually relaxed, her legs trembled slightly, and her face turned a little pale. Cao Xing encouraged, Muxue, you did a good job just now. Liu Muxue also nodded gently. She didn't have time to think about anything just now. There was only one thought in her mind, to block the attacks of those people for Cao Xing. Now thinking back, Liu Muxue couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. And after this time, she has also grown a lot. At this time, Cao Xing's eyes swept across the battlefield in other areas. The battle on Serap's side was also coming to an end. The health of the 3 assassins had been reduced to less than 1/5 by her. It was these 3 assassins who launched the attack first. Cao Xing took a look at their attributes. Hunter Assassin Captain LV22, level, tier 3 elite creature HP. 3341/13780, attack power. 794841, skills, backstab, eviscerate, stealth, knife throwing, talent, none. Hunter Assassin LV21, level, tier 3 common creature HP. 1674/10260, attack power. 63 36 51. Skills, backstab, stealth, knife throwing, talent, none. Good fellow. 3 tier 3 assassins. One of them is a tier 3 elite. How did Fang Long convince these hunters to come against me? This made Cao Xing very curious. He planned to leave a few alive to interrogate them. At this time, Sarah also showed the horror of a tier 3 leader assassin. A black shadow passed by with a cold light. Arc flash. Swish. Swish. -1754 -2141 -3375. 3 terrifying damage numbers appeared. One of the ordinary 3rd level killers was killed on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the hunter killer LV-22 and gained experience points. 880 combatants gained experience points. 440 at the same time. Assam and Irina, with the cooperation of Dabe, also burst out crazily, killing hunters one by one. Your territory member, Assam, killed the hunter scout LV-16 and gained experience points 180 points. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye, killed the hunter axeman LV-15 and gained experience points 150 points. Your pet, Dabe, killed the hunter scout LV-17 and gained experience points. Killing prompts appeared one by one. Most of this group of hunters have been killed, plus the group of survivors. There are already dozens of corpses piled up on this street. Cao Xing said quickly, "Don't kill all the recruited creatures, just beat them half to death." Hearing this, Assam and others who were killing continuously slowed down their attack rhythm. When the hunters saw the death of their companions, the remaining 2 hunter killers realized that today's operation had failed. Under the mask of the elite killer, a hoarse female voice came out. "The operation failed. Retreat." Hearing her order, the remaining hunters on the field were ready to give up the opponent in front of them. However, how could Cao Xing let them go? "Leave these hunters. Don't let any of them go. Zilda, use Soul Scream for me." Hilton on the side obeyed the order and directly released the crowd control skill. Ah! A terrifying scream turned into an invisible sound wave and spread throughout the street. The enemies who heard the scream suddenly showed a look of fear in their eyes. They seemed to see the scene of their own death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sarah slashed at another 3rd level killer next to her without hesitation. Poof. -2144. A bloody mark suddenly appeared on the killer's neck, and then he died on the spot. At this time, Cao Xing also raised his staff and kept killing the survivors. He used the Great Ice Spear, Ice Cone, and Ice Ball alternately. Cao Xing is now a 2nd level frost mage, and he has a lot of equipment. With his current attack power, at most 2 skills can take a person's life. Kill survivors, Zhang Zhang Jiang LV4. Kill survivors, Ni Zeng LV5. Kill survivors. Ah. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please let me go. Spare me. Spare me. Screams continued to ring. There were more cold corpses on the ground. This was not a game world, but real death. Cao Xing had no mercy on these guys. They were here to kill him. If it weren't for Cao Xing's strong strength, the corpse lying on the ground now would be him. As the screams became weaker and weaker, the battle here was also approaching its end. There were fewer and fewer figures who could stand. The remaining few Imperial warriors and archers, as well as several mage apprentices, were trembling. Their masters had already been killed by Cao Xing's men. Seeing the might of Hilda and Dabe, they dared not make any moves. Sarah's eyes were cold as she fought with the elite killer. The opponent's body was covered with bloodstains, and his health had dropped below 1000. Sarah was ready to swing the last knife to end his life, and the killer also had a death determination in his eyes. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly said, "Sarah, stop, leave a living person." Sarah stopped her movements instantly. However, at this time, the hunter killer, who thought he was doomed, suddenly saw Sarah stop and thought he had hope of survival again. She was about to run away. "Hilda, trap her." The blood spider queen was full of disgust. "TSK. My spider web is not used to trap these ants." After she finished speaking, she threw a spider web directly over and completely covered the killer. Cao Xing rolled his eyes at the queen, who said one thing and thought another. The 3rd level elite killer was trapped in the spider web and wanted to use a dagger to cut through Zira's spider web. At this moment, Cao Xing said, "If you make any more moves, I will kill you on the spot." Hearing the threat, the killer gradually stopped his movements. Cao Xing also looked at the battle behind him. Now there are only a few hunters still resisting on the field. And there are only the last 7 or 8 survivors left on the SYNOPSIS side. They kept raising their weapons, trying to hurt everyone with their pitiful attack power. Then they hit Dabe and Zida, and even caused only single-digit damage, and sometimes they didn't break the defense. Only then did they realize how big the gap between them and Cao Xing was. One of the survivors collapsed and said, "Damn it. Fang Long asked us to deal with Cao Xing. Why didn't he know his strength in advance? Why did he ask us to deal with such a monster? The gap is too big. Even if we call 100 people, we can't take him down. We can't be his opponent at all. Fang Long is so stupid. My whole family was killed. Fang Long, I hate you." The survivors had resentment in their eyes. Some resent Fang Long, some resent Cao Xing. But for Cao Xing, there was no wavering in his heart. It was strange. They followed the wrong person. At this moment, one of the survivors dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Master Cao Xing, we are blind and want to deal with you without knowing what we are capable of. Please let us go once. This time we go back, we will definitely withdraw from the Three Heroes Association and change our ways from now on." Another survivor also begged, "Cao Xing, you have killed my wife, and I still have 2 children in my territory. Please let me go, and let me go back to take care of my children. Master Cao Xing, please let us go." The remaining survivors also kept begging for mercy. However, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Only 2 people will be left alive, and all the others will be killed." Hearing Cao Xing's order, Assam and Irina did not hesitate at all. When they entered the summoning space, they were already experienced warriors and had seen many such scenes. Therefore, they did not show any mercy. Puff, 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 puff. Blood flowers floated up. The hunters were almost wiped out, and the survivors and their recruited creatures were basically killed. Finally, there were only 2 guys left, lying in a pool of blood, trembling. Assam, Rinus, tie these 2 guys up. If you see their mouths or fingers move, kill them directly. Cao Xing wanted to prevent them from contacting Fang Long and spreading the news here. Hearing this, Assam immediately put his sword on their necks, and Rinus also pulled the bowstring, ready to kill them at any time. The 2 survivors didn't have any movement at this time, and huddled on the ground without daring to move. Cao Xing went directly to the side of the 3rd level elite assassin and asked, "Who asked you to kill me?" The assassin remained silent, and seemed to be completely unprepared to compromise. "Sarah, cut off her mask for me." Swish. Sarah waved the shadow blade without hesitation. The mask was cut open, revealing the face of a Western woman who looked to be in her 20s, with decent features. There was a cold look in her eyes. Cao Xing continued, "I'll ask you again, who told you to kill me?" However, the elite assassin still refused to speak. Zida, who was standing by, came over and said, "Do you want me to try?" Cao Xing looked at Hilton, who looked eager to try. Cao Xing nodded. The next moment, Zida chuckled, stretched out her finger, and a ball of blood-poisoned liquid spurted out. The blood fell on the elite assassin's abdomen, and her clothes were immediately corroded, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Sizzle. Not only that, the drop of blood quickly burned her skin, burning her flesh and blood until it festered. The elite assassin frowned tightly, as if she was suffering from an unimaginable pain. -10, -10, damage kept appearing on her head. Just a drop of blood had such a strong corrosive effect. It is conceivable how painful it would be for those who were infected by the blood poison. As time went by, the pain felt by the assassin became more intense. His lips turned white, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Cao Xing asked again, still refusing to speak. However, the elite assassin still clenched her teeth and let the blood poison erode her skin. Zida sneered, "TSK. You seem to be very stubborn, but you'd better keep your mouth shut. Next, I will apply the blood poison to your face, then your eyes, and finally your heart. I hope you can hold on to the last link." The Blood Spider Queen had an intoxicated expression on her face. She seemed to enjoy this torturous scene. Hearing this, not only the elite assassin, including the 7 or 8 recruited creatures captured behind, and the 2 survivors, all felt a shudder all over their bodies. The elite killer showed a hesitant look on her face, but she still tilted her head to one side, with the momentum of preferring death to submission. And the blood spider queen naturally would not hesitate at all. She directly dropped 2 drops of blood, and fell on the woman's face. Hiss, hiss. After a while, the skin on her face was corroded, revealing scarlet flesh. Ugh. The horrible pain made her groan in pain. The blood spider queen showed an intoxicated expression on her face. As she continued to drop drops of blood, they fell on the elite assassin. The female assassin began to tremble all over because of the severe pain. Just as the blood spider queen was about to burn her eyes, the female assassin had a crazy expression on her face. Kill me, I won't tell you anything. You pagans, when the god of light returns to the world, all of you will be punished by the gods. Haha. Ha. Cao Xing frowned. Seeing that the elite assassin's body was corroded by blood poison, his health had dropped to the lowest level. He also knew that the other party would not say anything. So Cao Xing condensed a large ice spear and stabbed it directly. Poof. -113. The opponent's defense was reduced, but it still caused good damage. The opponent's health was reduced to 0. Successfully killed the hunter killer, level 22 elite creature, killed a monster above the level, and gained experience points. 1320 200%. Combatants gain half of the experience points. At this moment, with the death of this elite assassin, Cao Xing came to the side of the other 2 survivors. He glanced at the information above their heads. One was called Liu, and the other was called Du Baichun. Cao Xing asked directly, do you 2 want to die or live? The 2 survivors, who had witnessed the horrific scene when the blood spider queen tortured people, immediately nodded one by one. I want to live. I want to live. They were afraid that the blood spider queen would use the same method on them. That would be worse than death. Cao Xing nodded. Then now, I ask, you answer. Did Fang Long send you here? Yes. Yes. The 2 survivors replied hurriedly. Cao Xing continued to ask, do you know what's going on with these guys? Among them, the survivor named Liu said, I know. It seems that Fang Long asked them to come. Cao Xing was stunned. This Fang Long has such great power, and he can also let such a high-level hunter come to kill me. Liu hurriedly said, I don't know the specific situation. I only know that Fang Long seems to have made a deal with the group of hunters. I also saw that the group of hunters entered Fang Long's territory and came and went freely. Hearing this, Cao Xing was thoughtful. Deal. What did Fang Long have to attract these hunters? Could it be that he gave his territory to the group of hunters? Cao Xing's heart moved. This is very likely. Through the development during this period of time, he already knew that in the eyes of the aborigines, their territory was a magical thing. If Fang Long offered his territory to the group of cultists, maybe he could really invite the hunters to kill him. Cao Xing nodded. One last question. Do you know the coordinates of Fang Long's territory? Hearing this question, the 2 survivors looked at each other again. They seemed to realize something. Fang Long might be in trouble. Liu asked hesitantly, we told you, can you let us go? Cao Xing nodded. I can consider it. But you have to answer together. If I find that your coordinates are deviated, I will kill you both without hesitation. Cao Xing had tricked Fang Long before with fake coordinates. Of course, he would not be fooled here. A strong look of joy appeared on the faces of the 2. They said in unison and quickly reported the same coordinates. Cao Xing nodded and then opened the map to check according to the coordinates. He found that it was not too far from his location, about 70 kilometers and 100 kilometers from his own territory. At his current speed, he could arrive in more than 2 hours. Cao Xing already had a plan in mind. It happened that the novice protection period was about to end. So tomorrow, he would go to push Fang Long's territory. It's not comfortable to be remembered by such a vengeful guy. Chapter 111 Recruiting Newcomers and Friendship with Hog Village. At this time, the 2 survivors asked, Ko. Boss Cao Xing. We have told you what you want to know. Can you let us go? Cao Xing nodded. Okay. The 2 survivors showed strong joy in their eyes. And at this moment, A cold light passed across their necks. -2054, -2175. The two heads tilted and died immediately. Cao Xing looked at the pile of corpses on the street, and several Imperial soldiers and Imperial archers who were beaten half to death. The blood dyed the ground red, and several houses on both sides were destroyed. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the ordinary villagers. Cao Xing said, "Assam, Renus, clean up the battlefield." A few minutes ago, a few dozen kilometers away from Hog Village, there was a survivors camp. Fang Long and his family, in the territory hut, looked respectfully at a hunter in black robes and a mask on his face. His attitude was very humble. Fang Long said with a smile on his face, "My lord priest, you have also seen my territory. What do you think?" The black-robed priest nodded. "Not bad. You are worthy of being the chosen lord. This is a good hiding place. The soldiers of those kingdoms basically won't enter here to search. Then, as agreed, I will send my assassins to deal with that kid. And your territory will be used as a base for our Church of Light to ensure that our position will not be exposed." At this point, the black-robed priest's tone became a little cold and said, "If you dare to betray the Church of Light, I think you should know the consequences. At that time, you will ask me to kill you." Hearing the last sentence, Fang Long and his family trembled all over. But he quickly put on a smile and nodded respectfully. "Don't worry, Lord Priest. Since I have joined the Church of Light, I will definitely serve the church wholeheartedly." The black-robed priest nodded. "Then, you can leave. This hut will be our temporary base in the future." "Okay, Lord Priest." Fang Long took his family and respectfully left the Lord's hut. No one could have imagined that this group of hunters would be so cunning that they would use the survivors' territory as a hiding place. However, before they were about to leave, the black-robed priest stopped his gaze on the beautiful woman next to Fang Long. This woman is Fang Long's wife, named Lan Qian. In Xiangjiang City, she is also one of the more famous beauties. Although her looks are not as good as the top 10 goddesses such as Liu Muxue and Yan Jingwei, she is also a very eye-catching existence among ordinary people. At this time, Lan Qian had two ponytails, light makeup on her face, and her big blinking eyes looked very pure. And under the wolfskin coat was a pair of beautiful legs in fishnet stockings. It gave people a pure and lustful style. For these indigenous people, this was a woman they had never seen before. The black-robed priest suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Fang Long and the others stopped and said, "What's wrong, priest? Is this woman your wife?" Fang Long nodded, "Yes, sir." The black-robed priest did not speak, but looked at Lan Qian with a scrutinizing look, his eyes revealing an interested look. Lan Qian felt a little uncomfortable under his naked gaze. Fang Long did not dare to breathe for a while. After a moment, the black-robed priest chuckled and said, "It's okay, you go first." Fang Long and the others felt relieved. At the same time, Fang Long had brought his family to the shelter nearby. The beautiful woman next to him asked softly, "Brother Long, are we really going to give up our territory to these guys? I heard that they are all a group of cultists, and the whole kingdom is looking for them. If we are exposed, will we be implicated?" Fang Long chuckled and said, Qian, you don't understand. After today, we will be released from the novice protection mode, and the development in the future will be much more difficult than it is now. Although this group of hunters are crazy and evil, they are strong enough and their members are spread all over the Ice Crystal Kingdom. We can use their power to quickly develop the territory, then use our advantages to harvest other players. After reaching a certain strength, we will report these guys to the Ice Crystal Kingdom, which is equivalent to eating from both ends. Hearing this, Fang Long's parents and the beautiful woman next to them all had a look of realization in their eyes. And the eyes looking at Fang Long were also full of admiration. "Brother Long, you are so amazing. You can actually think of this method." The middle-aged man next to him also praised, "You are worthy of being my son." Fang Long had a smile on his face, and he seemed to enjoy the praise of his family very much. The beautiful woman continued to whisper, "Brother Long, I heard that you sent someone to kill Cao Xing today. He is already the highest level person in District 174, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Fang Long smiled and said, "What can go wrong? This time, in order to show their sincerity and cooperation, the group of hunters actually sent more than a dozen second level hunters and 3 third level killers at once. TSK. I'm really jealous. How great it would be if I had this power. With this batch of power, when the novice protection period ends tomorrow, I can push away all the survivor camps within dozens of kilometers nearby and force them to join our 3 Heroes Association. Then use this to expand continuously. It won't be long before I have the final say in the entire District 174. Fang Long's eyes were filled with strong yearning, but he soon shook his head. He also knew that this was not very realistic. But this time, that stinky boy will definitely not be able to escape. He is dead. His family members looked at each other and showed a look of relief on their faces. The beautiful woman also nodded. Then he said hesitantly, Brother Long, although these hunters are very strong, I always feel that they have some bad intentions. Besides, the black-robed priest looked at me strangely. Fang Long's face rose. He also saw the naked look in the black-robed priest's eyes when he looked at Lan Kai and Qian. But now they still have to rely on others' strength, and they dare not attack. Fang Long reluctantly comforted Lan Kai and Qian and told her not to worry. Then he waited silently. A few minutes later, Fang Long received a message. Boss, the target has appeared. It's Cao Xing. There is an elite second level archer beside him. Fang Long's expression suddenly lifted, and he quickly replied, very good, it's just an elite archer, no problem. Next, you cooperate with the group of hunters, don't worry about it, go out to kill him directly. The other side replied, received, boss, we will act immediately. After closing the private chat, Fang Long had an expectant expression on his face. Then he and his family waited for good news. However, not long after, Fang Long noticed that the avatars in the friend list dimmed. Fang Long's expression changed immediately. Damn, isn't it going to go wrong again this time? After changing his mind, Fang Long breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a few people died. That guy is very strong. It's normal to have some casualties. Fang Long comforted himself in this way. However, not long after, when he saw that the avatars in the friend list dimmed one after another, most of the survivors he sent out had died. At this moment, Fang Long felt a chill rushing to his head instantly. Damn, what's going on? So many people went to assassinate Cao Xing. How could they fail? Fang Long's family also saw that something was wrong with his condition. His mother asked, Xian Long, what happened? Fang Long didn't say anything, but his face became more and more livid. When he saw that the people he sent out were annihilated, his fists clenched even more fiercely. At this moment, Fang Long walked out of the shelter directly, came straight to the Lord's hut, and pushed open the door. Seeing Fang Long coming in, the black-robed priest looked impatient. Didn't I tell you? This place will be our temporary office in the future. You have to understand some rules. However, Fang Long said with a sullen face at this time, the assassination failed, and our people were wiped out. Hearing this, the black-robed priest's face changed. What did you say? At the same time, Cao Xing also cleaned up the battlefield. He picked up all the things that exploded from the bodies of the hunters and the survivors. Cao Xing has obtained a total of coins, asterisk 2723. Primary power heart, asterisk 3, dark knight dagger, blue, standard machete, green, asterisk 7, standard iron bow, green, asterisk 4, damaged wool coat, asterisk 4, damaged linen clothes, asterisk 7, dirty hat, asterisk 8, dry food, asterisk 241. In addition to the green weapons and 3 primary power hearts that exploded from the group of hunters. Those survivors are all poor guys. I just took off a few sets of tattered clothes. Of course, this may be because they put all their resources in the storage boxes of their territories. Unless their territories are found later, and their storage boxes are looted. At this time, Cao Xing remembered something. These guys came with their families to kill me this time. After I wiped them out, many territories no longer have a lord and are in a state of being ownerless. If I can find the territories of these guys, I can not only plunder their territories for supplies, but also bring all their polar people here to increase my manpower. Cao Xing thought for a moment and came up with an idea. So, Cao Xing looked at the several recruited creatures lying on the ground. Originally, 8 people were left, but 2 died due to excessive blood loss. The remaining 6 were also in a dying state. 3 imperial soldiers, 1 wild boar warrior, and 2 female mage apprentices. The levels were between 5 and 8. Cao Xing walked over and said directly, "You just tried to assassinate this lord, so according to the rules, I will kill you and hang your bodies in this lord's territory to warn those restless guys." Hearing this, the imperial soldiers were fine. The 2 female mages who fell in a pool of blood raised their heads with difficulty and asked, Will you take off our clothes before hanging our bodies?" Cao Xing's actions just now were seen by them. This is really a cruel lord who didn't even let go of those corpses. Cao Xing nodded. Of course, this is the rule. Hearing this, the 2 female mages were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were about to cry out of grievance. They were just apprentices of the Milando Mage Association, and they were not very old. Before entering the summoning space, a barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of Cao Xing's mouth. Then he said, "But I know that you attacked me because you were driven by your lord. And I'm a kind lord. So now, I'm willing to give you a choice, to submit to me, or to die." Hearing this, the 6 recruited creatures lying on the ground looked at each other, and then they replied without hesitation, "We are willing to submit to you, this powerful lord." They are just some ordinary creatures, and these survivors do not have much chance. Unlike Cao Xing, who trained a Sam from an ordinary creature to the leader level. Therefore, their loyalty is not high. Even if the loyalty reaches 100, as long as the lord dies, the recruited creatures under his command will succumb for survival. Unless it is like a Sam, who is a diehard loyalist. In this way, even if the lord dies, a Sam will fight to the end for the territory. Cao Xing sent recruitment invitations to all of them. The system prompt appears. Cantha Empire Soldier, Jantoro/Rakid/Yusef, joined your territory. Territory population +3. Wild Boar Tribe Warrior, Blitz Rainer, joined your territory. Territory population +1. Milando Mage Association, Zeluvia/Ali, joined your territory. Territory population +2. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Liu Muxue, cast holy healing on them. Liu Muxue walked over, raised the silver sword, and shot holy light energy. At the same time, Cao Xing also raised his staff and cast ice healing on them one by one. These dying recruited creatures gradually recovered. At the same time, the militiamen of Hog Village came over cautiously after seeing the end of the battle here. Sir, what happened? The militia captain looked at Cao Xing and asked cautiously. Cao Xing turned around, cleared his throat, and then said righteously, "Everyone, you have seen it. These are the hunters, those crazy guys. The others are also cultists of the Church of Light. They tried to assassinate this lord, but they were all killed by my powerful men. This evil church, everyone can kill it." Cao Xing seemed very indignant. No matter what the reason behind the matter is, it is always right to classify yourself on the side of justice first. Those villagers naturally know the fierce reputation of the hunters. They did see the iconic masks of those guys on the ground. The villagers recovered from their previous panic one by one, and their faces were very excited. The hunters who had frightened them before were actually killed by this lord. This shows how powerful the opponent is. My lord, your power is comparable to the Earth Knights of the Empire. Yes, you are eliminating harm for the people. The goddess of order will bless you. When the militia looked at Cao Xing, their faces were also full of admiration. A system prompt appeared. You killed a group of hunters. The villagers of Hog Village witnessed your heroic deeds. The favorability of Hog Village has been improved. Current status, friendly. Note, after improving the favorability between forces, you will have a greater chance of triggering the special tasks of the force, and you will also have a higher chance of recruiting special personnel when recruiting in the tavern. Seeing the prompt, Cao Xing was delighted. I didn't expect that this could also improve the favorability of the force. This group of villagers didn't know the truth behind it. They only knew that it was this young lord who killed those crazy guys. Of course, if it weren't for Cao Xing's words, it might have been left unresolved, and it might even cause the villagers to fear him. This world seems to be getting more and more interesting, and different effects can be brought about by his different actions. Cao Xing's mouth curled up. At the same time, an old man who looked about the same age as old Mel walked over quickly. He looked very prestigious, and the villagers and militia who were watching actually took the initiative to separate a path for him. Cao Xing took a look at his attributes. Hog Village Chief, Maldoshak LV5, level, First Order Common Creature HP. 280 over 280 attack. 2427, skills, primary management, erudition, talent, none. This is a village chief. He was already alarmed when the battle started. But because the battle scene between Cao Xing and others was too terrifying, this village chief of only level 5 did not dare to approach. It was not until the battle was over that the village chief dared to come to Cao Xing. He also heard what Cao Xing said, so he whispered, "This lord. How did this group of crazy cultists target you?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "It's a long story. It's probably because I saved a few innocent people from them, so they are thinking about it." He made up an excuse. The face of the village chief of Hog Village showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. This lord looks so young, but he has a kind heart and great strength. Your reputation will surely spread throughout the entire snowstorm plain in the near future. At this moment, all the militiamen in Hog Village looked at Cao Xing with respect. However, the two female mages behind Cao Xing curled their lips. In their impression, Cao Xing was not kind at all. He killed so many people in one breath without blinking an eye. He also stripped off their clothes and hung their bodies on pillars. Too cruel. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Village chief, I'm sorry to trouble you to deal with these corpses." The chief of Hoj Village waved his hands and said, "No trouble, no trouble. If it weren't for this warrior, we wouldn't know that so many hunters had sneaked into Hoj Village. It's just a piece of cake. If you have anything else, our Hoj Village will definitely give you all the help we can." Cao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Come to think of it, I do need the village chief's help with something. Thanks to Bookfriend, Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,240,317,236 EBD for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to There Are Bad Guys in the Masses for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 200003172057066366 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to For 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2018061222016815 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Quietly Waiting for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Thanks to Lost Angel for his 500-point reward. Chapter 112 Ailey, do you want it? Come to think of it, I do need the village chief's help with something. The village chief was stunned, and he just mentioned it casually, but the young lord actually spoke. May I ask what it is? Cao Xing pointed at old Mel and his daughter Elisa next to him. When the battle started, Elisa was frightened by following Cao Xing. But fortunately, the target of the group of hunters was Cao Xing. After the initial shock, Elisa quickly got out of the crowd and joined old Mel. Then the two of them hid in the corner and dared not come out. Cao Xing said, "Old Mel and her daughter will join my territory. They will leave Hog Village with their cattle and sheep, but I heard that the villagers of Hog Village need to obtain the approval of the village chief to leave, so." Hearing this, the village chief showed hesitation in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at old Mel beside him and asked, "Mel, do you really want to follow this lord to his territory?" Old Mel nodded, "Yes, village chief Meldo." The village chief sighed, "You are the most experienced cattle farmer in our village. You are very familiar with the habits of these livestock. Other villagers ask you to solve any problems with their cattle and sheep. To be honest, I really don't want you to leave. However, if it is this powerful lord, it is not a bad idea. Hog Village is indeed too weak. You can live more safely in his territory." This respected Lord Cao Xing, I agree. The village chief of Hog Village has agreed to your recruitment application. Mel and Elisa have joined your territory. The population of the territory +2. Cao Crossing's eyes showed joy. He didn't expect the village chief to agree so readily. However, this may also be related to the powerful strength he showed. The village chief was directly shocked. He looked at old Mel next to him and said, "Very good, now you are mine. Now, go pack up, we are going back to the territory." Cao Crossing acted decisively. Old Mel nodded, turned around and took Elisa back to pack his luggage. Cao Crossing also walked out of Hog Village and waited at the entrance of the village. Hog Village will deal with the corpses on the ground. As for how to deal with them, this is not his concern. Half an hour later, Old Mel and Elisa, leading more than a dozen yaks, sheep, and big horned cows, walked out in a mighty manner. The yaks were still carrying large and small bags, which looked like gifts from Old Mel's family. In addition, Cao Crossing also saw several ox carts, which were fully loaded with goods. Old Mel said apologetically, "Sorry, Lord, packing up took a little time. Those ox carts are loaded with hay, which is food for yaks and sheep." Cao Crossing nodded. "It's okay, let's return to the territory now." The group, plus dozens of cattle and sheep, left Hog Village in a mighty manner. This time, although Cao Crossing did not recruit new people in the tavern in the village, he also recruited 6 combat-capable people from the 3 heroes. He took a look at the attributes of these new members. Kanshan Empire Soldier, Racket, level 8, 2243/7000. Second Order Ordinary Creature, HP 780/780. Attack Power 6567. Weapon Bonus, Armor 2428. Skills, Basic Imperial Swordsmanship. When using swords in battle, attack power plus 15%, attack speed plus 10%, 3-stage slash, 3 consecutive attacks, causing 91%, 87%, and 77% physical damage respectively, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Talent, Non-Satisfaction. 66 Loyalty. 52 Evaluation. A well-trained Imperial soldier who can execute battlefield orders very well. Milando Major Apprentice, Ellie, level 7, 4491/6000 HP. 520/520. Attack Power 6365. Skills, Primary Water Coordination. Controls the water element energy in the air. Affected by the world environment, it transforms into controlling the ice element. Water Bomb. Condenses a group of water bombs, which are affected by the world environment, and become ice bombs, causing 122% explosion damage to the enemy, and has a chance to freeze the enemy. The cooling time is 30 seconds. Talent, Magic Affinity. Only humans who are naturally sensitive to magic fluctuations can grow into magicians. Satisfaction. 53 Loyalty. 51 Evaluation. A delicate Major Apprentice. She seems to be scared. Wild Boar Tribe Warrior, Blitz Rainer, level 7, 3913/6000 HP. 820/820. Attack Power 5558. Skills, Dual Blade Flow. Can use 2 weapons at the same time. Pig Rush. Instantly sprint forward a distance, causing 112% *2 piercing damage to the enemy. Cooling time 100 seconds. Talent, Beast Bloodline. Extra HP plus 10%. Satisfaction. 61 Loyalty. 55 Evaluation. A warrior from a mysterious tribe with good combat ability. Cao Crossing nodded. They were all ordinary recruited creatures. At the same level, the Wild Boar Warrior was the strongest. Cao Crossing did not give them more buffs. Because these newcomers were forcibly subdued by him, their loyalty was too low. Cao Crossing was afraid that they would rebel, so he waited for these guys to adapt. The team was larger than before they set out. In the snow, it looked like a large caravan. Because they had to bring yaks, their movement speed was not very fast. According to estimates, it would take at least 3 hours to get back to the territory. By then, it would be almost dark. Cao Crossing thought for a moment and decided to make use of these few hours. He first thought of the territory of the guys from the 3 Heroes Society. So, Cao Crossing looked at the 2 new mages and called them to his side. Eily, Hearing Cao Xing calling her, one of the female mages trembled. She walked over carefully. Lord, you called me? Cao Xing nodded. Tell me about the situation of the territory you stayed in before. Ailey replied cautiously. The territory I stayed in before was okay, but the former lord was a weak human, and there were not many resources in the territory. But he was pretty good. He shared the food with me and those polar people. But because we didn't go out much, our food ran out after a few days. This time, the former lord took me out of the territory and told us that after this, we would have food for the next week. So. Cao Xing glared. So you followed that guy to besiege this lord? Ailey's face turned pale with fright, and her eyes filled with tears. I didn't mean it. Woo. You can hit me and punish me, but don't take off my clothes, okay? Before Cao Xing could say anything, Liu Muxue next to him burst out laughing. He was speechless. Who the hell wants to strip you? Tell me, have all the people in your former lord's territory come out? Ailey stopped, being frightened, and nodded cautiously. For this operation, he brought his family out, and then, you killed them all. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. All dead. This means that there is no controller in that territory anymore, and he can enter at any time, and he will not even be blocked by the novice protection mechanism. Cao Xing continued to ask, do you know the location of the territory? Ailey nodded again. Yes, it's about 10 kilometers away from here. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Very good, then you take us there. Ailey seemed a little embarrassed, and then hesitated. The former lord said that we can't take other people to the vicinity of the territory casually. Cao Xing was happy. This female mage was quite loyal. The former lord was dead, and he still remembered his instructions. But for these recruited creatures, Cao Xing naturally had a way to make them let go. So he took out a piece of roasted rabbit meat from his backpack. Instantly, the rich aroma of meat spread in the team. He had noticed that the satiety of these recruited creatures was at a very low level. It can be seen that the former lord who followed them could not even eat enough. Looking at the rabbit meat in Cao Xing's hand, the 6 new members swallowed their saliva at the same time. A sound of swallowing saliva appeared in the team. Looking at Ailey's eager eyes, Cao Xing smiled and asked, do you want to eat? Ailey nodded repeatedly, and then immediately shook her head. At this time, the wild boar warrior Blitz next to him took the lead and replied, Lord, I know the location of the former lord's territory, and can take you there. The former lord also brought all his family out this time. Now there is no one in that territory except the polar people. Cao Xing smiled and nodded. Blitz, you are very good. After that, Cao Xing directly handed him half a roasted rabbit. The wild boar warrior Blitz hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Thank you for the food. You are a generous lord. Blitz took the barbecue, and then in front of everyone, he took the first bite. Instantly, Wild Blitz's pupils widened and exclaimed, this is not an ordinary barbecue. I tasted salt, honey, and even milk in it. Not only that, I also feel that my strength has been improved. God of beasts, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious and magical barbecue. The other newcomers heard Blitz's description and immediately drooled. Meat that can increase attributes is also extremely rare for them. What's more, it is so delicious. The desire in their eyes was almost impossible to cover up. A system prompt came out. Your territory member, Blitz Rainer, tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat. The attributes were improved. The loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty 65. All of a sudden, Blitz's loyalty increased by nearly 10 points. The power of the secret rabbit meat is really too great. Cao Xing smiled. Blitz, this is just the basic living standard of our territory. Follow me and you can enjoy this delicious food every day. Hearing this, not only Blitz, but also the 3 imperial soldiers and the 2 female mages beside him all had their pupils widened. Under the previous lord, they could not even eat dry bread every day, let alone meat. But the new lord told them that, as long as they followed him, they could eat this precious meat every day. Blitz said gratefully, thank you for your gift, powerful and generous lord. Blitz Rainer, I'm willing to offer my loyalty to you. After saying that, he began to devour the half rabbit. The other 5 people watched his movements and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. In less than half a minute, Blitz finished eating half a piece of rabbit meat in his hand, even the bones. The satiety increased to 70 points, and the whole person seemed more energetic. Lord, I will take you there now. Cao Xing waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry. At this time, Cao Xing took out the other half of the secret rabbit, and said to the apprentice wizard Ailey, "Ailey, do you want it?" Ailey seemed very hesitant. Before she could speak, Zaluvia next to her took the lead and said, "Lord, I know the location of the former lord's territory, which is about 20 kilometers away from us now. If you are willing to give me this half rabbit, I will be happy to take you there." Compared with Ailey, Zaluvia, although also from the Milando Wizard Association, is more mature. With a few freckles on her face, she looks like a big sister next door. Cao Xing smiled and gave the other half of the rabbit to Zaluvia. Zaluvia took it, as if she had found a treasure, and then began to devour it, chewing it with big mouthfuls, completely ignoring the so-called lady image. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member. Zaluvia tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat. The attributes were improved. The loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty. 62. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Sylvia's loyalty has almost reached the passing level, so there is no need to worry about her ability. At the same time, Cao Xing looked at the other 3 imperial swordsmen, and their eyes were also full of desire. Then, he took out 2 rabbits from his backpack, and each of them took half. The 3 soldiers took them tremblingly. "Thank you, respected lord." Under the temptation of delicious food, their loyalty has increased to more than 60. And they told Cao Xing the location of their former territory, including the development of their territory. After listening to them, Cao Xing nodded secretly, except for one of the imperial soldiers who said that there were still survivors in his former territory. The other territories are basically in a state of being ownerless. If all 4 territories can be occupied, not counting other resources, he can bring back at least 16 polar people. For Cao Xing, who needs a lot of manpower, this is a considerable fortune. At this moment, there is only the last major apprentice, Ellie, who insists on not telling the territory of the former lord. Sylvia is also persuading her. Cao Xing held the last half piece of rabbit meat in his hand, and looked at her with a mysterious smile on his face. In the end, Ailey compromised. She knelt in front of Cao Xing respectfully. "Lord, please give Ailey some food. Ailey is willing to take you to the former lord's territory." Cao Xing smiled. "You made the right choice, Ailey." Then, he also gave Ailey half a rabbit. Ailey took it carefully, and took the first bite directly. Just like everyone else. All the hard mouth disappeared the moment she tasted the delicious rabbit meat. There were even little stars in her eyes. Your territory members. Ailey tasted the delicious roasted rabbit meat. The attributes were improved. The loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty. 63. Liu Muxue behind her also had a gratified smile on her face. Then, from Ailey's mouth, Cao Xing learned the location of the last territory. And Cao Xing roughly calculated the location in his mind, based on the location given by the 6 newcomers. Cao Xing frowned and said, "The distance seems a bit far. The distance between each territory is about 10 to 20 kilometers. Even if we plan the route and walk all the way, it will take 2 or 3 hours to get back to the territory. And because we have to take the cattle and sheep, the time will be greatly extended. We may not be able to get back before dark." After thinking for a while, Cao Xing had an idea. He called Assam over. "Knight Assam, you escort Mr. Mel and his cattle and sheep back to the territory first. I will let Rinus go with you to ensure that everything is safe." Assam and Rinus saluted at the same time. "Your order is my mission. I will never let Mr. Mel and the cattle meet." Rinus also clenched her weapon. "My arrows will protect the cattle." Cao Xing nodded. "Very good. Then you go back first. I wish you a safe journey." Assam nodded heavily, and then led the cattle to the territory. The team separated. Cao Xing led Sarah, Zida, Liu Muxue, and 6 newcomers to move in another direction. In this way, the 3 strongest fighters, Dabe, Sarah, and Zida, were still on his side. At least they didn't have to worry about safety. As for Assam, it was not too far from the territory. With the strength of him and Rinus, they were able to deal with many dangers. At this time, the major apprentice Zaluvia took the lead and said, "Lord, the former lord's position is only 15 kilometers away from us. Let me take you there." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, Zaluvia, you lead the way. Zeta, add the queen's will to all these newcomers, to speed up our actions." The blood spider queen came over, and the strong smell of blood made the 6 newcomers on the field stagnate. They seemed to be very afraid of Zeta. Zeta had an impatient look on her face, then slowly raised her 2 slender arms, and her black and purple lips opened slightly. "I call on you in the name of the queen, charge for me." Instantly, the 6 new members felt an irresistible will descending upon their minds, as if they wanted to rush to the battlefield and fight the enemy right now. At the same time, a strange energy was bestowed upon them, causing their mobility to soar. Ailey said with a face, "Good. Such a terrible power." The other 3 Imperial soldiers were even more shocked. If it were on the battlefield, the power of this blood spider lady could even determine the outcome of a war. Cao Xing smiled, and then he and Liu Muxue bestowed various states on them respectively. Chapter 113. Flatten the territory and snatch away their polar people. With the blessing of a lot of buffs, the strength of these newcomers has been greatly improved. At the same time, a series of loyalty improvement system prompts appeared. Their loyalty has all been increased to more than 70. Looking at Cao Xing with fanaticism, 3 Imperial soldiers took the lead, in kneeling on one knee. "You are the lord with the most magical power I have ever seen. Even the former emperor of Canshan did not have a lord as powerful as you." The wild boar warrior raised his 2 swords high, looking at the various multiple shields and blessings on his body, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "This feeling is really good. I'm full of power." Cao Xing nodded. "Then now, the team will move forward at full speed. Go and collect some interest from those who dare to offend me. Plunder their supplies and rob their polar people." The wild boar warrior Blitz responded first, trampling the territory and rob their polar people. Listening to Cao Xing's bandit-like speech, Liu Muxue couldn't help laughing behind him. Moo. Dabe spread his legs and began to run wildly in the snow. At their current marching speed of nearly 60 kilometers, it only takes more than 10 minutes to reach the nearest territory. Boom. Boom. The surrounding scene quickly retreated. The branches, boulders, and even traps buried deep in the snow were all crushed by Dabe's foot. Especially those hunting traps, after being stepped on by Dabe, only broke a layer of its holy shield. Then they were ruthlessly crushed by Dabe. The other recruited creatures followed behind, and they had a smooth journey. 10 minutes later, Cao Xing soon saw the location of one of the camps. There were only a few sparse buildings there, including the Lord's hut, the Polar Man's hut, the ore processing plant, etc. Even the campfire was less than level 5. The 4 polar men were still working hard. From a distance, the polar men also saw Cao Xing and the blood spider queen running wildly. Sylvia said, "Here we are, Lord, this is the territory of my former master." Cao Xing nodded. Then when they were about to enter the territory, the team stopped. Cao Xing turned over and jumped off the mammoth's back. In the territory, the polar people stopped their work and looked at Cao Xing and others in confusion. However, these polar people did not seem to be afraid, but instead started talking. "Abido, this man seems to be another chosen lord. He looks much stronger than our lord. He even has a sacred mammoth as a mount. Following such a lord, you will definitely have a good life." The polar man next to him slapped him. "Don't talk nonsense. We can only be loyal to Lord Zhang Wei and his family. Do you want to violate the lord's contract?" The polar man was hit, holding his head, and said a little aggrievedly, "I'm just talking. Of course I know I have to be loyal to Lord Zhang Wei." At this time, another polar man said, "Stop arguing. Look, does this chosen lord want to come in?" Hearing this, the other polar men also looked at Cao Xing's actions, and then said in surprise, "Oh, this chosen lord must have a brain problem. Doesn't he know that the territories of other chosen lords are sacred and inviolable? Within the range of the bonfire, even the gods cannot enter." The other polar men nodded and said, "That's right. The gods cannot enter Lord Zhang Wei's territory." These polar men did not know that their lord had been killed by Cao Xing, and the territory was now ownerless. In the shocked eyes of the group of polar men, Cao Xing stepped into the range of the bonfire unimpeded. This scene directly subverted the cognition of these polar men. The 4 polar people were immediately shocked. Mother Earth Goddess. What did I see? This chosen lord has entered the territory. Oh my god. Has the protection of the territory become invalid? Not only that, as the Blood Spider Queen also entered the territory, the strong smell of blood frightened the group of polar people so much that they turned pale and started running wildly. Seeing them running around, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. Then, he said directly, I'm Cao Xing, the lord of the neighborhood. If you don't want to die, be honest. Listening to Cao Xing's serious words, the 4 polar people running around in the territory stopped. They looked at Cao Xing with horror. Cao Xing continued, your lord brought people to assassinate me today, but because he was too weak, I killed him. Now, his territory and property belong to me, including you polar people. Now it also belongs to me. The 4 polar people looked at each other when they heard this. Goddess of the earth. Lord Zhang is dead. I was wondering why my eyelids were twitching this morning. Sure enough, something happened. Is Lord Zhang crazy? He dared to provoke such a powerful lord. It's like an ant trying to challenge a dragon. Cao Xing didn't need to say anything more. The 4 polar men all knelt down. This powerful lord, we are willing to work for you. Cao Xing nodded. Very good. You guys wait outside first. Then, he passed these polar men and went straight into the level 1 lord's hut. After searching inside, Cao Xing indeed found a storage box. The system prompt appeared. Found the relic box of Lord Zhang. Do you want to open it? Cao Xing directly clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtain wood asterisk 793, obtain stone asterisk 341, obtain coal asterisk 54, obtain food asterisk 42, obtain primary sled production blueprint asterisk 1, obtain primary element crystal asterisk 12, obtain ice crystal stone asterisk 8, obtain rotten flesh of unknown creature asterisk 6. These are all the resources in Zhang territory. Compared with the supplies in Cao Xing's territory that almost fill up 2 storage boxes, this amount of stuff is not even a fraction of his. However, the primary sled production blueprint is still good. It is estimated that Zhang wanted to exchange it for some resources, but he was killed by Cao Xing before he could trade. After receiving the resources of the territory, a system prompt appeared. Found an unknown territory. Do you want to occupy it and make it your second territory? The second territory also has construction permissions, and you can abandon it at any time. Second territory? Although Cao Xing didn't have this idea at the moment, he didn't care. He occupied it first. Occupation successful. You can now upgrade the bonfire and build new buildings in this area. Cao Xing walked out of the Lord's hut. Then he asked Zeta to bless the 4 polar people with Queen's Will. He rode the mammoth again and announced, keep going, target the second territory. Boom. Boom. Dabaran again. The 4 polar people followed the mammoth and ran wildly in the snow. However, even with Zeta's Queen's Will bonus, the running speed of these polar people was only about 30 km per hour. There was no way. Cao Xing currently had no means of transportation. After returning, he had to find a way to build a sled first. The team moved forward all the way. While they were on the road, a white light suddenly appeared on Liu Muxue's body. The two looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Liu Muxue said in surprise, Xing, I have reached level 10 and won the second place reward. Cao Xing was stunned. They didn't fight and were always on the road. It seems that other subordinates are fighting and bringing them a lot of experience. Cao Xing opened the system interface and pulled up the battle information. Soon he saw a long list of kill information. Your territory member, Cantle, killed the ice nest monster LV5 and gained 50 experience points. Combatant gained experience points 25 points. Your territory member, Kanda, killed the ice nest monster LV4 and gained 40 experience points. Combatant gained experience points 20 points. Your Cao Xing was happy. These 2 centaurs did a good job. They really let them find an ice nest. According to the calculation, that 500 monsters can appear in an ice nest, in addition to the killer, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, and even Zeta and others can share more than 10,000 experience points. This is all free experience points. Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. SSS level talent is so powerful. This time I can really level up while lying down. At the same time, in the chat channel of Area 174, the survivors saw that the second place reward was also collected, and they booed immediately. Su. Sure enough, no one can take the first and second place, except Boss Cao Xing and Goddess Muxue. Qiu King Hong. Yeah, I just reached level 5 today and barely made it into the top 20. Now the top 10 are all at level 6 at the lowest. There are still many capable people in our 174th district, but compared with Boss Cao Xing and Goddess Muxue, the gap is too big. At this time, a survivor named Wu Xinghu spoke. Everyone, I'm Wu Xinghu from Tiger Hall. Today I will share with you a little trick to upgrade the ice nest monsters. If you find an ice nest near the territory, don't rush to destroy it. You can first dig a trench near the ice nest and then set up some simple spike traps. Of course, you can also let the polar people dig a deep pit and set up some traps at the bottom of the pit. Then attract waves of ice nest monsters, and you can kill them easily. But it should be noted that there may be level 10 elite monsters in it. At this time, I suggest you run back to the territory as soon as possible. After hearing Wu Xinghu's reminder, the other survivors thought for a moment, and then were shocked. Oh my god. This method seems to work. If you can kill an entire ice nest of monsters, that means at least 10,000 or 20,000 experience points. No wonder Wu Xinghu has reached level 7. It turns out that he used this method. Thank you, Wu Xinghu. Compared with the other two forces in District 174, Wu Xinghu's reputation is much better than Zhao Bo and Fang Long. The survivors thanked him one after another. Brothers, I'm going to see if there are any ice nests outside the territory. I'm going to. It just so happens that I have 2 soldiers under my command. I don't have food for them. The materials dropped by killing these ice nest monsters can also be exchanged for food with Cao Xing. Come on, everyone, try to survive tomorrow. That's right, we have to work hard too, and try to survive after the novice protection period is lifted tomorrow. The survivors in District 174 were full of fighting spirit. At the same time, Liu Muxue also received a system prompt and won the second place in the ranking. A second level random creature recruitment scroll, a primary heart of power, and a blue weapon. However, these rewards did not improve her much. Cao Xing also gave Liu Muxue the level 10 blue weapon, Ice Crystal Sword, in his backpack. Muxue, put this on, and then equip your golden shield. Then, you can directly use that heart of power to advance directly. Liu Muxue nodded excitedly, because in this way, she will also usher in a great improvement, which can be called a qualitative change. Liu Muxue first equipped the Ice Crystal Sword, blue, and then equipped the Paladin Shield, gold, and all attributes skyrocketed. Then, she took out the primary heart of power and broke through directly. The pure power merged into her body. Not long after, Liu Muxue's aura ushered in some changes. It seemed to become more condensed and sacred. A ball of colorful aurora appeared behind her. At this moment, Liu Muxue was like a holy goddess. The polar people who were chasing the team behind were panting. When they saw Liu Muxue on the back of the mammoth, they exclaimed in amazement. Mother Earth Goddess, I seem to have seen the real goddess descend. I saw it too. The light of this female lord is too dazzling. After a moment, Liu Muxue opened her eyes, and the sacred and inviolable feeling gradually dissipated. She said with a happy smile on her face, success, crossing. Cao Xing also smiled and said, congratulations. Then, he checked Liu Muxue's attributes. Survivor, Liu Muxue, level 10 and 174 over 10,000. Second order, detailed attributes, click to view. More than 3000 HP, more than 200 armor. This is too abnormal. Cao Xing sighed. Even with his current attack power, he couldn't cause much damage to Liu Muxue. And those survivors below the first order could only tickle. And the more critical point is that Liu Muxue's mental strength and physical fitness have broken through the 3 digits, which is higher than Cao Xing. That is to say, when she uses those amplification skills, she can bring greater improvement to Cao Xing and his men. According to her current attributes, a blessing of courage can increase her attack power by at least 100 points, which is terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the paladin shield newly equipped by Liu Muxue has a group special effect, Knight's Blessing. This special effect can add a layer of shield with 20% health value to all friendly parties. In other words, in addition to the 3 layers of Holy Shield, Cao Xing now has an additional layer of shield with more than 600 health points. Cao Xing was delighted. Liu Muxue's current equipment quality is already higher than Cao Xing's. Axing, this is for you. Liu Muxue handed him the recruitment scroll in her hand. Cao Xing did not refuse. Anyway, they both belonged to the same territory, so it didn't matter who summoned. Get a random second level creature recruitment scroll *1 right square bracket. Cao Xing looked at the attributes of this scroll, which can directly summon a creature above level 10. But it is only ordinary level, not very powerful. Cao Xing directly put it into his backpack. Dabe, keep going. The mammoth continued to run wildly. Not long after, a white light appeared on Cao Xing and Zeta. A system prompt appeared. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. This upgrades strength +3, agility +4, spirit +6, constitution +4. Woohoo. I've also reached level 11. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Although after reaching level 10, the experience points required for each subsequent upgrade are in units of 10,000. But Cao Xing has SSS-level talent. As long as his subordinates are fighting, he can share the experience. And after reaching level 10, each upgrade can gain more attribute upgrades. At this time, the Blood Spider Queen also noticed that she was doing nothing, but she could feel a force constantly pouring into her body. It even allowed her to directly reach level 11. Zeta licked her dark purple lips and asked, "Is this your power?" Cao Xing nodded. "Unimaginable power, in the near future. Perhaps you can really become a great lord. Your territory member, Zeta Bloodkiss, admires your power and her loyalty has been increased." Current loyalty 67. Cao Xing was happy. This proud queen has increased her loyalty again. Although it is not much, it is a good sign. This shows that even a proud person like Zeta will show loyalty to Cao Xing. They continued to hurry up. About 20 minutes later, Cao Xing arrived near the second territory. The 4 polar people were exhausted and panting. I can't run anymore. Although the power of this blood spider lady can make us run faster, it consumes too much physical energy. The polar people are so hungry, they are about to collapse. After hearing this, Cao Xing took out 2 roasted rabbits from his backpack. You've worked hard. Eat something first to replenish your energy. The 4 polar men looked at the rabbit meat in Cao Xing's hand, and their eyes lit up immediately. Oh, it's meat, my god. What a delicious smell. I feel like eating one piece can make me run 50 kilometers. I can run 100 kilometers. Cao Xing smiled and threw the 2 rabbits to them. The 4 polar men wolfed down the food and became energetic again. Then, Cao Xing began to observe the environment of the second territory. This is the former main territory of the Wild Boar Warrior Blitz. It is located in a forest, and there are several animal traps around it. It looks better developed than Zhang Wen's territory. At least here, there will be no shortage of wood resources. Moreover, in addition to the 4 polar men, the Lord also left a level 5 Imperial Archer at home. Because he didn't want to waste time, Cao Xing rushed into the territory with the mammoth. Boom. Boom. The mighty force of the earth shaking came. The polar people in the territory were so scared that they jumped around like headless flies. Seeing someone intruding, the archer tried to attack, but was sprayed with a spider web by Hilda, and was firmly trapped on the ground. Sarah, keep an eye on him. If he dares to resist, kill him directly. Sarah appeared silently in the darkness, and then placed the shadow blade on the neck of the Imperial Archer. In an instant, all the polar people in the territory were so scared that they dared not move. Cao Xing, on the other hand, stepped directly into the Lord's hut in the territory. Discover the Lord, Chen Xiaoping's relic box. Do you want to open it? Yes. Open successfully. Obtain wood asterisk 2744. Obtain stone asterisk 173. Obtain iron asterisk 31. Obtain food asterisk 127. Obtain trap green asterisk 7. Obtain feather asterisk 312. Obtain primary heart of power asterisk 1. Obtain skill book upward attack. Obtain primary element crystal asterisk 12. Obtain ice crystal stone asterisk 8. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from book friend 202305914224398. 1 monthly ticket from Bayan Hoabuke Bay. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20200317205706636. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 150,704,102,346,044. 2 monthly tickets from Xiaoze. 1 monthly ticket from Bookworm. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Bo. Chapter 114. Murder and Arson Gold Belt. After opening Chen Xiaoping's relic box, Cao Xing nodded. As he expected, there was a large amount of wood reserves in this territory. In addition, there was a warrior skill book and a primary heart of strength. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that this Chen Xiaoping has developed quite well. She even prepared the heart of strength for breakthrough. Unfortunately, she made a wrong decision. After taking away all the resources of this territory, Cao Xing walked out of the Lord's hut and came to the captured Imperial Archer. In the other part his blank eyes, Cao Xing directly said, as you can see, your lord went to assassinate me, but I killed him in return. According to the rules, after her death, everything in the territory will belong to me. Then, are you willing to surrender? A trace of pain flashed in the eyes of the Imperial Archer. Is Chen Xiaoping still dead? Alas. She was a lord who cared about her subordinates. I fought for her during the day, and at night, she would come to my room and wash away my fatigue from a day of fighting. She also told me that I would become the strongest Imperial Archer. Cao Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder this archer was so loyal. He must have been slept with. What's your choice? Cao Xing asked again. The Imperial Archer sighed and said, although Chen Xiaoping is dead, this powerful lord, I have sworn to be loyal to her forever. So, you should let me go to hell with her. After hearing this, Cao Xing didn't hesitate and winked at Sarah. He knew that it would be difficult for other lords to subdue a recruited creature like this whose loyalty was about to reach the maximum. Sarah directly slashed it with a knife. Minus 2273. The life value of this Imperial Archer was reset to 0, but at the end of his life, he also had a longing smile on his face. It is normal for a lord to develop special feelings with his subordinates. It is not just Chen Xiaoping. There are so many survivors around the world, and there are probably many similar situations. Then, Cao Xing looked at the polar people. He didn't need to say much. The polar people understood what he meant. They immediately knelt down. This powerful lord, we are willing to submit to you. As long as you are willing to give the polar people a meager amount of food, we can work for you. Cao Xing nodded. You go to the team first. I still have to go to a few places, and then take you back to my territory. Yes, lord. The 4 polar people stood up and joined the other polar people. Cao Xing directly declared the territory occupied. Next, they continued to rush to the next location. The mammoth was unstoppable. It took them an hour to occupy 2 camps again. They looted all the supplies and took away the polar people in the territory. Now the number of polar people in the team has reached 16. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Now there is only one last territory left to occupy. He glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 1 hour and 23 minutes. Current temperature, minus 54. Is there 1.5 hours left? Enough. Cao Xing was determined. Then he led the team to the area where the last territory was located without stopping. Boom. Boom. The mammoth ran all the way and soon arrived at the target area. This territory is located halfway up the mountain, which is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. What surprised Cao Xing even more was that there was a primary elemental arrow tower in this territory. They actually built an arrow tower. It seems that this territory is developing well. In addition, Cao Xing also saw that there were 8 polar people and 2 imperial archers in this territory. Cao Xing was immediately surprised. Counting the number here, he can directly bring back 24 polar people this time. This also shows that the territory of this lord is developing well, and there may be some good things in the storage box. So, Cao Xing gave the order directly, Dabe, go, moo. The mammoth swung its trunk and rushed towards the territory. Seeing Dabe's aggressive momentum, the 2 imperial archers' faces suddenly changed. Enemy attack. Be alert. Guard our territory. However, when they saw that the territory that could block everything in the past was passed through by the mammoth without any hindrance, their pupils suddenly shrank. Swish. The elemental arrow tower shot an arrow. However, those arrows hit Dabe, making a crisp sound. The first layer of holy shield was broken. However, Dabe still had 2 layers of holy shield. Attack. Attack quickly. The 2 imperial archers quickly shot arrows. Swish. Swish. Dabe's 3 layers of holy shield were all broken. And at this moment, Dabe directly crashed into the elemental arrow tower. Boom. -1074. This 15-meter high elemental arrow tower with 2000 durability points was instantly knocked down by half. Moo. As the big white fangs raised their swords. Boom. This elemental arrow tower was directly broken in half, and the tower body fell into the territory, also destroying the polar man's hut and the blacksmith shop next to it. God is above. What a terrifying power is this? Too powerful. We can't stop such a powerful mammoth. The 8 polar men and the 2 imperial archers were shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, Sarah's shadow blade was placed on the necks of the 2 imperial soldiers at the same time. If they made any move, they would be killed instantly by Sarah's sword. It was not until this time that Cao Xing led Hilda and the group of polar men to slowly come. This kind of battle did not require them to take action at all. The 2 imperial archers looked horrified and asked, You, what are you going to do? Cao Xing looked at Liu Muxue next to him. Muxue, explain to them. Then, he walked past the crowd and went straight into the Lord's hut. Found the relic box of the Lord. Teng San-hu, do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained food asterisk 244. Obtained wood asterisk 1594. Obtained stone asterisk 781. Obtained coal asterisk 142. Obtained iron asterisk 51. Obtained wolf meat asterisk 32. Obtained skill book. Flying robot asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained masonry floor construction drawings. Obtained ice crystal stone asterisk 31. Obtained small communication equipment production drawings. A lot of system prompts. Haha, 2 drawings, a skill book. This Teng San-hu's territory really has many more resources than other territories. Cao Xing's face lit up, and he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked out of the Lord's hut. Outside, the 8 polar people and the 2 imperial archers were kneeling on the ground. Through Liu Muxue's explanation, they already knew that their lord Teng San-hu was dead, and this lord was willing to give them a chance to pledge their allegiance. Cao Xing asked directly, what do you think? The 10 people looked at each other, and then said in unison, this powerful lord, we are willing to submit to you. Cao Xing nodded and issued a recruitment application to the 2 imperial archers. As for those polar people, he didn't have enough population. After returning, upgrade the Lord's hut to level 3 and expand the population. Imperial Archer, Gana/Wakaba joined your territory. The territory population +2. Cao Xing nodded. So far, the territories of the 5 lords have been taken over by him. Under the absolute power suppression, no accidents occurred. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. If the polar people were to collect various resources, it would take at least half a month. If other lords were to obtain these, it would speed up the progress a lot. In addition, 2 skill books and 3 blueprints were also harvested. It really deserves to be the gold belt of murder and arson. Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. It's too fast to plunder other people's territories like this. Then, he looked at the Blood Spider Queen and ordered, Zilda, speed them up. We are going to return. Zilda still had a disgusted expression. Today, she followed Cao Xing for a whole day, especially in the last 2 hours, and she hardly stopped. but despite her disgust, Zeta still used the Queen's will on the newcomer again. Cao Xing found that this arrogant queen looked like she didn't want anyone to get close to her, but in fact she was not that dangerous. Of course, this may be related to the Lord contract between them. If other humans dared to order her like this, they would probably have been swallowed by Zeta. Cao Xing thought to himself, I don't know what this woman likes. It's really difficult to improve her favorability. Shaking his head, he sat back on the mammoth's back and started walking towards the territory. This place is more than 40 kilometers away from the territory. At their speed, it will take more than an hour, and they can almost get back to the territory before dark. The team marched forward in a mighty manner. There were 24 polar men, all wearing thick cotton clothes, less than 1.5 meters tall, and looked like a dwarf team. Cao Xing noticed that among the 8 polar men recruited from the last Tengsanhu's territory, there was one who was obviously stronger, and about 1.6 meters tall. He looked at his attributes. Polar Artificer, Duan LV3 health. 240 over 240, attack power. 1518, attributes, strength 10, agility 8, spirit 8, constitution 12, skills, elementary architectural knowledge, speeds up construction by 20%, talent, polar constitution talent. Enthusiasm and encouragement, work efficiency plus 10% when leading other polar men to work together. Seeing Duan's attributes, Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Another talent? With this polar man leading other polar men to work, the work efficiency can actually be increased by 10%. Although 10% is not much, you have to know that he can have 24 polar people in his hands, plus Dazuang and the others, that's 32. So, Cao Xing shouted, Duan. The polar man who was running wildly behind the mammoth with gritted teeth suddenly heard Cao Xing calling his name, and his heart trembled. The team gradually stopped. There was some uneasiness on his vicissitudes of life, but he still squeezed out a reluctant smile. This powerful lord, you called me? Cao Xing didn't say anything, but threw him a whole roasted rabbit. The tempting aroma of food instantly penetrated the nose of every polar man. Although some polar people have tasted this delicacy, they still couldn't help drooling. Lord, what is this? This Duan was also surprised by the aroma of rabbit meat. But he didn't lose his composure like other polar people, but seemed very stable. Cao Xing said, this is rabbit meat that contains powerful strength. It can improve your physical fitness. It will take some time to rush back to my territory from here. You will need to recover some physical strength to avoid falling on the snow. Hearing this, the polar man Duan immediately saluted respectfully. Thank you for your concern and gift, Lord. We will contribute our own strength to build a prosperous territory for you. After saying that, Duan gave each polar man a piece of rabbit meat in his hand. Then he kept a piece for himself. This scene made Cao Xing nod again. The team continued on their way. After eating the rabbit meat, the physical fitness of all the polar men was greatly enhanced, and they were not as out of breath as before when running. On the way, Cao Xing checked the properties of the 4 newly obtained drawings. Basic sled production drawings. Use the drawings to make a sled that can accommodate 4 people. The moving speed depends on the strength and moving speed of the mount armor. 10 durability. 200 materials required for production. Wood asterisk 20, iron asterisk 5, blacksmith shop level 1. Please drive safely. Cao Xing was delighted. A sled that can seat 4 people is not bad. Later, I can catch a few horses or tame some other beasts, and the transportation problem will be solved. However, the most convenient way is to make technological transportation tools. This thing does not require a mount, but only consumes magic stones. But there are no such advanced drawings on the market now. We can only wait until the novice protection period is over. He began to check the second drawing. Simple toilet production blueprint armor. 5 durability. 100 size. 20 square meters. Material required for construction. 50 wood, 20 stone, 5 iron. Drawing description. With this blueprint, you can build a simple toilet in your territory, which has a primary sewage treatment system, and can convert feces into fertilizer. A simple toilet, but it can also make your territory cleaner. This blueprint was found by him in the third territory. Cao Crossing nodded. Yes, the toilet is also a necessary building for a mature territory. And as the population of my territory increases, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating every day is a big problem. Now Dazuang and the others just find a piece of snow to solve it, but in the long run, I'm afraid that my territory will be full of fesses and various sodas. Build it, it must be built. And build more than one. Cao Crossing made up his mind and started the third blueprint. Brick and stone floor construction drawings. Area of land. 1 meter long * 1 meter wide * 30 centimeter thick durability. 100. Materials required for construction. Stone * 2 right square bracket. Drawing description. Through this drawing, you can create a brick and stone floor, speed up the travel time of the people and various means of transportation, and improve the prosperity of the territory. Small communication device production drawings durability. 100. Maximum communication distance. 320 kilometers. Materials required for production. Electronic components * 1, copper * 5, mithril * 1 right square bracket. Drawing description. A simple communication device that can be used to keep in touch with your people or subordinates. Seeing the last drawing, Cao Crossing's face showed strong joy again. This thing is also a good thing. Survivors can directly contact each other through the system function, and can even use voice and video, which is very convenient. But with your own people, you can only communicate face to face. With this thing, Cao Crossing can let Assam and others go out, command them remotely, and learn about their dynamics. It really realizes the upgrade while lying at home. However, this thing requires electronic components, and electronic components need to be made by a level 3 mechanical factory. Let's see if we can find the drawings of the mechanical factory in the market. After we go back, Cao Crossing studied all 4 drawings. Time passed in a flash, and half an hour had passed. There were no accidents along the way, and they had gradually returned to the vicinity of the territory. Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue sat on the tall back of the mammoth. From a distance, they saw a territory surrounded by towering walls on the snow in front of them. There was a bright fire burning inside, reflecting many buildings. In addition, there were more than a dozen tower buildings 15 or 16 meters high. There were 3 lighthouses, 4 sentry towers, and 6 primary elemental arrow towers. Through the 3-meter high wall, the power of those elemental arrow towers could be clearly felt. At this moment, the thick iron door was closed. It has already taken the shape of a war fortress. People living inside can feel a full sense of security. Not bad, not bad. Dazuang and his people work very hard. Cao Crossing was right. Although it takes 20 minutes to build a wall, this does not include the time for rest and eating. Dazuang and his men obviously did not take a moment to rest. Except for eating something in the middle, they spent all their time working. Cao Crossing was very satisfied with this group of hard-working polar people. The 8 newly recruited creatures and the 24 polar people behind him all had strong surprise in their eyes. Polar Mandarin exclaimed, "Mother Earth Goddess, is this really the territory of this lord? It actually has such a vast area and thick walls." The Imperial soldiers and archers were also shocked. Rakid was shocked and said, "Looking at this scale, I even thought I had mistakenly entered a baron's territory." Polar Mandarin said respectfully, "Dear lord, you have a prosperous territory. Thank you for letting us join your territory." The other newcomers also nodded in agreement. All the unpleasant emotions that Cao Crossing had suppressed and forced them to return to the territory by force disappeared at this moment. Compared with the territory where they lived before, there were only a few small houses scattered here and there, and a barely maintained bonfire. The territory in front of them was simply an ideal place, one in heaven, and one in hell. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Cao Crossing also showed joy at the corners of his mouth. Let's go back to the territory. After saying that, Cao Crossing led the team to the edge of the territory. The thick iron gate recognized Cao Crossing's identity as a lord and opened automatically. Cao Crossing also opened the authority to the polar people behind him and brought them in. At this moment, the 2 newly joined Imperial soldiers and the 20 polar people looked at everything around them with novelty and excitement in their eyes. Chapter 115 Return. The prototype of the war fortress. At this moment, the group of newcomers looked at the territory with amazement. They also felt the warmth emanating from the furnace. The group of polar people exclaimed, "What a warm territory. Oh my god, working in a place like this, I can work for 4 hours straight without rest. Yes, it's so warm here, I can even work at night." Hearing the last sentence, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Looking at the polar man who spoke, his eyes were full of admiration. Not bad, there is awareness. At the same time, Dao Zhuang and Cao Yi, who were working, also saw the mighty team, and Cao Xing and others. Dao Zhuang immediately exclaimed, "The Lord is back, everyone come and welcome the Lord." After the words fell, a large group of polar people and the territory citizen Cao Yi, as well as the Tree Spirit clan, came out in a crowd. They also saw the group of polar people behind Cao Xing. Dao Zhuang exclaimed, "Goddess of the earth, the Lord has brought back so many polar people." Zhuang beside him was also full of joy. "Great Dao Zhuang. We have new partners joining us." "Yes, we are going to have new partners." The polar people behind Cao Xing looked at each other. They could all see that Dao Zhuang and others had happy expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were living well in this territory. For a while, they were more excited about life in the new territory. Cao Xing glanced and found that Andrew, Blot, Assam and others were in the team, and he was relieved. Because this meant that the batch of cloud yaks he caught during the day, as well as old Mel's cattle and sheep, had all returned to his territory safely. "Andrew, Assam, you did a good job," Cao Xing praised. They saluted at the same time and said respectfully, "The glory of the Lord protects us and makes our journey smooth." Cao Xing nodded and then called over the citizen Cao Yi. "Cao Yi, report today's work progress." Citizen Cao Yi said respectfully, "Lord, according to your instructions, we have upgraded the ore processing plant, blacksmith shop, sewing shop, and all the residents to level 2. In addition, a bakery has been built. Sanhui and others have used the wheat flour you brought back to process the first batch of bread. And the cow shed you specifically ordered has also been built. The batch of cloud yaks brought back by Mr. Andrew today have all entered the cow shed." At this point, Citizen Cao Yi exclaimed, "It's hard to imagine that I can actually see this legendary creature with my own eyes. The power of the Lord is really mysterious." The other citizens also nodded. "After all, that is a priceless cloud yak. We have built heating pipes and stoves for the cow shed, so it can be kept at a suitable temperature even at night." Cao Yi paused, then said with some trepidation, "However, I didn't expect that the Assam Knights would bring back so many cattle and sheep later. So, we didn't have time to build so many cow sheds." The face of the resident Cao Yi was filled with guilt. Cao Xing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't blame yourself, Cao Yi. You have done a good job. But tonight, we may have to work harder and work overtime." Then, Cao Xing looked at the others. "Everyone, after tonight, some changes will occur. Our territory will no longer provide us with absolute protection. We need to rely on our own strength to guard the safety of the territory." Hearing this, all the residents' faces changed. They had always thought that the protection of the territory would always exist, and as long as they were in the territory, they would be absolutely safe, and even the dragons could not pose a threat to them. However, Cao Xing now told them that after tonight, the protection of the territory would disappear. Next, they would have to face the dangers of this world like everyone else in this world. For a moment, everyone felt a little uneasy. Cao Xing saw their thoughts and comforted them. "Don't worry, even without that invisible protection, you should have seen how powerful the territory is. With our current strength, we are enough to deal with many dangers. Here, it is even safer than some towns. Don't panic. Believe that your lord and his men can protect the territory." After Cao Xing finished speaking, all the people in the territory were silent for a moment. Then, Cao Yi, a citizen, was the first to respond. "We believe in Lord. Your power is as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and it can illuminate the way forward for us even at night." Dao Zhuang, a polar man, also raised his hammer and shouted, "We also believe in Lord. You have transformed our territory from a small camp into its current size in just a few days. I have witnessed this with my own eyes, and I believe that you can even turn it into a city-state in a short time. In addition to the Great Lord, we also have a large number of powerful warriors who can defend our territory. Dazuang became more and more excited and then shouted, "Praise Lord." Others, including those tree spirits, shouted, "Praise Lord, we believe in you too." At this moment, the newly joined group of Imperial soldiers and mage apprentices all looked at Cao Crossing's citizens with novel eyes. It is difficult for so many people to trust a lord unconditionally. If it were their former lord, he might be questioned by the people at this time, resulting in a decline in loyalty. And this group of people, obviously from different regions and different races, are so firmly convinced of a human. Mage Ellie looked confused. "I seem to have made a mistake. I thought this new lord relied on iron-blooded means and used force to force his subordinates to surrender. How come it seems that he is not as cruel as I imagined, but the people love him very much?" Sylvia next to him was also surprised. When they were forcibly captured by Cao Crossing, they were ready to be exploited and even humiliated every day. After all, such lords are not uncommon, and everything in front of them changed their impression of Cao Crossing. Cao Crossing didn't know what these newcomers were thinking. Instead, he looked at his subjects and said, "Thank you for your trust. However, with our current strength, we are able to deal with many threats. But I want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. So in order to deal with the possible crisis tomorrow, we need to work overtime tonight. The first task is to upgrade my lord's hut to level 3, and then build more elemental arrow towers, residential quarters, and cattle sheds." Cao Crossing added, "I will allow you to rest for a day tomorrow." Hearing this, Dazuang said excitedly, "Lord, we don't need to rest, we just need to work one more night, which is not a problem for us polar people." Subject Kaoyi also echoed, "That's right, if we rest, there will be no one to do tomorrow's work." The Tree Spirit clan clenched their fists and said excitedly, "We are willing to contribute all our strength for the development of the territory." All the subjects were enthusiastic. Liu Muxue, who had been watching silently from the back, also had a look of relief in her eyes. Seeing Cao Crossing being loved by the subjects, she also felt honored. The three polar people said, "Lord, I can't wait to work. Please arrange work for us." However, Cao Crossing smiled and said, "I said let you rest, so let you rest. The combination of work and rest is the most important thing. As for tomorrow's work, new members will replace you." Hearing the unquestionable tone in Cao Crossing's voice, all the people in the territory did not speak. Then, Cao Crossing continued to issue orders. "Then now, Cao Yi, you continue to build cattle sheds, build heating pipes, and build new residential areas. Dazuang, you hurry up and upgrade my lord's hut to level 3. Tree Spirit Clan, go build more elemental arrow towers. Dahua, Li Dahua, Sanhua and others, to prepare dinner for our new members." Cao Crossing quickly issued various instructions. At this moment, Cao Crossing's people shouted collectively, "Yes, Lord, I promise to complete the task." They were all enthusiastic and trotted to work with tools. Cao Crossing glanced at the apprentice mages and imperial soldiers behind him, and then said, "Assam, Lord, I'm here. Take our new members to familiarize themselves with the territory and then assign them housing. Oh, by the way, arrange 4 people to a room for them and 2 people to a room for women." His territory now has taken shape, and there are 24 intermediate residential quarters in it. An intermediate residential quarters covers an area of about 80 square meters, with 2 floors, which can accommodate 12 people. But Cao Crossing's current territory is very large, and there is still a lot of undeveloped space, so there is no need to squeeze the living environment of the people. Cao Crossing always lets the polar people live in a room with 6 people. As for these combatants, such as Assam, Sarah and others, they are treated specially. Some are in a room with 2 people, and some are in a single room. Assam nodded, then looked at the group of newcomers. "You all come with me." The newly joined Imperial soldiers and Ellie straightened their faces, and then followed Assam away. At this time, there were still 24 polar people left. Because Cao Crossing does not have enough population now, he did not issue a recruitment application to them. For a while, they were unable to work and some of them stared at each other. After seeing Cao Crossing's speech just now, and the enthusiasm of the people, several polar people looked at each other. They could all feel the development prospects of this territory. The polar man named Duan came over and said respectfully, "Lord, please arrange work for us too. We also want to contribute to this prosperous territory." Cao Xing thought for a moment, then looked at his population. Current population 90 hundredths. With his current population limit, he can recruit 10 more polar people. So, Cao Xing nodded and said, "I can let some of you join the territory first, and you can sign up yourself." The polar Mandarin's face was happy, and other polar people also signed up enthusiastically. They all wanted to show themselves well in front of this new lord. Then, Cao Xing picked 10 people at random, and issued a recruitment application to them. Recruitment successful polar people, Duan, Hana, Corliss, Leo, joined your territory. Territory population plus 10. This time, Cao Xing's population was completely full. Cao Xing said, "Then now, Duan, you take 5 people to build 6 toilets in the territory. Remember to mark the men and women. Then, the other 4 people go to make 5 sleds. Others, go to the settlement and wait first." All the personnel scattered and began to work according to Cao Xing's instructions. Although it was already night time, but under the illumination of the 4 lighthouses, the territory was still very bright. And because there was a furnace to provide temperature, it would not feel too cold even at night. The people in the territory worked overtime to prepare for the end of the novice protection period tomorrow. At the same time, as night fell, a system prompt appeared. "All survivors, please note that there are only 12 hours left before the end of the novice protection period. After the end of the novice protection period, the game content will usher in many changes. Please be prepared." This system prompt sounded in the ears of all survivors. A large number of speeches suddenly emerged in the world channel. "Qiu Xiangang, brothers, the protection period is about to end. Are you all ready?" Ricardo Bumba, "Shit. I just provoked a group of robbers today. They chased me to the vicinity of the territory, but because they couldn't get in, they could only stare outside. When the territory protection period ends tomorrow, I feel I'm going to be finished. Use Yuxun. Shit. When my subjects heard that the territory could not protect them tomorrow, their loyalty dropped one by one. The few refugees I recruited today also ran away overnight. These bastards. Kawamura Kyohei, Yoshi. Is it finally over? My jungle spearmen training camp has trained a large number of spearmen soldiers. Guys in area 65, are you ready to be conquered by me? Mahmoud, very good. I found oil near my territory. As soon as the novice protection period is over, I will go to find the natives of this world to help mine it, and then conquer this world with oil. As expected, some people are looking forward to the end of the protection period, while others are troubled. But it is obvious that tomorrow's update will be a change that will affect everyone. Cao Xing did not read the chat in the regional channel anymore, and chose to close it directly. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves came. Centaurs Cantor and Kanda came over together. They saluted Cao Xing. "Dear Lord, we did find an ice nest when we were patrolling near the territory today. According to your instructions, we did not destroy the ice nest immediately, but waited for the ice nest monsters inside to hatch, and then killed them one by one. Hundreds of ice nest monsters appeared in it one after another. We took Ms. Irina and killed all the ice nest monsters, and then destroyed the ice nest." Cao Xing nodded. During the day, he noticed the killing information. Luckily, an ice nest appeared near the territory. For other survivors, an ice nest may be an extremely dangerous thing and they would avoid it as much as possible. But for Cao Xing, an ice nest is a lot of experience points. Then, the centaur Cantor handed everything in his hand to Cao Xing. "Lord, these are dropped by the ice nest monsters. I collected them all as you ordered." Cao Xing took it, and the system prompt appeared. Obtained ice dragon mark asterisk 52. Obtained glacial flakes asterisk 34. Obtained ice crystal stone asterisk 11. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Nearly 500 ice nest monsters can drop so many materials. The drop rate is already very high. Now he has more than 10,000 ice dragon marks and glacial flakes in his hands. Cao Xing can't help but look forward to what good things he can get when the new expansion is released. Candle, you did a good job. Now you can go and rest." However, the two centaurs looked at each other and said in unison, "Respected Lord, we don't want to rest. we can continue to patrol the territory. Cao Xing was stunned, then smiled and said, okay, I agree. Candle, you can go, but be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember to run to the territory. The two centaurs stamped their feet at the same time and said respectfully, thank you for your concern, Lord. We must remember it in our hearts. After that, they moved their four hooves and walked out of the territory. Cao Xing began to continue patrolling his territory. First of all, what Cao Xing cared about the most was naturally the batch of cloud yaks captured today. The value of these yaks is inestimable. To Cao Xing, they are a group of hens that lay golden eggs, so he wants to check the condition of the cloud yaks. Cao Xing came to a wooden cowshed. It is about 5 meters high and covers an area of about 70 to 80 square meters. After pushing open the door of the cowshed, Cao Xing immediately smelled the smell of hay coming from inside, and it was mixed with some warmth, very warm. He immediately noticed that it was the heating pipes laid underground that continuously provided heat to the cowshed. Cao Xing glanced at the temperature. Current temperature 13. Yes, with the heating pipes, the indoor temperature has been greatly improved. The cloud yaks gathered in the corner of the cowshed also seemed very happy. They stayed together quietly, and from time to time they arched their heads towards their companions. Like a group of soft clouds, they were full of warmth just by looking at them. Old Mel and Elisa were pouring hay into the trough. However, because it was only a primary cowshed, the facilities inside were still very simple. Seeing Cao Xing come in, Old Mel and Elisa saluted respectfully. My lord, I wish you good health. My lord, good evening. Although Elisa was more lively, she still had the proper etiquette. Cao Xing nodded and asked, Mr. Mel, how is the condition of this batch of cloud yaks? Old Mel replied with a smile, these are all adult cloud yaks. In addition to their hair, that can generate heat, the milk they produce is more nutritious than ordinary milk. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to believe that someone could catch this legendary creature and catch so many at once. Until now, I still feel a little unreal. Cao Xing also smiled. Mr. Mel, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, there will be more and more magical creatures in our territory, and I will have to trouble you then. Old Mel waved his hand and said, no trouble, respected lord. On the contrary, this is my first time raising these magical creatures. It can gain a lot of experience for me, and I have also learned a lot of new knowledge. I don't know how many farmers can dream of this opportunity. Cao Xing nodded, as long as Mr. Mel likes it. After a pause, Cao Xing continued to ask, then according to Mr. Mel's experience, how long will it take to cut the first batch of hair? Old Mel thought for a moment. Cloud yak is a wild creature. It has just arrived in a new environment and needs some time to adapt. In about 4 or 5 days, the first batch of hair can be cut. Cao Xing nodded. This time is okay. In another 4 or 5 days, he will have the first batch of magic fur that can store heat. To be honest, even though Cao Xing and his friends are wearing thick wolf fur coats, when they go out, the weather in this world is too extreme. Even with wolf fur coats, they can't isolate the terrifying low temperature. They have to endure the invasion of the cold all the time. In the words of a scholar in this world, as long as you are in the wild, it is a confrontation between human will and nature. Therefore, humans who can move in the wild in this world are all determined. With clothes made of cloud yak hair, the erosion of wool by severe cold can be greatly reduced. At this time, Old Mel said with a somewhat sad face, however, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Mr. Mel, please go ahead. It is like this, Lord, the cloud yak is a sacred creature, although it can also survive by eating these hays. But if you want to ensure their sacredness and the heating function of their hair, they also need to eat Moses grass regularly. What is Moses grass? Old Mel explained. This is also a magical plant, which is relatively rare. It only grows in places where few people go, and the terrain is relatively steep. If Moses grass is not used for a long time, the cloud yak will lose its magic power, the hair will fall off by itself, and it will not be able to heat up. And this is why the cloud yak often migrates. They need to often appear on the edge of those high mountain cliffs to find Moses grass to eat. After hearing what Old Mel said, Cao Xing nodded suddenly. At the same time, he was somewhat fortunate that he brought back old Mel to help him raise cattle. If it were not for the knowledge that Mel had, I'm afraid that, even if Cao Xing caught the cloud yak, it would not take long for it to be raised as an ordinary yak. I understand, Mr. Mel. I will find a way to deal with the Moses grass. Old Mel nodded. Just as Cao Xing was about to leave, Elisa on the side suddenly said, Lord, please wait a moment. Thanks, book friend 2023072816225806441 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 202103011041228322241 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 2023090310241092341 monthly ticket. Thanks, Z95942 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 2022040115052485441 monthly ticket. Thanks, Adsel 1983S2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend. 20210524101851709 quote S1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mo's Unlinks 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Cao Xing Fei vs Shoes 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend. 20190702071310450 quote S1 monthly ticket. Thanks to ZHIAI at BABY''S1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Baozels 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Dimension Gods 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Quietly Waiting for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to all the book friends for their collection and subscription. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Another Trade and Huge Harvest. Lord, please wait a moment. Cao Xing turned around and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Elisa said excitedly, I saw a training camp in our territory. Can you train me into a fighter? I also want to be a strong warrior. She looked at Cao Xing expectantly, with desire in her eyes. Cao Xing nodded, of course I can, but, he glanced at old Mel. After all, he had promised old Mel that he would raise cattle and sheep when he took them over, but he didn't say that they had to fight, and fighting would involve the risk of injury or even death. This is why Cao Xing gave preferential treatment to those fighters. Elisa said excitedly, thank you, generous and handsome lord. Hearing what Elisa said, Cao Xing couldn't help but give this little girl a thumbs up. Good vision. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You agreed to Elisa's request. Territory members, Elisa's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 77. Cao Xing was happy. The girl's loyalty increased quite quickly. Shaking his head, Cao Xing left the cowshed and began to think about the next thing. Although his current territory is powerful, most of the combat power will be taken out during the day. The current territory defense mainly relies on the primary elemental arrow tower. Cao Xing thought to himself, so, for the safety of the territory, in addition to building more elemental arrow towers, I also need a group of combatants to stay in the territory. The newly recruited Imperial soldiers and mage apprentices today are good. With the various buffs I have applied, it is not a problem to deal with the ice nest. But in addition to that, I also need to train a group of ice archers to stand on the sentry tower to guard the territory. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing has already thought about which personnel to train as ice archers. That is the tree spirits. This race has lived in the jungle since childhood, is very flexible, and has a guardian talent. When the time comes, when Cao Xing's pale tree grows out, they can even activate their talents in the territory. Cao Xing walked and thought all the way, passing by a vegetable shed. Inside, the Lord Liu was planting the carrot seeds and beet seeds. Cao Xing did not disturb her, but continued to move forward. Unknowingly, he came to the vicinity of the Lord's hut. Dazuan was leading 3 polar people to build the Lord's hut with full enthusiasm. After seeing Cao Xing, They all saluted and said, "My lord, how are you?" Cao Xing waved his hand, signaling them to continue working. At the same time, he also noticed the progress of the Lord's Hut upgrade and was secretly happy. Very good. The level 3 Lord's Hut originally required 16 hours to upgrade, but the 4 polar people together can shorten it to 4 hours. According to the estimate, it will be completed around 10 o'clock in the evening. Cao Xing was very excited. The Lord's Hut is like a bonfire, changing every 5 levels, but the difficulty of upgrading is much higher than that of a bonfire. When it is upgraded to level 6, it will become a Lord's Mansion, and at level 11 it will become a Lord's Castle. The later it is, the more materials are needed. Now, it's time to do some trading. Cao Xing came to the edge of the market, as usual, and then opened the consignment interface. He first put a batch of green rabbit meat on the shelf. However, the quantity this time was reduced, only 500 yuan, that is, 5,000 portions. Not long after Cao Xing put the rabbit meat on the shelf, it immediately attracted the attention of the survivors. Yao Yin, brothers, Cao Xing finally put rabbit meat on the shelves. This time, it's only 500 yuan. If you go too late, it will be gone. Wei Xinglu, damn it. I've been waiting for Cao Xing's rabbit meat for a day. Yanchang, don't grab it from me. I finally got a dozen ice dragon marks today, and I'm waiting to exchange them for food with Cao Xing. Yu Huliang, brothers, hurry up. A large number of survivors opened the market and found Cao Xing's consignment information. After seeing the price of rabbit meat above, which was about the same as yesterday, they rushed to click on the transaction. At the same time, Cao Xing's ears were filled with transaction reminders again. 500 yuan of rabbit meat was traded out in less than 3 minutes. Cao Xing once again obtained Glacier Flakes right square bracket asterisk 2380, Ice Dragon Marks right square bracket asterisk 6320, Ice Crystals, green, right square bracket asterisk 431. Primary Elemental Crystals right square bracket asterisk 114. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 176. Primary Pet Contracts right square bracket asterisk 12. Ice Archer Training Manuals right square bracket asterisk 6. Books, Foreman Balance Diary. The transaction notifications that were constantly flashing on the screen gradually stopped. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. This wave of harvest is not bad. I received a large number of glacial flakes and ice dragon marks. He looked at his reserves of these two materials. Glacier Flakes right square bracket asterisk 10,432. Ice Dragon Mark right square bracket asterisk 21,971. Very good. With so many materials, I should be able to exchange for a lot of good things. But after these two transactions, I don't have much meat left with attributes. Let's see if I can go hunting outside tomorrow and get some meat. The salmon in the falling snow lake are good, but unfortunately they require special bait to catch them. Shaking his head, Cao Xing put these thoughts aside and continued to put things on the shelves. The next transaction is the highlight. Consignment items. Frost Bomb Rabbit Meat, blue. Snowstorm Bear Meat, blue. Inventory reserve 100 each. Required items. Skill book, territory construction blueprint, magic plant. Seller's note, two kinds of blue quality meat require various magic plant seeds, construction blueprints, etc. You can send the item information to me to determine the price. Consigner, Cao Xing. The blue quality beast meat did attract a lot of attention in the chat channel again. However, this time, Cao Xing did not receive much valuable things. This is because other survivors do have quite a few blueprints, but most of them are duplicates. The quality of the items in those players' hands is not high. Moreover, Cao Xing has basically acquired the basic skills of the Frost Mage and the Aurora Knight through the previous transactions. With the current strength of the players, there is no way to obtain more advanced skills. Cao Xing thought, it seems that I have to nurture the market. After the players have developed for a period of time and have new things, I will harvest them. Thinking of this, Cao Xing cancelled the consignment information of the blue beast meat. However, this time, he still received a few good things, namely, Primary Frost Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. Primary Spike Barrier Construction Blueprint. Heroic Longbow Production Blueprint. Green. Beast Bone Light Armor Production Blueprint. Green. These things added up to a total of 30. Blue Beast Meat, which can be said to be a bloody profit. As for the Mechanical Factory Construction Blueprint and Moses Grass Seeds that he wanted to collect, he did not receive them. As usual, Cao Xing checked the properties of the newly obtained items. Primary Frost Arrow Tower Blueprint. Attack Power 22-52-37. 30% chance of slowing down the enemy by 30% when attacking. Lasting 5 seconds. Attack interval 3 seconds/1 time. Maximum range 700 meters armor. 20 points durability. 2000/4000. Floor area 15 square meters. Building height 14 meters. Construction time 6 hours and 11 minutes. Construction requirements: wood * 1000, stone * 500, iron * 120, ice crystal * 50, mithril * 20. Blueprint Introduction. Have you played Plants vs Zombies? I think you should understand the importance of Frost Archer, right? Not bad. The attack power and range are slightly higher than the Elemental Arrow Tower, and it also has a slowing effect. With this Arrow Tower, triggering a slowing down can allow you to have a few more rounds of output before the monsters arrive under the city wall. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then began to check the second blueprint. Essential Spike Barrier Construction Drawing. Construction effect. Blocks the enemy's path and causes piercing damage to approaching enemies. Attack power 1751-88 armor. 20 durability. 800 size. 3 meters wide * 1 meter high. Construction materials 30 wood, 5 iron. Construction time 2 hours and 44 minutes. Simple spike barrier, but can cause considerable trouble to the enemy. Yes, this is also a good thing to guard the territory. Cao Xing continued to check. Heroic Longbow Production Drawing. Green. You can use this drawing to produce a level 10 heroic longbow. Production required conditions: blacksmith shop level 2, iron * 10, ice crystal * 5, animal sinew * 1 point. Beast Bone Light Armor Production Drawing. Green. You can use this drawing to produce a level 10 Beast Bone Light Armor. Required items: blacksmith shop level 2, any beast bones. Green. * 15, elemental crystals * 5. Note: during the novice protection period, ordinary citizens can be assigned to work in the blacksmith shop. After the protection period ends, personnel with forging skills need to be assigned to operate the blacksmith shop. Obviously, these two pieces of equipment are matched. Cao Xing was delighted. Very good. Now the weapons and armor of those newly trained archers have a place to go. However, we have to find a way to recruit 2 talents in blacksmithing. Cao Xing clicked on all 4 drawings to learn. Then, the last new item appeared in his hand. Book. Diary of Foreman Balin. Item attributes. After reading, you can get a strength +4 attribute improvement. Reading time 6 hours and 20 minutes. Cumulative. Click to read. Another book. Not bad. When the collected books exceed 100, I will build a library so that the people can absorb more knowledge in their spare time. So far, the transaction is almost over. At this time, the people of the territory, Daha, came over and whispered, "Lord, dinner is ready. Today there is freshly baked bread, steamed rice, and broth made from bear bones and bear meat. The 2 silver salmon you ordered are also ready." Cao Xing nodded and looked at the area where the cafeteria was located. Today's cafeteria has also been upgraded to level 2, and the area has increased from the original 70 to 80 square meters to more than 200 square meters. It can allow all the people to eat in it. The amount of food consumed by so many people every day is also a huge number. If Cao Xing had not been so powerful and brought back a lot of food and meat, he would not have been able to feed so many people. At this moment, waves of tempting food aroma came from the cafeteria. Especially Dazuang and his people, who had worked all day, had consumed a lot of their physical strength. When they smelled the fragrance, their stomachs started growling. Cao Xing knew they were all hungry, so he shouted, "Dazuang, Cao Yi, stop what you are doing, and eat before you go back to work." Hearing Cao Xing's call, all the people stopped what they were doing. One by one, they entered the cafeteria with excited expressions. There is no doubt that this is the most anticipated moment of the day for them. Every day, Dahua would prepare a lot of nutritious and delicious food for everyone, especially dinner, which is the most abundant. Everyone entered the territory in a large crowd, including the newly joined polar people and those imperial soldiers. And when the newcomers entered the cafeteria, they were stunned by the rich dishes on the table. There were several tables full of food, and they were dazzling. Golden bread, fragrant rice, and carefully cooked broth. Anything in front of them was something they had never seen in the territory of their former master. The polar Mandarin exclaimed immediately, "Oh my god. What did I see? Toasted bread, even honey and cheese. Is this really what we can enjoy?" The imperial soldiers were also shocked. "Emperor, am I dreaming?" Including the newly joined Old Mel and Elisa. They had never thought that the living standard of this territory could reach this level. This is simply the treatment of the nobility. For a moment, all the newcomers swallowed their saliva at the same time. Looking at their excited reactions, Cao Xing also had a smile on his face. In fact, this meal mainly consumed rice and wheat, and there was not much meat. Like the previous few days, Cao Xing and his people only relied on eating meat. But even so, the richness of the table has exceeded the imagination of these newcomers. Looking at the impatient expressions of the people in the territory, the citizen Cao Yi coughed twice and started his speech again. Half a minute later, Cao Yi's speech ended. Then he said, "Well, let's thank the Lord for his gift again and start enjoying a delicious dinner." Everyone said in unison, "Thank you for the Lord's gift." The next moment, everyone picked up their bowls or grabbed bread and began to eat voraciously. On Cao Xing's side, dozens of system prompts suddenly sounded. "Your territory member, Lajid, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty." 73. Your territory member, Sylvia, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty. 71. Your territory member, Duan, enjoyed a delicious dinner. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty. 75. Hundreds of system prompts appeared. All the territory residents increased their loyalty by 2 to 3 points. And those newcomers directly increased their loyalty by 7 to 10 points. It can be said that the loyalty of all members has skyrocketed. At the same time, Cao Xing also noticed that the loyalty of the most difficult Zida also increased a little. However, it seems that she did not increase because of the food, but because of other reasons. Zida looked at Cao Xing with a hint of interest in her eyes. Cao Xing shook his head and then took Liu Muxue to a dining table next to him. This was their dining area. On a plate above, there were 2 silver salmon that he had obtained from the powerful aboriginal of Liu Muxue Lake today, weighing a total of 7 kilograms. After taking a bite, Cao Xing opened his eyes immediately and said in surprise, "Oh my god. So smooth." He could feel that the delicious fish meat seemed to melt directly on the tip of his tongue when he took a bite. It was a taste without any fishy smell, only the pure meaty aroma. No wonder that Cunning said that silver salmon is an extremely rare delicacy. This thing is really delicious. However, the system prompt that Cao Xing expected did not appear. It was not until he finished eating a silver salmon in the bowl that the system prompt finally appeared. Successfully ate a silver salmon. Life limit plus 300. Population plus 3. Cao Xing was delighted. Sure enough, the population has increased. He wanted to try to see if he could increase the population by 9 directly with a silver salmon. But now it seems that the system will not let Cao Xing take advantage of it. Just when he wanted to continue eating the second silver salmon, Cao Xing looked at his bulging stomach. "Oh my god. I'm full." "Muxue, you eat this one." Liu Muxue chuckled and nodded, then began to enjoy the silver salmon. Compared to Cao Xing's wolfing down, Liu Muxue chewed slowly and seemed very gentle. It took about 5 minutes to finish the silver salmon. Then, the system prompt appeared. Liu Muxue successfully ate the silver salmon. Life limit plus 300. Population plus 3. Cao Xing noticed that his population limit became 106. However, this was not what surprised him the most. What surprised Cao Xing was that his remaining consumption times remained unchanged. The remaining number of silver salmons is still. That is to say, he and Liu Muxue can eat a total of 6 silver salmon, increasing the population by 18. I didn't expect that the number of times we two eat is calculated separately. Cao Xing was delighted. Although the system did not let him take advantage of the loophole, because a territory can have 2 to 4 lords, this effect can also be superimposed. After eating and drinking, Cao Xing took Liu Muxue out of the cafeteria and then said, "Muxue, our lord's hut will not be upgraded successfully until after 10 o'clock. Let's find a room to rest tonight." Liu Muxue nodded slightly, with some shyness on her face and said, "Well, I'll listen to you." The two came to the residential houses next door. There are several houses here that are still empty. Each residential house is connected to a heating pipe. Cao Xing pushed open a house at random, and bursts of warmth hit him. He looked at the indoor temperature. Current temperature 14. Not bad. I should be able to sleep well tonight. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the ice and snow outside, their territory is simply a paradise. The new chapter has been reviewed again. Book friends, please wait CAC. Chapter 117 Sarah's request. The novice protection period is officially lifted. Moreover, these medium-sized residential houses are also equipped with wooden beds and quilts. The quilt was sewn by Xianyani overnight with rabbit skin, and it is quite warm. At this time, Cao Xing remembered what happened between him and Xianyani last night. Something seemed to be hooked in his heart. At the same time, Liu Muxue had simply wiped her body, then sat on the edge of the bed and gently took off her wolfskin coat. Suddenly, a body with creamy skin and perfect curves appeared in front of Cao Xing. Liu Muxue got into the quilt first, covered half of her face with the quilt and said, "Xing, it's cold outside, go back to the quilt, to warm up for a while." Cao Xing nodded, "Okay, I'll come now." He took off his coat and got into the warm quilt. The next moment, a pair of slender and warm legs hooked towards him. The two looked at each other, and Liu Muxue's beautiful face was a little shy, and there was a hint of expectation. Until an hour later, the beauty lay contentedly in Cao Xing's arms, and soon, she fell asleep peacefully. Nearly 6 nights have passed since the global advent. She has also gotten used to the presence of someone beside her. Cao Xing held the warm body in his arms. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was still early, so he didn't feel sleepy. Almost an hour later, Cao Xing heard a system prompt. "Your lord's hut has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 3, population limit plus 100, reputation value plus 200, current population 100 over 206. Territory buildings such as the blacksmith shop, or processing plant, sewing shop, canteen, and Polar Man's hut can be upgraded to level 3. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's expression suddenly lifted. Finally done. He gently placed the beauty in his arms, and then pulled out his arm. Liu Muxue slept soundly, and was not woken up by him. Cao Xing quickly put on his clothes, and came out of the territory. At this moment, Dazuang and his men were holding hammers, and looking at the building in front of them with satisfaction. This was the success of their labor, and a sense of satisfaction emerged in their hearts. Cao Xing also noticed the changes in the Lord's hut. The level 3 Lord's hut is still a 2-story building, but there are more decorations on the outside. Eaves, door handles, and windows with patterns. Seeing Cao Xing coming, Dazuang said excitedly, "Lord, fortunately, we have successfully upgraded the Lord's hut. Please arrange more work for us." Cao Xing smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Dazuang, but your task today has been completed, and you can go back and rest now." Then he added, "By the way, this is an order." After hearing this, several polar people looked at each other and stopped shirking. Dazuang smiled and said, "Okay, respected lord, then we will go to rest." Cao Xing nodded, and then patrolled the territory again. He saw that the new cowshed had also been built. The yaks, sheep, and big-horned cows that used to roam in the territory now have shelters to avoid the cold wind and low temperatures at night. Not only that, the number of primary elemental arrow towers has also increased from 6 to 13 in just a few hours. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then called all the people in the territory over. Everyone, today's work is over. Now I order you to go and rest. Hearing Cao Xing's voice, all the people who were working laughed. Then they said in unison, follow the orders of the Lord. They put down their tools, and went into their own shelters. Then, Cao Xing sent a recruitment invitation to the remaining 14 polar people. Recruitment successful. Polar people Christu, Pal, and Iluo joined your territory, and the territory population plus 14. His population became 114 over 206. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Everything is ready, and the next step is to wait for tomorrow's expansion pack update. Just as he was about to return to the room, Sarah appeared silently. In the night, Sarah was wearing a black tights, with her tight legs together. She looked at Cao Xing a little embarrassed, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Cao Xing asked in confusion, Sarah, what's wrong with you? Sarah said softly, Lord, I encountered something, and need your advice. Cao Xing was stunned, and then said, what is it? Are you in trouble? Sarah shook her head. Her tone became softer. No, not. What is it? It's not convenient here. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Then, Sarah grabbed Cao Xing's wrist without saying anything, and pulled him to her residence quickly. Cao Xing was confused, but Sarah, as his second most loyal subordinate, would never hurt him. Then, he was led by Sarah into her residence. After entering the room, Sarah directly closed the door with a bang. Then he looked at Cao Xing nervously. As her breathing became more and more rapid, her whole person took on a strange temperament. Cao Xing asked, Sarah, what happened to you? In the room, Sarah hesitated and said, last night, I saw you and that woman in the sewing shop, doing that kind of thing. Hearing the latter sentence, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly widened, and then he coughed suddenly, cough, cough cough. Sarah, don't get me wrong, we are in a normal relationship, we just. Speaking of the latter, even Cao Xing felt a little guilty. Sarah shook her head and said, no, I didn't mean that. I don't know what's wrong with me. Ever since I saw what you and that human woman did, I feel my heart beating faster when I see you. This is a taboo for us assassins. We must maintain a calm state of mind when slashing the enemy's throat. This is the basic rule of assassins. But now, I can't do this. So, I want to know why I became like this. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and seemed to understand the reason. Dark elves, especially assassins like Sarah, have always been a race that is accompanied by darkness and dances with death. In their lives, there is only blood and death, and they basically do not have contact with other opposite sexes. However, no matter what, they are also a race with wisdom. And as long as they are alive, they have their own emotions and impulses. After she accidentally saw what Cao Xing and Ziyani did, it was like opening the door to a new world, so her heart has been restless. Sarah, what do you want to do? I don't know. But my heart drives me to do the same thing with you as that woman. As she spoke, Sarah's voice became smaller and smaller, and her slender and tight body twisted uncomfortably. After a moment, Cao Xing said, Sarah, do you want to try it? The cold dark elf paused, then nodded. In Cao Xing's surprised eyes, she took off her mask for the first time. The stove in the room was burning brightly. With the light of the fire, Cao Xing saw a woman with chocolate skin, delicate features, and shining eyes like gems. Her shining eyes were shy, and coupled with the pointed ears unique to the dark elves, she gave people a sense of exotic beauty. This made it difficult for Cao Xing to connect this exotic beauty in front of him with the shadow assassin who killed people without blinking an eye during the day. In Cao Xing's surprised eyes, Sarah slowly squatted down. Cao Xing's eyes widened instantly. A few minutes later, Sarah asked cautiously, Is that so? Cao Xing's throat moved, and then nodded. That's right, you are very smart, Sarah. After hearing this, Sarah's face suddenly flushed. 10 minutes later, the body temperature of both of them seemed to be rising. Cao Xing could clearly feel that the dark elf in front of him was trembling slightly. He grabbed Sarah's shoulders and gently lifted her up. Speaking of which, Cao Xing had never been in such close contact with Sarah. Under the assassin's leather coat on Sarah's body, there was a bumpy and tight figure. This may be related to the cruel training she has undergone since childhood. At this point, Sarah seemed to have no idea what to do, and stood there blankly. Cao Xing said, "Sarah, take off your clothes." Hearing this, Sarah became more shy. But she did it anyway. The black leather jacket on her upper body slowly fell off. Cao Xing saw a beautiful figure with a chocolate complexion, well-proportioned curves, and a very clear waistline, appearing in front of him. Not only that, Cao Xing even saw that this dark elf woman actually had a bra, a circle of white gauze tightly wrapped around her chest. But even so, it was still difficult to cover the pair of breasts that were about to burst out. Cao Xing's eyes were almost straight. He didn't expect that Sarah's slender figure would have such a perfect size. This is the fruit of a true slender branch, and it is also related to the blood of the dark elves. Noticing Cao Xing's fiery eyes, Sarah whispered in embarrassment, "It's too big. I think it's too much of a bother." Do you like it?" Cao Xing replied without hesitation, "I like it." However, in Sarah's surprised eyes, Cao Xing directly tore off her bra. Sarah trembled all over. As Cao Xing moved, Sarah's body was shaking constantly. Under her beautiful eyes, she stared at Cao Xing with misty water, and her legs were shaking constantly. But she still gritted her teeth, and insisted on standing there, allowing Cao Xing to move. This stubborn look further aroused some thoughts in Cao Xing's heart. Then, Cao Xing gently picked her up, and put her on the bed. The night gradually burned up. This dark elf beauty, from the initial immaturity to the positive response later. With joy and satisfaction in her eyes, she hugged Cao Xing's neck, and twisted her body. Before falling asleep, Sarah murmured, "So, is this the reason for minor restlessness? I think I understand." And Cao Xing waited until Sarah fell asleep. Only then did he leave her room. It was late at night, and the cold wind was howling outside. Most people in the entire territory had fallen asleep. However, Cao Xing saw that the second floor window of the residence house opposite was wide open. Irina was leaning on the window, spitting out scarlet tongue, looking at Cao Xing with interest. Cao Xing was immediately embarrassed, but he didn't say much, but left here quickly. Looking at Cao Xing's back, Irina chuckled, as if she understood something. Then, Cao Xing returned to Liu Muxue's room. The room was still warm, and the beauty on the bed was still sleeping. Cao Xing carefully entered the warm quilt. At the same time, a warm arm was placed on Cao Xing. Liu Muxue, who was sleeping, seemed to smell something. She opened her beautiful eyes, and sniffed Cao Xing's neck. Sniff, sniff. Cao Xing suddenly became a little nervous. At this time, Liu Muxue suddenly showed a sly smile. Cao Xing also knew that Liu Muxue might know something. Women's sixth sense is very accurate. He said awkwardly, "Muxue." However, Liu Muxue stretched out a finger and blocked Cao Xing's lips. The next moment, she went directly into Cao Xing's arms. After another round of passion, the woman in his arms finally fell asleep contentedly. On the bed, Cao Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, the upgrade of this world will improve physical fitness, otherwise, even I can't bear it. Nothing else happened in the second half of the night. Nearly 90% of the survivors fell asleep. However, this world is quietly changing. The next day, when the first ray of morning light appeared in the morning, a system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. "Survivors, please pay attention. You have spent the 6th night of the Frozen Age. There are only 10 minutes left before the end of the novice protection period. The new version is about to be updated. Please be prepared." Hearing this system prompt, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue opened their eyes at the same time. Liu Muxue wiped her hazy eyes and muttered, "Well, the protection period is about to end." Cao Xing nodded, "Yes, let's get up first and go outside to see what changes will happen after the update." At the same time, he glanced at the countdown above his head. Time remaining in the novice protection period: 0 hours, 9 minutes, 32 seconds. The last 10 minutes. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue quickly packed up and walked out of the room. Not only them, the entire continent. Most of the survivors from Blue Star walked out of their huts. Then, they welcomed the arrival of the new version together. The countdown slowly passed. Everyone stared at the countdown above their heads. Time remaining in the novice protection period. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. 10 seconds later, the system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note, the novice protection period has officially ended. The number of people who descended globally this time. 7.233 billion. The number of deaths. 2.144 billion. The number of remaining people. 5.089 billion. The comprehensive mortality rate. 29.64%. All surviving survivors. Congratulations, you have adapted to the cruel rules of the new world. Next, please do your best to survive in this cold world and start a new life. The first system prompt completely detonated the world channel. In 6 days, more than 2 billion people died. The death rate of up to 30% made everyone feel the cruelty of this world. This is not just a cold number, but more than 2 billion lives lost. Don't look at the current chat channel so hot, but those are all survivors who have adapted. More people died quietly on a cold night. Even the whole family was frozen into ice, and no one knew. Liu Muxue frowned and glanced at Cao Xing. Cao Xing patted her shoulder, and didn't say much. At the same time, the system prompts continued to appear. New expansion, Dragon Resurrection has officially started. The world environment will change. The following is the update content. Update content. The dragon turned over. With the activities of the ancient dragon Zuomar, the frequency of ice nests will increase in the next 7 days, and there is a greater probability of appearing next to the territories of the survivors. Please do a good job of territorial defense. Update content. The dragon store has been opened. You can exchange the corresponding items in the store by killing the ice dragon mark dropped by the ice nest monster. Updated content. The level of the ice nest monster will continue to increase with the revival of the dragon. Updated content. Reduced the probability of recruiting scrolls when killing wild creatures and increased the drop rate of training books and hearts of strength. Updated content. Open the reputation value interface. The higher the reputation value, the higher the probability of recruiting elite talents in the tavern, and there will be more refugees and rangers who will come to your territory. Updated content. Medical kits will not be able to be used with one click. Professional medical personnel are required to use the items in the medical kit for treatment, including sewing shops, blacksmith shops, etc. All require professional technicians to maintain operation. Updated content. When killing monsters without equipment, equipment will not be exploded. Updated content. When attacking, added effects such as broken limbs, disability, and vital attacks. When attacking vital parts, more damage will be caused, and broken limbs will not be able to be restored by healing. Update content. Added weather changes. After the protection period ends, the impact of weather on the territory will be more obvious. If you encounter a blizzard, please travel with caution. Update content. A new forum function has been added. All survivors can enter the forum interface to initiate a topic or communicate. More updated content will be available in 7 days, so look forward to it. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket for quietly waiting. 1 monthly ticket for Ultraman fighting. 1 monthly ticket for Poyuk. 1 monthly ticket for immediately getting rich. 1 monthly ticket for Gubinj. 2 monthly tickets for Cao Xing. 1 monthly ticket for Bookmat. 202250503075613874. 2 monthly tickets for Bookmat. 202104141528274112. 1 monthly ticket for Meow Meow Renji and Fireworks! Exclamation mark. Thanks to all the bookmats for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 118 Dragon Shop. Open. After reading the updated content, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly realized. There are a total of 10 updates, all of which are relatively important. The first, second and third are all related to the Dragon expansion pack. The frequency of ice nest outbreaks will increase, the dragon shop will be opened, and the level of killing ice nest monsters will gradually increase. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly realized, an ice nest can hatch at least 500 monsters. Killing all of them can gain a lot of experience points. In addition, you can also take the ice dragon mark that drops to the dragon shop to exchange for things. So, if you encounter an ice nest landing near the territory, the survivors who can survive will gain a lot of resources. And if you can't survive, the territory will be destroyed and everyone will die. In addition to these, there are some updates that are closer to reality. The probability of recruitment scrolls exploding has been reduced, and the reputation value interface has been opened. In other words, if the survivors want to recruit those powerful subordinates, they need to have more contact with the natives of this world. And the attribute of reputation becomes more important. The higher the reputation, the greater the chance of recruiting powerful natives or natives with special abilities, whether in the tavern of your own territory, or in taverns around the world. Another way is to increase the drop rate of training books and hearts of strength, so that the survivors can develop towards the Legion. However, whether it is the Legion route or the Elite route, it is the same for Cao Xing. Because he has the SSS-level Eternal Power talent, he is naturally much stronger than other survivors. Moreover, the more people he has, the more terrifying the bonus of the Eternal Power talent. Then, Cao Xing took another look at the reputation value interface. Reputation value 1100. Small reputation. When launching tavern recruitment, there is a 5% plus 5% chance of attracting elite creatures, a 1% plus 5% chance of attracting leader level creatures, and a 0.01% plus 5% chance of attracting leader level creatures. Note, because your territory has the title of Land of Hope, the probability of recruiting strong people of all levels increases by 5%. Seeing the notes at the end, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. The probability of recruiting strong creatures of all levels is increased by 5%. Fuck. Cao Xing was shocked. From the 0.01% probability of the leader level creature, it can be seen how difficult it is to recruit such a powerful creature. However, a title directly increases the probability by 5%, and all levels add up to more than 20%. In other words, every time Cao Xing activates the tavern recruitment function next time, there is a high probability of recruiting creatures above elite level. Cao Xing said happily, "This title is really powerful. It would be great if there were more of this kind of title." However, the territory title is a hidden function and is triggered randomly. Even Cao Xing doesn't know how to open the next title. Therefore, if you want to increase the probability of recruiting powerful creatures, you have to start with reputation. In Cao Xing's hand, there is currently a map of the snowstorm field, on which the locations of the major hunters' strongholds are marked. When his strength increases, he can use this map to continuously flatten the strongholds of those hunters and brush up the reputation value. For a while, Cao Xing couldn't help but look forward to it. In addition to these, there is another update that Cao Xing is looking forward to even more. That is, the dragon shop is open. This time, he collected a lot of ice dragon marks in advance, waiting for the new expansion to be released, hoping to exchange for some good things. The shop is finally open. Let me see what's inside. With excitement, Cao Xing clicked on the dragon shop. In an instant, a variety of goods appeared in front of Cao Xing. He took a casual look. Dragon shop treasure box exchange interface. Ice cold bronze treasure box. Price 200 ice dragon marks. Limited to 100. Frost covered silver treasure box. Price 2000 ice dragon marks. Limited to 20. Golden treasure box with cold light. Price 100,000 ice dragon marks. Limited to 3. Crystal clear Haoyu treasure box. Price 500,000 ice dragon marks. Limited to 1. Note, this series of treasure boxes are treasure boxes of the Ice Dragon Zuomar expansion pack, which can open some exclusive props. Cao Xing was stunned. Huh? What is a Haoyu treasure box? You know, so far, even he has never opened a gold treasure box. And in a gold treasure box, there is a high probability of opening gold equipment or golden blueprints and other props. A more advanced Haoyu treasure box. Could it be epic quality? Cao Xing was shocked. At this moment, he was a little excited and even wanted to exchange for a Haoyu treasure box on the spot. However, the price was also quite amazing. It actually costs 500,000 ice dragon marks. You know, Cao Crossing has only received 20,000 Ice Dragon marks through a large number of transactions in the past 2 days. It is estimated that no one in the entire server can redeem 500,000 Ice Dragon marks. It seems that, although the 20,000 Ice Dragon marks in my hand cannot be exchanged for a gold treasure chest, they can be directly exchanged for 10 silver treasure chests. Cao Crossing was shocked. You know, a silver treasure chest has a high probability of opening blue excellent or purple rare quality equipment. Cao Crossing's face showed joy. This wave is not a loss. 21 treasure chests, at least a few purple equipment can be opened. According to the price of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, the price of a piece of purple equipment is more than 100,000 crowns. However, he did not exchange it immediately, but suppressed his excitement and continued to check. Dragon Shop Blueprint Exchange Interface. Primary Frost Turret Blueprint. Price 10,000 Ice Dragon marks. Primary Snowball Turret Blueprint. Price 20,000 Ice Dragon marks. Intermediate Frost Turret Blueprint. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon marks. Intermediate Snowball Turret Blueprint. Price 150,000 Ice Dragon marks. Dragon Blood Warrior Training Barracks Construction Blueprint. Price 200,000 Ice Dragon marks. Frost Trebuchet Construction Blueprint. Price 300,000 Ice Dragon marks. Advanced Frost Wall Construction Blueprint. Price 500,000 Ice Dragon marks. Hiss. After seeing these blueprint rewards, Cao Crossing took a breath. Even such advanced turret blueprints and trebuchet blueprints can be exchanged. This is too fierce. You know, so far, Cao Crossing doesn't have an intermediate arrow tower. This time, the exchange store even released the blueprints of intermediate turrets and advanced walls. In addition, Cao Crossing also saw some other miscellaneous exchange items. For example, the primary power heart can be exchanged for 1000 Ice Dragon marks, and the Dragon Blood Warrior Training Manual requires 3000 Ice Dragon marks to exchange for 1 copy. In short, there are a lot of things in the Dragon store, and most of them are exclusive. Just changing 1 or 2 drawings and making it is a huge improvement. After reading these updates, Cao Crossing already has a bottom line in his heart. Thanks to the book friend. 20,240,620 The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law 3927 for the 500 points reward. Chapter 119 The Ice Nest Monster attacks, and the Arrow Tower crush it. After reading these updates, Cao Crossing had a clear idea in his mind. Very good, since the rewards in the exchange shop are so rich this time, there is no need to rush to exchange the silver treasure chests. First save the Ice Dragon marks, and try to exchange them for a few gold treasure chests, and then use the extra Ice Dragon marks to exchange for blueprints. At the same time, not only Cao Crossing, but almost all the survivors saw the game update. The chat channel was completely in chaos. The world channel was refreshing a lot of information every moment. The same was true for Area 174 where Cao Crossing was. Jiangguaksu, fuck. The territory protection is gone, and all the environments have become more real, but my territory is on the top of a mountain 9,000 meters high. The wind overturned my lord's hut. Zhang Zhenshan, my condolences to the brother upstairs. I'm just as miserable. As soon as the territory protection period was over, a troll rushed into my territory and destroyed it crazily. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been smashed into a meat paste like those polar people. Lao Hangayan, oh my god. 2 ice nests fell near my territory. A lot of monsters appeared. Help. UN. The one upstairs. Don't just shout. Report the coordinates and see if there are any brothers nearby who can save you. Gaok. Hahaha. The territory protection is finally over. Wanru, you bitch. Dare to cheat on me. I'm going to kill your whole family. Xiang Xianao. I'm a 176 male. Is there any good brothers territory willing to take me in? Seeing these people's speeches, Cao Crossing showed a look of realization. Many survivors have encountered various crises due to the changes in the game. They are all asking for help from others. Cao Crossing suddenly remembered that Jizanayu had contacted him yesterday and said that she was entangled by a group of vengeful spirits and asked Cao Crossing to help her with a task. Moreover, Jizunayu's situation seemed to be very bad. I don't know if she has died after a night. Thinking of this, Cao Xing sent a private message. Are you still alive? He went straight to the point. A moment later, a voice message came. After clicking play, it was a female voice with some decadence and helplessness. Boss Cao Xing, are you so eager for me to die? It was very soft and the voice was quite nice. Cao Xing smiled and then replied, that's not the case. It's mainly because the situation you told me yesterday was too serious, so I thought you were dead today. Jizunai was silent for a moment and then replied, I don't know what happened. Those undead were still wandering in the snow late at night, and I thought I would die at dawn. Unexpectedly, those undead left at dawn. Although I don't know if they will come again tonight. Fortunately, I have lived for another day. At this point, Jizunai asked tentatively, Boss Cao Xing, can you come today? There was some desire in her tone. Jizunai didn't sleep well for a day when she was entangled by this group of undead, and she felt like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. Cao Xing thought for a moment. To be honest, he was really interested in this task. After all, it was related to an ancient underground tomb with dusty treasures underneath. Moreover, Cao Xing had something to do today. That is, taking advantage of the end of the novice protection period to push Fang Long's territory. Cao Xing thought to himself, Fang Long must be killed, but I heard from the two survivors that he may have traded his territory to the hunters. And the hunters are powerful and their strength should not be underestimated. Last time, they even sent out a 3rd level elite killer to kill me. That is to say, there may be more powerful hunters in Fang Long's territory. Although, with Cao Xing's current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a strong man above the 3rd level, he is sure to kill him. But there are always accidents. If there are strong men above the 3rd level in Fang Long's territory, Cao Xing will be courting death if he runs into them. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to go to Jizunai to complete the task first, to see if he can improve his strength, and then find a way to conquer Fang Long's territory. Thinking of this, he has already made a plan for today's action. He replied directly, I know, I will come to you today. After getting Cao Xing's reply, Jizunai was overjoyed. Great, thank you, Boss Cao Xing. You are the lifesaver of my whole family. Cao Xing smiled. Don't be too happy too soon. We may not be able to complete the task yet. Let me make it clear first. If that demon is too powerful, I will just run away with my people. Hearing Cao Xing's reply, Jizunai was not angry, but said as a matter of course, that's natural. I'm already very grateful that Boss Cao Xing can come. If it really doesn't work, I can only consider it my bad luck. She was very open-minded, and Cao Xing couldn't help but look up to this woman. After hanging up the call, Cao Xing was about to inspect the territory. At this moment, two violent collisions suddenly rang in his ears. Boom. Boom. The whole territory was shaking. Cao Xing realized that there might be another ice nest outside his territory. Be alert. With Cao Xing's warning, all the combatants in the territory rushed out of the room at the first time. They were all ready for battle. Liu Muxue beside him said worriedly, Xing, what happened? Cao Xing shook his head and said, don't worry, it may be another ice nest falling down. Let's go out and take a look. The two quickly came to the edge of the territory and then climbed up the wall along the wall ladder. The initial wall is 40 centimeters thick, more than enough for a person to stand on it. And as the wall continues to upgrade, this width will continue to increase. In the future, you can even directly place various turrets, catapults and other large siege equipment. By then, it will not be a territory, but a war fortress. At the same time, it was not just Cao Xing. Other combatants also climbed up the wall. Their eyes were locked on the snow a few hundred meters away. Two nearly 2-meter high ice nests smashed the ground into a huge pit 5 or 6 meters deep. Then, one by one, ice nest monsters with ice spikes on their bodies, shaped like hyenas, walked out of it. They smelled the smell in the snow, and then quickly locked onto Cao Xing's territory. Woo. Roar. A series of low roars were heard, and more than a dozen ice nest monsters rushed towards the territory like madhounds. At the same time, the Imperial Archer standing on the sentry tower had a nervous look on his face and quickly pulled the bowstring. Liu Muxue also held the shield and asked, Xing, should we go down to fight? Cao Xing shook his head and said, no, they are just some first level ice nest monsters, we don't need to do anything yet. Don't worry, they can't even get close to our territory. Hearing this, Liu Muxue gradually felt relieved. Sure enough, when the ice nest monsters approached the territory within about 600 meters, in an instant, at least 7 primary elemental arrow towers sensed it. Then, arrows were shot from the top of the elemental arrow tower. Swish, swish, -247, -264, -258, -263, 7 damage numbers appeared. With the health of these ice nest monsters over 500, 2 elemental arrow towers can kill an ice nest monster in one wave of concentrated fire. In Cao Xing's territory, after last night's overtime, the number of elemental arrow towers has reached 13. Although due to the distance setting, only half of the arrow towers can attack the ice nest monster in this direction. But it is enough to crush it. Ouch. A series of screams came. The first wave went down, and 3 or 4 ice nest monsters were killed directly. The elemental arrow tower has a 2.5 second attack interval. With the burst speed of these ice nest monsters, this time can only sprint about 80 meters at most. In other words, if they want to get under the city wall, they have to withstand at least 4 or 5 waves of attacks from the elemental arrow towers. Obviously, these ice nest monsters will be annihilated by the attack of the elemental arrow towers before they get close to the city wall. Dazuang and others have also woken up long ago. After feeling the violent vibration, they also realized that there might be monsters outside the territory. So, they climbed up the city wall carefully, and then saw the scene in front of them. Dazuang had a look of surprise on his face and shouted, come and see. Our territory is so powerful that those monsters can't even reach the foot of the city wall. Ha ha ha. Dazuang laughed happily. Hearing his call, more and more people in the territory also crowded onto the city wall and began to watch. Cao Xing did not stop them either, as he was still thinking about activating a few more hidden titles with these people in the territory. They also saw this scene. The ferocious ice nest monsters were mercilessly shot by the elemental arrow tower. Even those powerful warriors and archers on the sentry tower did not need to take action. For a while, all the people in the territory showed excitement in their eyes, and their morale soared. Because what Cao Xing said was true, in his territory, there was no need to worry about safety issues. Including old Mel who joined yesterday, there was a look of relief on his face. Just as Cao Xing promised him, give him a safe environment. At present, this territory does have this strength. Dazuang said excitedly, praise the great lord. Others also shouted at the same time, praise the great lord. Liu Muxue on the side also had a happy smile on her face. That's great. Crossing. Cao Xing nodded. In this way, there is no need to worry about the threat of the ice nest. The development progress of his territory is far ahead of other survivors. The power of more than a dozen primary elemental arrow towers is enough to deal with the ice nest monsters at this stage. And soon, he can upgrade the city wall to a mid-level city wall and build more elemental arrow towers and ice arrow towers. Both the defense and attack capabilities will be greatly improved. At that time, let alone 2 ice nests. Even if there are monsters from 10 ice nests at the same time, Cao Xing's territory can easily deal with it. However, the only pity is that the elemental arrow towers do not give experience for killing these monsters. So, Cao Xing gave the order directly. Kanda, Cantle. The 2 centaurs immediately saluted. Yes, Lord, please give your orders. Cao Xing nodded and said, you will lead the new recruits who joined us yesterday, as well as Irina, to fight around the ice nest outside the snow. Be careful, if you encounter any unexpected situation, take people to the territory immediately. Although, because of Cao Xing's level increase, the experience given by these ice nest monsters seems to be relatively small. But there are so many of them. There can be thousands of ice nest monsters in the 2 ice nests, and there may be elite monsters among them. Killing them all can also gain a lot of experience. It is enough for these recruits to upgrade 1 or 2 levels. Kanda and Cantle saluted at the same time and shouted loudly, follow your orders, powerful lord. Then, they rode their hooves and came to the new recruits recruited yesterday, shouting, "New recruits, pay attention." Candace's bell-like voice directly made everyone look excited. The two apprentice mages, Ellie and Sylvia, were both startled. Cantle said without further ado, "The Lord asked me to take you out to fight. This is a chance for you to gain experience. No matter how the Lord treats you, in our territory, everyone must obey the Lord's orders. Since the Lord has handed you over to me, then from now on, all actions must be under my command. Do you understand?" The Imperial soldiers and archers saluted at the same time and said in unison, "Understood." As soldiers, they had undergone military training before entering the summoning space, and these disciplines were almost engraved into their bones. As for the two apprentice mages, they also said timidly, "Understood. Understood." The centaur nodded and then said, "Then now, everyone, go out with me to kill those ice nest monsters." As soon as the words fell, the city gate opened. The two centaurs, like generals going to war, led a group of new recruits and rushed into the snow outside. They were going to go near the ice nest, wait for the ice nest monsters to hatch, and then kill them as soon as possible. Watching their backs as they left, Dazuang and the others were excited. "Our crossing, will those newcomers be okay?" Liu Muxue said with some concern. Cao Xing smiled and said, "No, we have also applied various buffs to these newcomers. Their combat power is much stronger than creatures of the same level, and their survivability is not as good as hers even for those elite monsters." Liu Muxue nodded gently. "Let's go, we don't need to worry about this place." After saying that, Cao Xing took Liu Muxue down the city wall. At this time, he saw Juliet, who was planting mutated thorn vine seeds on the edge of the city wall, and little Eve, who was helping next to her. The two tree spirit girls, who were as exquisite as figurines, were wrapped in a wolfskin and were full of a quiet and elegant aura. They didn't seem to be affected by the fighting outside at all. Cao Xing walked over and asked, "Juliet, how are these vine seeds?" Juliet and little Eve saluted and said respectfully, "My lord, my lady, I wish you good health." Then, Juliet continued, "My lord, these vine seeds are good, and the survival rate can basically be guaranteed, but it takes 1 or 2 days for the vines to grow. Besides, we only have more than 30 seeds, and we can't cover all the city walls, so." Cao Xing nodded, he knew this. "It doesn't matter, just plant all these seeds. Covering part of the city wall is also good. I'll think of a way to see if I can get another batch of vine seeds to surround our entire territory." Hearing the latter sentence, Juliet chuckled and said, "My lord, there is no need to be so troublesome. After these vines grow out, they can produce new seeds." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this. Juliet continued, "However, because the mutated thorn vines are magical plants, in order to make them produce new seeds, they need to be injected with magic power. If the Lord can find cold spiritual water and water these vines, they can grow rapidly and produce new seeds. In this way, we will soon have a large number of thorn vine seeds." "Cold spiritual water?" Juliet nodded. "Where can I find it specifically? Or is there any direction?" Juliet thought for a moment and replied, "Cold spirit water is spring water with spiritual power. No matter how low the temperature is, it will not freeze. Generally, it will appear in some high mountains or special areas. If you see water that is not frozen when the temperature is extremely low, it is most likely cold spirit water." Cao Xing nodded, "I see. I will pay attention to it when I go out today." At this point, Cao Xing seemed to remember something and continued to ask, "By the way, Juliet, I still need to find a magical plant called Moses grass. Do you know where to find this grass?" Moses grass. Hearing this name, Juliet's shining eyes flashed with a thoughtful look again. Then she nodded and said, "I remember that the book describes that this grass absorbs a lot of water during its formation and generally grows in places with sufficient water sources. And its overall appearance is light purple, and it tastes sweet and delicious. It can also be eaten by humans." After listening to her description, Cao Xing had a general impression in his mind. "Okay, I got it. Now, there are 2 more things to find, namely Moses grass and cold spirit water." At this time, Juliet reached her white arm into the wolfskin coat, took out a small bottle from it, and handed it to Cao Xing. Lord, this is the dew of the moon condensing flower. 3 drops were successfully condensed this morning. Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. The moon condensing flower was successfully transplanted. Juliet, you are awesome. After receiving Cao Xing's praise, Juliet lowered her head shyly. Then she whispered, no, it's okay. This is what I should do. Little Nev next to her also looked at her sister with admiration. In her eyes, her sister has always been so knowledgeable, as if she knows everything. Cao Xing took the bottle, and the system prompt appeared. Obtain moon condensing flower dew *3 right square bracket. He looked at the attributes. Moon condensing flower dew, blue, item effect. After taking it, you can quickly restore a certain amount of mental strength. Cao Xing nodded. The effect was about the same as he expected. Then, he directly put the 3 drops of flower dew into his backpack. At this time, Elisa on the city wall had also watched the entire battle outside the territory. She was extremely envious of the power of the primary elemental arrow tower and the strength of the 2 centaurs. She jumped down from the city wall and quickly came to Cao Xing. My lord, my lord. Elisa was wearing a thick bear fur coat and gloves, and she looked like a cute little female bear. But her movements were extremely flexible. Seeing her excited face, Cao Xing asked, what's wrong, Elisa? Elisa said, can you train me into a combatant now? She seemed to be very excited. Cao Xing was stunned. It turned out to be this matter. Then, he smiled and said, okay, I was just about to talk to you about this. Chapter 120. The heart is the most powerful muscle. Through the transaction last night, Cao Xing received 6 copies of the Ice Archer Training Manual, which can be used to train 6 people in the territory into combatants. In addition to Elisa, 5 more people need to be found. Then, Cao Xing came to the side of the tree spirits, and then looked at one of the mature looking female tree spirits, Valerie. Hearing Cao Xing calling her, the female tree spirit walked over quickly and saluted respectfully. Lord, please give me your orders. Cao Xing nodded and said, I have 5 quotas for training ice archers here. Please see who in the tree spirit tribe is willing to become a combatant and let them sign up. Hearing this, without waiting for Valerie to speak, one of the male tree spirits was immediately excited and said, Lord, I'm willing to become an ice archer, and I also want to have the power to defend the territory. I'm willing to. I want to become an archer and protect the safety of the territory, and me. The voices of signing up rose and fell. Except for some weak female tree spirits, at least 80% of the tree spirits raised their hands. Seeing this, Valerie also smiled faintly. Lord, you see, it's better for you to choose. We, the tree spirits, are willing to contribute our strength to defend the territory. Cao Xing nodded, then pointed at 5 people at random and said, very good, then the 5 of you come with me. The 5 selected tree spirits, both men and women, all showed joy on their faces at the same time. The other tree spirits seemed very envious. They followed Cao Xing, crossed the territory, and stopped in front of a building covering an area of about 200 square meters, which was aqua blue, and had a bow and arrow engraved on the wall. This is the training barracks. Then, Cao Xing said directly, you go in. The 5 tree spirits and Elisa entered the barracks one after another. Then, Cao Xing directly clicked on the training interface of the barracks. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Ice Archer Training Manual *6 to train the territory members, Elisa, Julian, Besk, into Ice Archers? Number of people training at the same time. 6/6 time required for this training. 6 hours and 42 minutes. Cao Xing directly clicked yes. At the same time, the gate of the training barracks closed instantly, and then waves of blue magic power appeared from inside. Cao Xing nodded. Next, we only need to wait for 7 hours to have 6 ice archers. At the same time, after seeing Cao Xing's work, the Polar Man Dazuang and the Lord Cao Yi also came over with their people. They said with great enthusiasm, Lord, please arrange today's work for us. Cao Xing glanced at these lords, then shook his head and said, no, I promised you yesterday to let you rest for a day. Go back. Today's work will be taken over by the new members. However, hearing this, the eyes of all the lords showed embarrassment. Cao Yi, a citizen, said with a worried look on his face, "Lord, why don't you give us a holiday? If you don't let us work, we can't even eat in peace." Dazuang also echoed, "Yes, yes, Lord, the Lord goes out every day to provide us with rich food. If we are allowed to lie at home and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, then won't we become useless people? Polar people don't want to rest, they want to work." After hearing this, other polar people also said, "That's right, Lord. Polar people don't want to rest." Cao Crossing was happy. These guys refused to rest, even if they were asked to, and judging from the situation, it would be really boring for them to be idle. After thinking for a while, Cao Crossing said, "In this case, if you are really bored, go and upgrade all the city walls to intermediate city walls. It is a big project to upgrade all the primary city walls to intermediate city walls, and the materials required are also astronomical." If Cao Crossing had not collected a lot of resources through market transactions, he would not be able to build the intermediate city walls now. Hearing that Cao Crossing had finally given them a task, the people looked at each other, and joy appeared on each other's faces. "Great. Let's get to work now." "Thank you, Lord." Dazuang and the people of the territory, Cao Yi, both retreated excitedly, and then began to upgrade the city wall. At this time, Cao Crossing called another polar man, Duan, over. Polar man Duan said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your orders." Cao Crossing nodded. "The group of polar men I brought back yesterday will be handed over to you for command today. Your task is to build another 7 primary elemental arrow towers and 3 primary ice arrow towers. If there is enough time, lay a layer of brick and stone floor on the ground of our territory." Duan immediately said respectfully, "No problem, respected lord. I will do my best to complete the task you assigned." After that, he immediately took more than 20 polar men to build new arrow towers. For a while, everyone had a job and started a busy day. Cao Crossing looked at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 10 hours and 54 minutes, weather forecast. In the afternoon, some areas of the snowfield will usher in freezing rain. Please take precautions against cold and rain. Cao Crossing nodded and said, "It's getting late. I should go find Jizanayu to see if I can complete the task." Then, Cao Crossing came to the center of the territory and shouted, "Assemble." The next moment, Sam, Andrew, Blot and other combatants rushed over. They all looked at Cao Crossing with firm eyes, as if waiting for him to give the task for today. The Blood Spider Queen Zirda came late, with a hazy sleep on her face, as if she had not woken up yet. After everyone arrived, Cao Crossing said, "Today, we are going to a place far away. If we encounter some problems in the territory, we will not be able to rush back immediately. So, we need to leave a few strong members to guard our territory." Cao Crossing's eyes swept over everyone, and then stopped at the Black Smoke Shaman. "Blot, you stay." After hearing this, Blot bowed devoutly and said, "Lord, although Blot would rather fight with you, if it is your order, I'm willing to obey." Cao Crossing nodded. He let Blot stay, of course, after careful consideration. As a powerful leader-level creature, and also a Black Smoke Shaman, he is particularly good at dealing with defensive battles where the few win over the many. And because his resonance totem has a bonus for everyone, even if Blot stays, he can still benefit from Cao Crossing and his team's combat experience. In addition, with 2 centaurs, several robots and the snakeman Irina, the territory's defensive capabilities are quite strong. Everyone else is ready to go, but before leaving, Cao Crossing still has a recruitment scroll that he hasn't used. That is Liu Muxue's 2nd place reward. Although only ordinary creatures can be recruited, after Cao Crossing's buff amplification, they can also have very powerful combat power. So, Cao Crossing took out the blue scroll in his hand. "Do you want to use the 2nd level creature recruitment scroll?" "Yes." With Cao Crossing's confirmation. At the same time, in front of everyone, a 6-pointed star array with a chill appeared. Waves of ice and snow emerged from the 6-pointed star array. Through the wind and snow, everyone saw a huge humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters faintly appearing inside. Then, a rough voice sounded. "The heart is the most powerful muscle. Even in the coldest hell, I will show the world my strongest physique." After the words fell, the ice and snow dissipated. In front of everyone, a big bald man with a naked upper body, exaggerated bulging muscles, and 2 tufts of mustaches appeared. The blue tattoos on his body covered his whole body like pythons, and the terrifying muscle lines were clear. Even more exaggerated was the weapon in his hand. It was a giant shield that was 1 meter and 80 tall, aqua blue, and like a door panel. Cao Xing was stunned. This is another new special profession? It seems to be a defensive type. At the same time, the big bald man with naked upper body said, "For the glory of my hometown, the Ice Shield Guard, Braum Iron Wall reports to you." Cao Xing stretched out his hand and said as usual, "Welcome, Braum Iron Wall, let us build a glorious territory together." The big bold Braum had a bright smile on his face. Although he was not wearing clothes on his upper body, he seemed to be completely unaffected by the cold. Braum's eyes began to scan the surrounding territory buildings. At the same time, he also noticed that the aura of the companions around him was even more powerful, and everyone had more powerful strength than him. Braum's eyes showed an approving look. "My lord, you have a prosperous territory and a group of powerful subordinates." Cao Xing was immediately happy after hearing this. "I was hit by Hilda yesterday, and this big bald man recruited today seems to be quite knowledgeable." Cao Xing glanced at Hilda calmly, as if he wanted to see her reaction. "TSK." The proud queen made a disdainful sound and glanced away. Cao Xing smiled and didn't care. Then, he looked at the attributes of the big bold Braum again. Ice Shield Guard, Braum Iron Wall, level 11 3364/20,000, second order ordinary creature, HP 2740/2740, attack power 2072-33 armor 1431-55, shield holding state, attributes, strength 97, agility 84, spirit 88, constitution 114, skills, winter's bite, drives the ice and the shield, causing 88% damage to the enemy hit, and reduces its movement speed by 70% within 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Leap guard, Braum quickly leaps to a friendly unit, and increases its armor by 20%, blocking the next one damage. The maximum jump distance is AGILITY *0.2 meters, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Talent, Polar Constitution, talent, Ice Blood. Every time you are attacked, the ice blood in your body will be activated. After accumulating 10 attacks, it will burst out with ice breath, freezing the enemy for 23 seconds. Saturation. 73 loyalty. 70. Seeing the skill of Braum, Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Obviously, this is a frontline shield warrior in the team. The second leap guard is simply a life-saving skill. Not bad, not bad. Cao Xing was very satisfied with this new hero. Although Braum is just an ordinary creature, he has shown great potential. And with Cao Xing here, I believe he will be able to upgrade his level soon. Braum, you have a strong body. I believe that with your protection, our team will be much safer. Hearing Cao Xing's praise, Braum blew his mustache and said proudly, "My lord, you are right. I'm the most powerful warrior in our hometown. With me here, no one can hurt you." Cao Xing also smiled. "Then now, let us bless you, and make you stronger." "Bless." The bold Braum looked puzzled. Cao Xing nodded. At the same time, he and Liu Muxue, as well as Irina, Blot, Ziyani, Tongchachu and others beside him, all began to cast spells. Ice Healing, Ice Armor, Frost Shield, Blessing of Courage, Aurora Blessing, Aurora Holy Shield, Snake Man Frenzy, Queensville. Groups of energy, more than a dozen buffs hit Braum in a row. Braum only felt that his whole body was suddenly filled with all kinds of terrible power. His defense, attack power, speed, all skyrocketed. These buffs allow Braum to instantly compete with elite monsters of the same level and win. You know, he is a shield warrior and is not good at fighting. And with Braum's current defense, he can even fight against the boss level creatures of the same level. This is a horror of eternal power. It can allow an ordinary creature to fight directly across 2 levels. Moreover, as Cao Xing and Liu Muxue obtain more and more buffs in the future, it will no longer be a dream for an ordinary creature to be blessed to the level of a leader by them. By then, they will all be leaders. Cao Crossing even thought about the future when he would raise an army. They all look like ordinary imperial soldiers, but when these soldiers fight, each one is more fierce than those leaders. That scene must be very sour. Cao Crossing couldn't help but laugh a little silly. At this time, Braum interrupted his thoughts. Respected Lord, your power is as vast as the sea. Braum likes this powerful feeling. Your territory member, Braum Ironwall, has received a powerful power increase, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty. 81. Cao Crossing nodded and increased his loyalty by 11 points at once. He sighed again at the usefulness of the talent of eternal power. Almost no matter how arrogant a being is, after being recruited by him, they will be amazed at this powerful talent and then increase their loyalty. After doing this, Cao Crossing looked at Yanni next to him. Yanni, the place we are going to today is quite far. If you encounter any situation in the territory, remember to contact me in time. Although he has not yet made a small communication device. But Yanni is also a survivor and can use the chat function of the system to communicate with Cao Crossing remotely. In this way, even outside, Cao Crossing can know the situation in the territory. Yanni held Tong Chachu's hand, and her whole person was full of charming charm. Okay, sir. I will contact you as soon as possible. Cao Crossing nodded, and then directly ordered, everyone, follow me. The team began to walk towards the gate of the territory. But before leaving, Cao Crossing saw something placed next to the gate of the territory. It was 5 vehicles made of wood and iron sheets, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, sleds. There are also 4 seats on it, which can accommodate 4 people at the same time. I looked at the properties. Primary sled durability. 200. Maximum number of people. 4. Not bad. It seems that Duan has made 5 sleds according to my instructions. Then, Cao Crossing put these sleds into his backpack. Yes, sleds are crafting props, which can be put into the backpack like a minecart. When you need to use them, you can take them out, which is very convenient. And in this way, you won't encounter the situation where the newcomers in the team slow down the speed of travel like yesterday. Obtain primary sleds asterisk 4 right square bracket. Then the gate opened, and everyone saw them off, including Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue. 8 figures, a mammoth, and a frost wolf, walked out of the territory in a mighty procession and came to the snow outside. Boom. Boom. The team began to speed up. The big bold Bron felt the surging power in his body and said excitedly, aha. Great. The power of this blood spider lady is so strong that it makes my running speed increase a lot. Seeing the excitement of this bold man, Cao Crossing also smiled. The atmosphere of the team seemed very active. Everyone rushed all the way. Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue sat on the back of the mammoth, watching the surrounding scene quickly recede, and it was not bumpy at all. More than 20 minutes later, they had advanced almost 30 kilometers. At this time, Sarai appeared again silently. Since what happened last night, this dark elf assassin seems to have regained her assassin's heart. Looking at Cao Crossing, there was no previous passion in her eyes, but with some other complicated emotions. Lord, a battle broke out 1 kilometer ahead. It seems to be another lord. Hearing this, Cao Crossing was startled, and then thought, another lord. Cao Crossing instinctively didn't want to have more contact with other lords. And if they go over now, the other party might think you want to steal monsters, or for other purposes. So Cao Crossing was about to order a eater. At this time, Sarah added, that territory is under siege by a large number of ice nest monsters, and the humans inside seem to be unable to hold on. Hearing this, Cao Crossing thought again for a moment. Ice nest monsters? It just so happens that he needs a large number of ice dragon marks to exchange for awards. With their strength, it won't take long to solve an ice nest. It's okay to rescue these survivors, by the way. Of course, the premise is that there are no members of the Three Heroes Association in this territory. If there are, Cao Crossing will definitely not rescue them, and will even take advantage of the situation to push this territory down. So Cao Crossing said, let's go and take a look. Dang. Dang dang. The team changed direction and rushed forward. Thanks to Bookfriend. Lie 242 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Ordinary Night Sky for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Arkham, a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Shallow Injury for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20220622051937499 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to User has been cancelled for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Guanxianjie for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Northwest Wolf for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Siren Haggard for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Literature is Coming for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Celebrating the Age of 60 in advance for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Traveling in the Sea of Books in Dreams for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the third young master of the Lin family for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20230608164926718 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mlananim for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gayo for 2 monthly tickets. Exclamation mark. Thanks, Bookfriend 20,240,620. The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law 3927 for the 500-point reward. Thanks, Zanayao for the 100-point reward. Thanks to all book friends for their recommendation votes and subscriptions. Chapter 121 Rescue, Seed of the Ancient War Tree. Cao Xing led the team to sprint all the way. Soon, they came to the survivors' territory that Sarah mentioned. The scale of this territory is not large. There are only a few scattered buildings, not to mention the city walls. There is not even an elemental arrow tower. At this time, at least dozens of ferocious ice nest monsters have rushed into the territory. In this situation, if it were ordinary survivors, they would have been torn to pieces by the ferocious ice nest monsters. However, this group of survivors seemed very smart. They took all the polar people and territory members into the Lord's hut. Then an Aurora Knight held the gate tightly with a shield, blocking the ice nest monsters outside. On the side, there were 2 Imperial soldiers to assist. With mutual cooperation, they actually managed to hold on. Cao Xing and his men approached quickly and heard a few words of conversation vaguely. Yiming, can you still hold on? Mom and Dad. Xiaoying, don't worry about me. Attack these ice nest monsters quickly. As long as we kill a few more ice nest monsters, we can rush out. The Lord's hut won't last long. I will lead 2 Imperial soldiers to hold these monsters back, and you will run into the snow. Yiming. The situation of these people seems not optimistic. Although it can still be supported by the terrain, the Lord's hut has a durability value. Dozens of ice nest monsters surrounded the Lord's hut and continued to attack the wall. The durability value poured down like water. It won't be long before this Lord's hut will be destroyed, and everyone inside will be killed by the ice nest monsters. The bold Braum raised a huge shield in one hand and said with a bright smile on his face, Lord, do you need Braum to take action? Cao Xing did not answer, but first glanced at the names above the 4 people. Yao Yiming LV5, Yao Dabao LV4, Yao Ang LV4, K Fuan LV4. Obviously, this is a family of 4. Their levels were not high, only Yao Yiming had reached level 5. Cao Xing began to look through his blacklist to see if there were any members of the 3 Heroes Society in this family. At this moment, Yao Yiming, holding a shield, cooperated with 2 Imperial soldiers to block the door of the Lord's hut tightly and continuously resist the attacks of the ice nest monsters. Behind him, a snow hunter, a frost mage, and a cold iron mechanic were all launching long-range attacks. -37, -74, -55. The damage numbers floated one by one. After their battle for this period of time, as many as 10 ice nest monsters had died at the door. Originally, with the strength of this territory, it was more than enough to deal with these level 5 and 6 ice nest monsters. If they could have discovered it earlier, they would not have fallen into such a passive state. However, the location where the ice nest fell was a bit far from their territory. By the time the family discovered it, dozens of monsters in the ice nest had been refreshed. So many ice nest monsters rushed over at once, directly catching the family off guard. At this moment, the Aurora Knight was suddenly bitten on the shoulder by an ice nest monster. In his horrified eyes, the other ice nest monsters all rushed over. Roar. Brother. A crisp female voice sounded behind him. Son. The family members exclaimed. The next moment, the Aurora Knight was directly slapped away by several ice nest monsters. Several -67 and -78 damage appeared on his head. His health dropped instantly. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that as Yao Yiming was knocked away, their formation was also broken. Several ice nest monsters had already rushed directly into the Lord's hut. Roar, roar. A series of low roars sounded. The human survivors and the polar people all had terrified looks in their eyes. Everyone heard several terrified voices coming from inside. Goddess of the earth, the polar people are going to be eaten by these ice nest monsters. Oh my god. Those monsters are rushing in. Brother. Come here quickly. At this moment, Cao Xing had confirmed that this family had nothing to do with the Three Heroes Society. Then he directly ordered, go, kill these ice nest monsters. The big bald head Braum was the first to respond. I'm a gentle snowflake to my friends, and an avalanche to my enemies. Then now, let Braum save you. While the big bald head was speaking, he had already raised a huge shield and rushed into the group of ice nest monsters. With the blessing of Queen's will, his burst speed was extremely fast. Puff, puff puff puff. At this moment, Braum turned into a bulldozer and directly knocked all the ice nest monsters away. Those ice nest monsters that originally wanted to enter the Lord's hut were also attracted by the battle here. Roar, roar. Waves of angry roars came. In an instant, some ice nest monsters rushed towards Braum, but more ice nest monsters still poured into the Lord's hut. A cry of surprise came from inside. Damn it. Stop these ice nest monsters. Strong soldiers, go and save Yiming. At the same time, a stronger vibration came from the distance. Boom. Boom. It was like a giant beast was running wildly. The Yao family members who were struggling to resist in the Lord's hut looked confused, as if they didn't know what was going on. And the next moment, they saw a big foot. A big foot as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. Then it stepped hard on the ice nest monster at the door. Boom. After a violent vibration, at least 3 or 4 ice nest monsters at the door were stepped into ice debris on the spot. The next moment, a complete grey giant beast appeared. Moo. Dabe raised his trunk and swept away large pieces of ice nest monsters. Bang, bang. -1344, -1327, -1314. The ice nest monsters were killed instantly by Dabe. This powerful mammoth began to sweep across the 4 directions. The Yao family, who had already fallen into despair, saw the battle scene outside the Lord's hut, and their pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, hope reappeared in their grey eyes. A female voice exclaimed, brother, get up quickly, we are saved. The polar people inside were also surprised and said, oh my god, that's a mammoth. The Mother Earth must have heard our prayers and sent this sacred creature to save us. At the same time, Andrew, Renus and others had also arrived. Assam rushed directly into the monster group, waving the knight's sword in his hand, sweeping away the ice nest monsters one by one. Swish, swish. Andrew also transformed into a giant bear and slapped them hard. The ice nest monsters were killed in large numbers. Cao Xing heard the experience prompt sound in his ears, and then he controlled the mammoth and rushed forward. Looking at this group of divine soldiers and the 2 figures sitting on the mammoth, the Yao family members showed a strong shock in their eyes. The Aurora Knight resisted the attack of the ice nest monster and exclaimed, the person on the elephant seems to be another survivor like us. So strong. Now we are really saved. A strong hope appeared in their hearts. At the same time, they re-inspired their fighting spirit. At this moment, a sharp wind sound suddenly came to the ears of the Aurora Knight. Swish. An arrow shot over in an instant and hit the ice nest monster in the Lord's hut directly. -543. This is Renus's arrow. She is now full of buff, and each arrow is a critical damage. And the health of these ice nest monsters is only over 500. One arrow can kill them instantly. Renus just stood at the door of the Lord's hut and shot arrows one by one. The ice nest monsters inside were also killed one by one. It took 1 minute. The battles inside and outside the Lord's hut were all over. Several powerful figures stood in the snow, exuding a fierce aura. The Yao family members in the Lord's hut looked at this group of creatures and dared not breathe, because they had a feeling that every figure here was so powerful that they could easily kill all the people in their territory. At this time, the young man sitting on the mammoth said, "Call it a day, clean up the battlefield." As his voice fell, these powerful creatures restrained their murderous aura and then began to obediently pick up the items dropped by the ice nest monsters on the ground. For Cao Xing and others, these ice nest monsters were just some small fish monsters that could be killed at will. At the same time, the 4 people of the Yao family, with 2 imperial soldiers and 4 polar people, carefully got out of the Lord's hut. Yao Yiming had some fear and curiosity on his face. He raised his head and looked at Cao Xing on the back of the mammoth and knew that he was the lord of this group of powerful creatures. "Thank you very much for your help, brother." The Yao family members next to him also bowed. "Thank you for your help, little brother." Including the 4 polar people and the 2 imperial soldiers, they all expressed their gratitude to Cao Xing and others. However, among them, there was a little girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. She raised her head carefully and looked at the 2 people on the back of the mammoth with curiosity. Her eyes kept lingering on Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Facing the thanks from this group of people, Cao Xing waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a little help. Now, tell me where the ice nest is refreshed." Yao Yiming was stunned for a moment, and then he was the first to react. He pointed to the distance. "There, about 2 kilometers from here." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, then I want these 2 ice nests. By the way, this is not a robbery." Hearing this, Yao Yiming was stunned for a moment, then he understood something and nodded. Of course, of course." Cao Xing didn't waste any words, just patted the mammoth's back and ordered, "Everyone, keep going, destroy those 2 ice nests, and make a quick decision." He didn't have time to wait for the ice nest monsters to refresh, and destroying them directly was the safest way. Boom. Boom. Cao Xing's team came in a mighty manner, and left in a mighty manner, leaving the Yao family and the group of polar people with shocked faces. One of the polar people exclaimed, "What a powerful lord, who can actually drive the sacred mammoth, and has such a group of powerful warriors under his command. Yes, it would be an honor for us polar people to work for such a lord." At this point, they couldn't help but compare this mysterious lord with their own lord. Obviously, one is in heaven and the other is in hell. The polar people showed complicated expressions. The Yao family didn't know the reaction of this group of polar people. Yao Yiming sighed, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there are such powerful people in our 174th district." At this time, the female voice called Yao Xing said, "Brother, I seem to have seen the names of the 2 people on the mammoth. They are the 1st and 2nd on the current ranking, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue." Hearing this, Yao Yiming's pupils suddenly shrank. "It's them?" After a moment, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder, except for them, no one can have such a strong strength at this stage. Yao Yiming's face flashed with a thoughtful look, and I don't know what he was thinking. Cao Xing's team rushed to the location pointed by Yao Yiming. Soon they found 2 ice nests about 2 meters high and covered with ice crystals. Then, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Go, destroy it. Bron, start fighting." The bearded Bron rushed out like a bull again. Looking at his strong back, Cao Xing flipped over the white shadow. If this guy's not a shield warrior, Cao Xing would believe that he is a berserker. This desire to fight is unparalleled. Bang! Braum directly held the giant shield and smashed it hard on the ice nest. -174, or 3-digit damage number floated up, and the durability of the ice nest dropped a lot. Cao Xing took a look at Power of Jorma, Ice Nest LV10, level, 1st level armor. 200 durability. 1826/2000. Not bad, the same as the ice nest that appeared before. 200 points of armor, 2000 points of durability. If it were other survivors, it would take a lot of time to destroy this ice nest alone. On Cao Xing's side, as Irina, Assam and others joined the battle, the durability of the ice nest dropped instantly. At the same time, the ice nest shook. to level 10 elite monsters, ice nest tooths, drilled out of the 2 ice nests at the same time. Cao Xing quickly commanded, stop, kill these 2 elite monsters first. Following Cao Xing's command, everyone shifted their firepower. Sarah appeared silently in the darkness. Swish. -2341, the 10th level ice nest tooth, with a health of more than 1300, was killed instantly with this knife. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the ice nest tooth and gained experience points. 200, combatants gained experience points. 100. Then, the second ice nest monster was also killed by Andrew and Assam. At the same time, the remaining 2 ice nests were also destroyed by everyone. After counting the harvest, including the dozens of ice nest monsters killed in the Yao family's territory before, a total of Glacier Shard, *25, Ice Dragon Mark, *57. Cao Xing nodded. Not bad. Anyway, it didn't take me 10 minutes in total. After pushing down the 2 ice nests, Cao Xing was about to lead the team to move forward. At this time, Yao Yiming, with his sister, quickly rushed over. Yao Yiming's voice was heard from afar. KO. Boss Cao Xing, please wait a moment. Cao Xing was stunned, then stopped with a puzzled look. What's the matter? Yao Yiming panted and explained. Yes. It's like this. We were in a hurry just now and didn't react. Later, we found out that we were rescued by Boss Cao Xing. So in order to repay your life-saving grace, our whole family unanimously decided to give you something as a thank you. Hearing that he was going to give him something, Cao Xing was about to say no. After all, at this stage, the survivors didn't have anything good in their hands. But Yao Yiming said, don't rush to refuse, Boss Cao Xing. We also know that Boss Cao Xing may not like ordinary things. But these are what I got by accident, and they seem to be a few plant seeds. Cao Xing was immediately interested when he heard about the seeds. Oh, what seeds are they? Yao Yiming didn't waste any words and directly handed over a few seeds as big as a fist. The mottled bark had black lines on it. After Cao Xing took it, the system prompt appeared. Obtain 3 War Ancient Tree seeds. Cao Xing was stunned. War Ancient Tree? What is that? He checked the properties of this thing. War Ancient Tree seed, magic plant, seed effect, planted in soil with abundant vitality and regularly watered with cold spirit water. It can quickly grow a War Ancient Tree with level 15 elite strength. Note, the growth cycle of the War Ancient Tree is 7 days, and it needs to be watered with more than 100 L of cold spirit water every day. The movement speed of the War Ancient Tree is extremely slow. Please choose a good location before planting. After reading the introduction of this seed, Cao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out to be a defensive type of magic plant. As long as it is planted, a level 15 elite ancient tree will grow in 7 days. Cao Xing asked doubtfully, are you sure you want to give me this powerful seed? Yao Yiming said a little embarrassedly, yes, Boss Cao Xing. Although this seed can grow a level 15 elite ancient tree, it needs cold spirit water for irrigation, which we don't see on the market at all. In addition, it must be planted in a place with abundant vitality. To be honest, I still don't know what soil with abundant vitality is. I tried to plant a seed of an ancient war tree before, but it died the next day. At this point, Yao Yiming said a little frustrated, so, this seed is useless to me. Cao Xing nodded and knew that what Yao Yiming said was indeed reasonable. Although these seeds are powerful, the growth conditions are relatively harsh, and ordinary people really can't grow them. Thank you. Hearing Cao Xing's thanks, Yao Yiming touched his head a little embarrassedly. You're welcome. If it weren't for Boss Cao Xing, our family might have been in trouble. Cao Xing nodded. Yao Yiming's territory was not far from Cao Xing's territory. Seriously speaking, the two of them are neighbors, and it's not bad to meet a neighbor who is easy to talk to. At this time, Yao Yiming said a little embarrassedly that, Boss Cao Xing, besides this, I have another unwelcome request. What? Cao Xing mistakenly thought that the other party wanted some benefits, but Yao Yiming gave him such precious seeds. If he wanted some food or something, it would not matter. As a result, Yao Yiming pointed to a little girl with delicate features and a baby face next to him. This is my sister Yao Ying. She is a fan of Goddess Muzu. This time I saw Goddess Muxue, so I wanted to take a photo with her. Chapter 122, Moon God Chamber of Commerce, a 4th level strongman. The baby-faced girl next to him said excitedly, Sister Muxue is so beautiful. I have wanted to take a photo with her for a long time, but I never had the chance when I was in Hong Kong. Sister Muxue, can you fulfill my wish? Hearing this, Liu Muxue, who was sitting on the back of the mammoth, was stunned for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Liu Muxue looked at Cao Xing, as if asking for his opinion. Cao Xing nodded and said, go. Liu Muxue nodded, and then jumped off the back of the mammoth. After the two took a simple photo, Yao Ying's pink face was filled with satisfaction, and she said excitedly, great, I finally took a photo with Goddess Muxue. Cao Xing smiled, and did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to Yao Yiming, he led the team members to continue moving forward. He looked at the map. From his current location, he was still 120 kilometers away from Jiziniu's territory. In other words, it would take at least an hour and a half to arrive. Cao Xing thought to himself, there is enough time, but we need to speed up and make good use of the development time during the day. So he ordered, everyone, follow the mammoth and move forward at full speed. Dabe, start sprinting. Dabe heard Cao Xing's order and started running wildly with all 4 hooves. Boom. Boom. Every step he took showed amazing power. Yao Yiming and Yao Ying stood there, looking at the backs of Cao Xing and others, sighing in their hearts. Boss Cao Xing is so strong. His territory must be much better developed than ours. Yao Yiming sighed, if we can join his territory, we don't have to worry about this kind of thing happening anymore, right? Yao Ying on the side said in a silly way, brother, what do you mean? Do we want to join his territory? Yao Yiming shook his head, I'm just talking casually, it's not certain whether he wants us or not. Let's go back and seize the time to develop the territory. Cao Xing and others rushed at high speed in the snowfield, making a lot of noise. The white chocobus and frost moose they met along the way were frightened and fled in all directions after sensing their might when they were running. Cao Xing originally wanted to kill a few frost moose to supplement his meat, but he gave up the idea after seeing this scene. It was a waste of time. At the same time, as Cao Xing and his team advanced with great momentum, some survivors occasionally spotted Cao Xing along the way. There were still 32,000 people left in the entire 174th district, and at least more than 8,000 territories. In an area of 500 kilometers * 500 kilometers, the population density is still very high, so it is normal to encounter other lords. They were all surprised by this powerful team and thought they had encountered the natives of this world. For a while, they didn't dare to get close. Of course, even if they wanted to get close, it would be useless, because with Cao Xing's moving speed, it was enough to easily leave these survivors behind. The team moved forward at full speed. Along the way, Cao Xing encountered 2 or 3 villages, and the defense forces of these villages seemed much stronger than Hog Village. Cao Xing did not go in, but memorized the locations of these villages. 1 hour later, Cao Xing and his companions stopped in front of a glacier. The map showed that this place was called the Liite River. The river was about 7 or 8 kilometers wide, which was considered a large river. At the same time, Cao Xing also saw a group of figures, pulling carriages and goods, walking carefully on the ice. Cao Xing's team also slowed down and ordered, Sarah, go and find out the identity of that group of people. Before Sarah could execute the order, Assam walked over and said, Lord, that is a group of merchants, and they seem to be from the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. The Moon God Chamber of Commerce? Cao Xing remembered. The Moon God Chamber of Commerce, like the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, is one of the 3 largest chambers of commerce in the Western continent. These wandering merchants may have some strange or special things in their hands. Moreover, even if there is nothing good, he just happened to have a batch of miscellaneous items in his hand that he needed to sell in exchange for crowns to buy food. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing made up his mind. Let's go and take a look. Dang. Dang. The team approached the caravan. At the same time, seeing Cao Xing and others coming, the Chamber of Commerce also slowed down its pace. Dozens of knights in silver armor came to the front of the caravan, protecting 7 or 8 carriages behind them. Cao Xing glanced at the information above the heads of these people. Captain of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce Guard, Benik LV-24, race, human, level, 3rd level elite, attack power. 1533-1575 armor. 3053-54, skills, imperial swordsmanship, thrust, silver light falling blade. Talent, none. Guard of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, Jamal LV-23, race, human, level, 3rd level ordinary creature, attack power. 1279-1298 armor. 2570-76, skills, battle axe mastery, dissection, talent, none. After scanning the attributes of these guards, Cao Xing already had a rough idea in his mind. The strength of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is similar. They are all a group of 3rd level creatures, which are enough for them to walk safely in the snowy plains. However, their number is larger than that of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the huge mammoth approaching, dozens of guards became a little nervous. Although their level is higher than that of the mammoth is too big, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. The captain of the guard drew his weapon and said in a deep voice, "This is the convoy of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Your Excellency, please stop." Cao Xing made a gesture and the team stopped. Then, he jumped off the back of the mammoth. "Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions." Hearing this, the group of guards breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although the group of creatures from different races in front of them did not seem to have a strong aura like them, they gave them a strong sense of oppression. If a conflict really broke out, they were not sure they could defeat the other party. "Sir, what do you want?" At the same time, a shrill male voice sounded in the carriage behind him. "Benik, who are those people outside?" Before the captain of the guard could answer, another voice came from inside. "Don't communicate with strangers casually. The hunters in the snowstorm are very rampant. They like to disguise themselves as ordinary people and approach those chambers of commerce, and then rob their goods." Hearing this, the guards of the Moon God Chamber of Commerce became a little nervous. And with a scrutinizing look, they looked at Cao Xing and the group of people behind him. Cao Xing shook his head. "I'm not a hunter, I'm a lord, and these are my men. I saw your caravan, so I want to do some business with you, hoping to exchange some supplies." The guards breathed a sigh of relief again. The captain of the guard named Beniko turned around and said, "Lord Jovan, the person outside claims to be a lord and wants to trade with our Moon God Chamber of Commerce." "Trade?" Hearing this, the carriage behind moved. Then a middle-aged man with a barrel figure, wearing a thick cotton coat, and about 1.6 meters tall quickly came out from it. As soon as he came out, he raised his beer belly, and then swept over Cao Xing with a scrutinizing look. It seems that he is the person in charge of this caravan. Cao Xing also took a look at this guy's attributes. Moon God Chamber of Commerce, Jovan LV10, race, human HP. 740 over 740 attack. 5357, skills, bargaining, negotiation, threat, intimidation, blackmail. Talent, none. Status, drunk. Cao Xing was happy. Another drunkard. Why do these merchants look the same? Moreover, looking at Jovan's skill list, he is not a good guy. Probably much more difficult to deal with than Hilton. Jovan asked somewhat boredly, "You guys want to trade with our Moon God Chamber of Commerce?" Cao Xing nodded. "I have a batch of goods to sell. Do you want to take them?" Hearing this, Jovan narrowed his eyes and looked at Cao Xing carefully. "What is the cargo? Let me take a look first." Cao Xing nodded, and then a pile of viscous liquid appeared in his hand. Last time in the caveman cave, he obtained a total of 673 balls of viscous liquid. According to Hilton's price of 50 kroner, it can be sold for tens of thousands of kroner. However, when Jovan saw what he had in his hand, he lost interest. "Oh, this is it? We do buy it. How many do you have?" Cao Xing replied, "More than 600. Hearing this number, Jovan perked up a little, and then said, "That's it. We usually buy this kind of liquid at a price of 5 kroner. Since you have a large quantity, I can raise it to 6 kroner. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This guy really dared to make an offer. You know, Hilton offered a price of 50 kroner last time. This Jovan directly lowered it to 1/10. It's a pity that he dared to say it out loud. Cao Xing shook his head, put away the viscous liquid, and then took out a piece of yellowish stone with a smooth surface from his backpack. This is an amber pebble, which I found next to the carriage of the giant chamber of commerce last time. How much is this? Jovan took a look, and was also attracted by the light and smooth color on the amber pebble. But he was also well informed and still acted calmly. 500 crowns. Hearing this price, Cao Xing shook his head again, and then he took out the gilded candlestick from his backpack. How much is this? The exquisite gilded candlestick glowed with golden luster in the snow. Jovan observed it and reported directly, 200 crowns. As Jovan quoted the prices one by one, Cao Xing also had a bottom line in his heart. This guy's really black-hearted. Cao Xing dared to bet that he would definitely lower the price to 1/10, or even lower. However, business is about bargaining with each other, and you come and go. If Cao Xing is not satisfied with the price, he will not sell it. There is no need to be angry with this businessman. At this time, Jovan became impatient. Are you going to sell it or not? We are very busy and need to find a place to stay before dark. Cao Xing shook his head and said, the price you offered is too low. I don't see your sincerity in wanting to trade. Jovan pretended to be disdainful and said, my price is low? Go and ask around. The offer of the Moon God Chamber of Commerce is the highest among all the chambers of commerce. Even if you go to other chambers of commerce, the price will be the same, and it may be even lower. This guy looked so sure that ordinary people would really believe him. Cao Xing shook his head. The price you offered is too low. Let me show you one last thing. After saying that, he took out a gem that was as smooth as jade and still exuded a strong magical aura from his backpack. It was a moonlight orb, obtained when decomposing the magic pattern stone altar. When Jovan saw the gem emitting white light in Cao Xing's hand, his eyes widened. This is the moonlight orb that all the great mages like. It's so big, and of such high quality. It will definitely sell for a very high price in the Mage Association. At this point, Jovan quickly covered his mouth. He seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag, and quickly explained, however, only those great mages will collect this kind of orb, and they often have other substitutes embedded in their staffs, so it's not easy to sell. Cao Xing was happy. The more Jovan covered up, the more precious the moonlight orb was. Although Cao Xing could use this kind of orb for himself, he could embed it in weapons to increase damage. However, only one can be embedded in a weapon, and Cao Xing has 3 in his hand, so the other 2 can be sold. At this moment, Jovan gradually regained his composure, and then asked, Lord, are you selling the moonlight orb in your hand? He no longer called Cao Xing a kid, and his tone was no longer as high-handed as before. Cao Xing smiled and said, it depends on the price you offer. Jovan thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, well, then I will bleed once, 20,000 crowns, and I will take this gem. Hearing this, Cao Xing rolled his eyes, and turned around with his team and left. Wait a minute. Cao Xing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The price this guy offered was not sincere at all, but just wanted to take a bite out of him. Jovan was immediately anxious. My lord, 30,000. I will offer 30,000 crowns. If it doesn't work, 50,000. 50,000 is also fine. Cao Xing turned around and said, you have no sincerity in the transaction at all. There is no need to waste the time of both parties here. After that, he continued to turn around and leave with the team. Jovan moved his short legs to chase after him. However, with his level 10 strength, he couldn't catch up with Cao Xing and others. The businessman suddenly became anxious, looked at the guards behind him, and ordered, stop them for me. The guards seemed to be a little hesitant. After all, they had no conflict with Cao Xing, and the opponent was very powerful. For a moment, no one made a move. Jovan was immediately furious. You guys, don't you even listen to my orders now? Be careful, I will report your disobedience to the royal family of the kingdom of Yaolan. Hurry up and stop these people for me. The guards sighed after hearing this, and then drew their weapons, and blocked the way of Cao Xing's team. Cao Xing looked at the posture of the group of people, then glanced at Joven lightly and asked, "Are you sure you want to stop us? By then, what consequences will be caused will not be something we can control." His tone was not heavy, but it gave people a cold feeling. Joven was about to speak, but he felt the murderous eyes of Cao Xing and his men. At this moment, Joven felt as if he was being stared at by a group of ferocious wolves. The merchant's cowardly nature broke out, but he looked at the guards around him and gradually gained confidence. Joven snorted coldly, "Boy, don't be so arrogant. Although your men are very strong, they are all second level creatures. Compared with my third level guards, there is a huge gap. I advise you to sell the moonlight orb to me honestly, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Cao Xing heard this, and a smile appeared on his lips. He raised his staff. Seeing this action, Assam and others understood something. They were all ready to fight. As long as Cao Xing gave an order, they would rush over and kill the merchant. At this time, Joven suddenly felt a terrifying crisis shrouding him. Sarah in the dark had already locked him. As long as the battle started, this Joven would not survive for more than 1 second. Just when the battle was about to break out, a mature female voice appeared in a carriage behind him. "Joven, what are you doing?" Hearing this voice, Joven immediately straightened his face. He turned around and said respectfully to the carriage, "Madam Merita, we met a boy who claimed to be a lord. He had a moonlight pearl on him. I was thinking that Her Majesty Princess Fran was preparing to break through to the Grand Mage recently. This is a good gift for Princess Fran." Humph. A cold snort came from the carriage. "Joven, I have reiterated many times in the meeting that the Moon God Chamber of Commerce does not allow forced buying and selling. And is this the way you do business? No wonder the reputation of our Moon God Chamber of Commerce is getting worse and worse. It is ruined by you guys." At the same time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a noble lady wearing a gorgeous dark blue dress and a thick ermine fur walked out. There was a mature atmosphere in her appearance, and her golden hair was tied over her head with various exquisite ornaments. There was also a hint of competence on her face, looking like a strong woman in the workplace. Looking at Joven, the noble lady had a hint of anger between her eyebrows. "Yan, if I hadn't come out this time, I would have followed you on the trade route and done an investigation. I didn't know you were doing business this way. I think after this, you don't have to stay in the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce anymore." Hearing the latter sentence, the smile on Yan's face suddenly disappeared, and then he trembled all over and knelt on the ground. Yan said excitedly, "Madam Merita, I was wrong. Please have mercy and don't kick me out of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce." This businessman seemed to be very afraid of the noble lady in front of him. Cao Xing took a look at the attributes of this mature woman. Orchid Kingdom, Merita Villegas, Faction, Blue Kingdom level. Attributes. Skills, talent. Except for the name, other attributes can't be seen. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly condensed. Because this means that the woman in front of him is likely to have a strength of more than level 30. In other words, a 4th level strongman. Thanks to Bookfriends, Bloody Land for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 130,802,084,457,931 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Goddess Cao Xing L for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Agony Ed for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Me Too Giant Crossing for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Buzan Lin Yuan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Magic Deo 70 Buvigu Alpha for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to M Lan UNM for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to There Are Bad People in the Masses for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Maoyu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Transaction, Strange Demon Devouring Box. It turns out that this woman named Merita is a 4th level expert. No wonder Joven is so afraid of her. Merita has a strong aura. She looked at the group of guards and shouted, "Come back here." The guards were relieved, put away their weapons, and returned to the carriage. Jovan was kneeling on the ground at this moment, still begging for mercy. Mrs. Merita didn't even look at him and walked straight to Cao Xing and others. Sam explained beside him, "My lord, the royal family of the kingdom of Yaolan seems to be supporting the moon goddess chamber of commerce. This woman should be a member of the royal family of the kingdom of Yaolan and may have held a high position in the moon goddess chamber of commerce." Cao Xing nodded, and he understood the relationship between them. In this way, this Merita is Jovan's boss, that is, a senior executive of the moon goddess chamber of commerce. Merita took a light lotus step, her long skirt dragging on the ice, and came to Cao Xing and bowed slightly. "I'm really sorry, young lord. We do have some problems within the moon goddess chamber of commerce, and we have recently begun to rectify them. I'm Merita Villegas, and I express my sincere apologies to you." Cao Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman with the strength of the 4th level would be so easy to talk to. She would actually apologize to a lord like him who only has the strength of the 2nd level. "Ms. Merita, I accept your apology. Your heart is as beautiful as your appearance." Cao Xing spoke nicely. After all, there was no need to make enemies with such a powerful native. Hearing Cao Xing's address, Merita was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, What did you call me? Miss Merita, is there a problem?" Merita was a little embarrassed after hearing this. What manuscript? I'm already over 30 years old this year." Cao Xing smiled and said, "Really? But in my opinion, you are still as beautiful and young as a girl in her early 20s. Moreover, you have a temperament that those girls don't have, like a snow lotus on a high mountain, beautiful on its own." The noble lady in front of him was a little embarrassed by Cao Xing's praise, but she was also experienced. After all, her age was there, and she quickly regained her composure. She opened her red lips and smiled. "This young lord, you are really good at talking. I heard that you have a moonlight pearl, right?" Cao Xing nodded. "Yes, but not one, but two." Hearing this, Merita, the lady opposite, opened her mouth slightly, looking very surprised. It seems that she didn't expect that Cao Xing even had two such precious pearls. But with Merita's status, although the moonlight orb is very rare, she has seen it before. She chuckled again and said, "This young lord is not only sweet talking, but also so capable. How about selling both of your orbs to our moon god chamber of commerce? Of course, I will give you a reasonable price." Cao Xing readily agreed, "No problem." His moonlight orb was originally prepared to be sold. If this woman can give a satisfactory price, then Cao Xing is willing to sell it. Merita heard Cao Xing's straightforwardness, and the admiration in her beautiful eyes became stronger. However, moonlight orbs are also divided into low, medium and high grades according to size and quality. Each quality of moonlight orb is also different in terms of help to mages. The specific price, I have to see the actual object before deciding. What do you think? Cao Xing nodded, of course. After saying that, he took out both moonlight orbs. Anyway, the 3 moonlight orbs in his backpack have the same properties. Merita saw Cao Xing holding a faintly glowing pearl in each hand, which was as big as a baby's fist, and her eyes sparkled. At this time, she also understood why Jovan was forcing the sale. The quality and size of the moonlight pearl in front of her were both top-notch. She glared at Jovan, wishing she could slap him into the ice. For her, money was not the most important thing, but it was just that moonlight pearls of this quality were hard to find. However, from Cao Xing's perspective, her approachful eyes seemed to have a different style. Merita bowed slightly and said, "Young lord, to be honest, Princess Fulan of our Orchid Kingdom will be promoted to a great wizard soon, and I'm worried that I don't have a suitable gift for her. I will personally offer 1 million crowns for these 2 moonlight pearls. What do you think?" Cao Xing's heart moved. This price had exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that the 3 moonlight pearls could be sold for the price of a black diamond. Now it seems that 2 moonlight orbs are worth 1 black diamond. So Cao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, deal." Merita also had a faint smile on her face, and then she winked at the guards behind her. Several guards understood and came over with 2 large boxes. Merita whispered, "Each box here has 500,000 crowns. The young lord can count them." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, let's trade directly." He had a system and didn't need to count them himself. Merita walked slowly to Cao Xing's side and took the orbs from him. Cao Xing took the 2 large boxes and put them directly into his backpack. The system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. Get 1 million coins. You lose 2 moonlight orbs. With 1 million in hand, Cao Xing suddenly felt that his family assets had become richer. Not bad, not bad. This money can buy a lot of food, enough for the people to eat for a long time. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. He still had a moonlight orb in his hand, but he was not going to sell it anymore. As for the other sundries, he could sell them. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Cao Xing asked, "Beautiful Ms. Merita, in addition to the orb, I have a batch of sundries here. I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy them?" Merita pursed her lips slightly. Cao Xing's praise seemed to be very useful to her. Of course, our moon god Chamber of Commerce does all kinds of business. Let me see what you have to sell. Cao Xing nodded and then took out the viscous liquid, gilded candlestick, and amber pebble, as usual. In addition, Cao Xing also put the bear paw of the snowstorm bear up. He remembered that according to the system notes, some nobles would also collect this pair of bear paws as a collection. When Merita saw these sundries, there was no impatience in her eyebrows, but she studied them carefully one by one. Then she gave a price very quickly. I don't know if it was because Cao Xing's sweet talk worked, but the price Merita gave was even higher than Hilton's. Among them, the viscous liquid was purchased at a price of 60 crowns. The price of the gilded candlestick was 2,000 crowns. The price of the amber pebble was 3,000 crowns. As for the bear paw of the snowstorm bear, it was sold at a high price of 8,000 crowns. Young lord, are you satisfied with this price? Cao Xing laughed immediately. Satisfied, very satisfied. I was wrong. Miss Merita, you are not a snow lotus on the high mountains, but a goddess on the snowy mountains, so beautiful and kind. This praise directly made Merita happy, and she began to cover her face and chuckle. Then, they completed another wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You lost viscous liquid asterisk 673. You gained 40,380 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost gilded candlestick asterisk 34. You gained 68,000 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost amber pebble asterisk 17. You gained 51,000 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost snowstorm bear paw asterisk 2, you gained 16,000 crowns. Adding these things together, Cao Xing gained nearly 180,000 crowns, plus the 1 million from the moonlight orb. The money he had on him once again exceeded 1 million. Lady Merita chuckled and said, "Young lord, you have earned a lot of crowns in this transaction. I don't know your name." Cao Xing replied, "Lord Cao Xing. Say hello to Miss Merita." Merita nodded, with a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if she remembered the name. "Lord Cao Xing, do you want to see the goods of our moon god Chamber of Commerce?" Cao Xing nodded and said, "That's what I meant." He originally wanted to see what goods these wandering merchants had. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Moon god Chamber of Commerce, Merita, I will open the product list to you. Do you accept it? Cao Xing directly clicked yes. At the same time, a dazzling array of goods appeared in front of him. Secret life elixir, small, price 500 crowns. Special pet ration, green, price 1000 crowns. Ancient brass ring, green, price 5000 crowns. Special pet ration, blue, price 10,000 crowns. Noble dagger, blue, price 40,000 crowns. Primary mechanical factory construction blueprint, price 50,000 crowns. Ancient weapon frost eruptor, price 100,000 crowns. Python skin of the Ailshian Chi giant python, purple, price 80,000 crowns. Ice crystal square hammer, purple, price 200,000 crowns. Intermediate ancient weapon moon crown ice cannon, price 500,000 crowns. Demon devourer box, special item, price 600,000 crowns. Daytime staff, gold, price 2 million crowns. War axe, a dazzling array of goods. Hundreds of pieces of information flashed in front of Cao Xing. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn. There are too many good things here. It's even more outrageous than Hilton's product list. Moreover, the special pet rations and mechanical factory construction drawings are all things he wants very much. There are even more than one golden equipment, and there are also some mid-level ancient weapons that he has never heard of. If he couldn't beat this woman, Cao Xing wanted to go all out and rob this caravan directly. After waiting for a while, Madame Merita asked, Lord Cao Xing, what do you think? Cao Xing nodded. Miss Merita, I have to say that the Moon God Chamber of Commerce is very powerful. They can even sell such precious things. Merita bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, but this is only a small part of the goods of the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. If Lord Cao Xing goes to the Orchid Kingdom one day, I can have someone take you to see our headquarters. That's where all kinds of precious resources are circulated the most. Even epic weapons are for sale at this point. Merita chuckled and said, of course, if you want me to take you to visit the Moon God Chamber of Commerce headquarters in person, it's not impossible, provided that I'm free that day. She glanced at Cao Xing with her eyes, with a variety of styles in her eyebrows. Cao Xing smiled and agreed, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will go to the Orchid Kingdom. When the time comes, I will trouble Miss Merita. But can you let me see the life secret medicine and blue quality pet rations first? Because he couldn't see the attributes, Cao Xing wanted to use the system's function to see the effects of these two things first. After all, they were going to challenge a very difficult area next. If the effect of this life secret potion was good, Cao Xing wanted to buy some as a backup. As for the blue quality pet rations, he was going to use them for fishing. The champion fighter said last time that if you want to catch golden salmon, you need more advanced bait, so Cao Xing took this matter to heart. Merita nodded and then asked a guard to bring 2 boxes. The box was opened and it was full of 30 bottles of red potions, and the other box contained 30 beautifully packaged small pills. He looked at the properties. Life secret potion. Small. After taking it, you can immediately restore 300 health points, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. It can only restore 300 health points, and there is a cooling time of 30 seconds. You know, Cao Xing's current ice therapy can restore 75 health points every second. However, the recovery of the life secret potion and the ice therapy does not conflict, so they can be used in combination. Then, Cao Xing looked at the properties of the other pet rations. Special pet ration. Blue. This ration is made of a lot of animal viscera, eyeballs, and the saliva and mucus of the hack frog. It is loved by all kinds of pets. After feeding, it can increase 5 points of loyalty. The upper limit of feeding a single pet is 3 times. Note, the exclusive secret recipe of the hack frog family. Don't disclose it easily. Looking at the notes above, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. The materials used to make this thing are too damn heavy. But who cares? It's not for me to eat. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing replied, how about this? Give me all 30 bottles of life secret medicine, and then give me 50 green quality pet rations, 20 blue quality pet rations, and I also want the construction drawings of the mechanical factory. As Cao Xing reported the requirements, Merita quickly calculated the price in her mind. Okay, the total is 305,000 krona. It's really expensive. Cao Xing secretly complained. The most expensive item was the 20 blue quality pet rations, which cost him 200,000 crowns. However, if he could catch the legendary golden salmon, even if he only caught one, it would be worth it. Cao Xing nodded, and then quickly completed the first wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You received 30 life elixirs, small, 50 special pet rations, green, 20 special pet rations, blue, 1 mechanical factory construction drawing, and you lost 315,000 coins. Merita chuckled again. Lord Cao Xing, is there anything else you need? Cao Xing did not answer, but continued to browse the goods. His eyes were on the Staff of Daylight. This was a golden staff, and of course, the price was ridiculously high. Even if he sold the other Moonlight Orb, he couldn't afford it. Cao Xing had no desire to buy other things. At this time, he noticed a special thing, the Demon Devouring Box. Next, he was going to find Chizinayu to explore the Ascalon tomb. According to her, there was a demon in there that was devouring the dead. And this thing actually had the word demon devouring in it. Could it be able to devour demons? Cao Xing decided to ask directly. Beautiful Ms. Merita, what is this demon devouring box? Can you explain it to me? Merita nodded, and then slowly said, this demon devouring box is related to the legendary demon. It is said that demons are very powerful and unkillable creatures. Even if you destroy their physical bodies, they will soon come back again. Unkillable? Cao Xing was immediately surprised. This was the first time he heard of this. Yes. Merita continued, only by destroying their souls can they be killed completely. However, without the means of the Holy See, even the legendary 6th level powerhouses cannot destroy their souls. But later, after research by those powerhouses, they found that, although demons are difficult to kill, their souls can be sealed and put into certain specific containers. Cao Xing was stunned. You mean, this demon swallowing box? Merita nodded. Yes, this is an ominous thing. There is a terrible demon sealed in it. Merita continued, but don't worry, this demon swallowing box has been blessed by the sealing magic of a 5th level archmage, and the demon inside cannot come out. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then what is the function of this demon swallowing box? Hearing this question, Merita thought for a moment. The effect is not very useful. Its only use is that, if you encounter other demons and destroy their bodies, you can drive the sealed demon inside to devour the other's soul and kill it completely. Of course, if the demon you encounter is too powerful and exceeds the strength of the demon in the devouring demon box, it cannot be devoured. Cao Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. He will go to Jizinayu to complete the task next. If he hadn't heard Merita say it, he really didn't know that demons are immortal creatures. Then this demon devouring demon box is very important to him. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to buy it. Ms. Merita, I want this box. Hearing this, Merita glanced at Cao Xing. Of course, her upbringing made her not ask more questions, but nodded and asked the guards around her to carefully bring a box over. Before getting close, Cao Xing felt a burst of evil breath. When the box was opened, Cao Xing seemed to see a cloud of black air coming out and heard a series of whispers in his ears. Give me fresh flesh. I want to eat your internal organs, your breasts. ***. Chapter 124, The Undead and the Will-O-Wisp, Entering the Catacombs. This world is a cold hell. There is no good, no evil, only pain. Only submit to me. Strange whispers kept coming from the box. Cao Xing looked strange. This thing is really evil. When the black gas dissipated, Cao Xing saw a palm-sized square metal box in the box. Merita saw the expression on Cao Xing's face and reminded him again. Lord Cao Xing, I believe you have also seen that this box is an evil thing. Are you sure you still want to buy it? Cao Xing nodded. Yes. Merita said no more, and the two sides completed the transaction again. Transaction successful. You get the devouring demon box *1, and you lose 600,000 coins. Merita saw that the transaction was completed, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again. Then, I will tell you how to use this box. Cao Xing was stunned. There is another way to use it? Yes, because the demon sealed inside is too powerful, so this box needs a specific spell to open it, or drive the demon inside. Cao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. Then, Merita told Cao Xing all kinds of spells. Cao Xing also memorized them quickly in his mind. Since his mental strength has been greatly improved, Cao Xing feels that his memory and thinking ability have also been greatly improved. Finally, Merita reminded him, Lord Cao Xing, remember, be careful when dealing with demons. In addition to having various strange abilities, they are also very good at bewitching people. If you need to drive the demon in the box, remember not to listen to anything it says, and reseal the box directly after use. Cao Xing nodded. I remember, Miss Merita, thank you for your reminder. So far, their transaction can be said to have ended successfully. The two teams separated, and the merchant Jovan knelt on the ice from beginning to end, and did not dare to get up. After this experience, he should not be able to stay in the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. Of course, these have nothing to do with Cao Xing. The mammoth moved forward at full speed, running all the way along the downstream area of this wide glacier. Because they were running so loudly, groups of large white birds would occasionally fly up from the woods on both sides. I don't know what species they were. 20 minutes later, Cao Crossing had already arrived less than 5 kilometers away from Jizanayu's territory. Her territory seemed to be located near this glacier. So, he sent a message, "I'm almost there. Are you in the territory?" The other party quickly replied, "I'm here, Boss Cao Crossing. I've been waiting for you." Okay. After a simple reply, Cao Crossing didn't say much nonsense and continued to run wildly. A few minutes later, Cao Crossing saw a well-developed territory on the bank of the glacier. In the center of the camp, there was a blazing bonfire, which looked like it had been built to level 6. Around the bonfire, more than a dozen buildings were built. Level 2 Lord's Hut, Level 2 Polar Man's Hut, Level 1 Blacksmith Shop, Sewing Shop, Canteen, etc. Although it was not as large as Cao Crossing's territory, it was considered well developed among the survivors. At this moment, 8 polar people were collecting resources in the woods not far away. The small woods were full of bare tree stumps, which were almost chopped down by them. Fortunately, the system would randomly refresh new resource points near the territory every half a month. The locations of these resource points were not fixed, and the resources given were also random. You might be given a haunted iron mine, or a rich gold mine, all depending on luck. Boom. Boom. Cao Crossing continued to approach with his men. The heavy footsteps of the mammoth startled the 8 polar people. They were shocked when they saw the mighty Cao Crossing and others. Woo wow. The 8 polar people screamed, then dropped the tools in their hands and quickly ran back to the territory. They were still shouting as they ran. "Lord, help. There are so many powerful monsters approaching our territory. Lord, run away." The shouts of the polar people startled the people in the camp. After a while, 3 figures emerged from the Lord's hut. A middle-aged man, followed by a tall, thin, and somewhat haggard middle-aged woman. In front of them was a female warrior holding a 2-handed sword. This was a family of 3. Although the system's allocation mechanism was based on family allocation, if there were not enough people or there were too many, they would be like Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue, with 2 or 3 people in one camp. The family of 3 also noticed Cao Crossing and his group, and their faces suddenly changed. They even wanted to run away on the spot. However, the female warrior saw the person sitting on the mammoth waving at her. For a moment, she did not act rashly. Soon, Cao Crossing brought people to the side of the female warrior. Glancing at the information above the 3 people's heads. Jizanayu LV6, Jizenbing LV5, Wangshi LV5, Cao Crossing nodded secretly. This woman was the Jizanayu she was looking for. Like other survivors, Jizanayu wore a long skirt on the lower body, light armor on the upper body, and a wolfskin coat on the outside, which looked out of place. However, this woman's appearance was not bad. Although not as good as Liu Muxue, she was also very eye-catching in the crowd. Jizanayu was also observing the information of Cao Crossing and others. After seeing the name above his head, she exclaimed, "Boss Cao Crossing, you are finally here. The one next to you is Goddess Muxue. Oh my god, you are together." Cao Crossing nodded, and then walked down with Liu Muxue. At the same time, Jizanayu also noticed the group of recruited creatures behind Cao Crossing, which had different shapes but strong auras. She exclaimed, "Oh my god. Are these all the subordinates of Boss Cao Crossing? Even the leader level Blood Spider Queen, Mammoth, and the leader level Frost Wolf Knight can be recruited. Isn't this too scary?" Jizanayu shouted, including Jizanayu's parents. They were also looking at the group of terrifying creatures behind Cao Crossing with surprise. What she didn't know was that Cao Crossing's strongest fighter, Serap, was still hiding in the dark. That was a 3rd level leader level assassin. After Cao Crossing brought Liu Muxue down, the 2 sides exchanged a simple greeting. He didn't waste time and asked directly, "Jizanayu, where is the catacomb you found?" Jizanayu had also adjusted her excited mood and pointed to a forest in the distance and said, "Boss Cao Crossing, it's in the forest ahead, about 4 or 5 kilometers away from my territory. I originally wanted to go there to hunt rabbits or something, but I accidentally discovered that catacomb." That catacomb is so big, and the facilities inside are like an underground palace. Jizanayu explained with a beaming eyebrow. Cao Crossing nodded. Take us there. Okay. Jizanayu was delighted. Then, she turned around and explained to her parents. The middle-aged man and woman looked a little worried, but they also knew that Jizanayu was going to do something important. These days, they were also scared by the group of Ascalons and Ed, and they were almost nervous. Cao Crossing also came to help them, and they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of gratitude towards him. The woman with a good-looking face and some charm said softly, "Thank you, Brother Cao Crossing. We heard from Xiaoyu that you traveled hundreds of kilometers to help us solve the troubles of that group of undead. Our family is grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts." After the two finished speaking, they bowed slightly to Cao Crossing together. "Uncle and Aunt, you're welcome. I'm also interested in this task. Besides, it's not certain whether it can be completed. If the monsters inside are too strong, you'd better be prepared to move." Cao Crossing's joking tone made the tension in the hearts of the middle-aged women dissipate a little. Jizanayu also smiled. At this time, she looked at the side and shouted, "Xiaohu, come out." Then, a striped tiger with light yellow hair all over its body, which seemed to be still in the growth stage, rushed out of a residential house. Snow Tiger, LV7, Lord, Jizanayu Health. 640/640, Attack Power. 7175, Skills, Bite, Tiger Pounds, Talent, Cold Resistance. Cao Crossing was stunned. "You have a pet?" Jizanayu smiled proudly. Of course, I'm very strong. In the current rankings, I'm also in the top 10. However, when she saw Cao Crossing's mammoth, she said a little dejectedly, "Of course, I can't compare with a big guy like you. You actually have a level 20 boss level pet. This is too cool and cool." Jizanayu's face was full of envy. However, her pet little tiger seemed a little unhappy when he heard her praising other pets. Woo, woo. The tiger made a low sound. Jizanayu walked over and touched its neck and threw a piece of fresh meat into its mouth, and the tiger finally calmed down. Then she sighed. "The little tiger eats too much. Our family can only eat bread every day, and all the meat is used to feed it. However, it is also quite competitive and has helped us kill many monsters." Cao Crossing nodded and didn't care. Jizanayu rode on the back of the snow tiger. It was more than 1 meter tall and could seat almost 2 people. "Let's go, Boss Cao Crossing. I'll lead the way for you." After saying that, Jizanayu rode on the snow tiger and galloped wildly in the snow. The snow tiger seemed to want to show its speed to everyone and began to run all the way with extremely agile movements. The speed burst out instantly, even reaching 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. However, for everyone who has been blessed with Queen's Will and is still in the Queen's Aura state, it can catch up easily. Cao Crossing and others followed behind, always keeping a certain distance. After rushing for about 3 kilometers, the tiger had no strength left. It slowed down its pace and lowered its head dejectedly. "Woo." Jizanayu continued to comfort. "Little tiger, you are just a level 7 little tiger. Why are you so desperate to compete with a level 20 mammoth in speed?" Jizanayu was amused and helpless and stretched out her hand to comfort him gently. The tiger nodded dejectedly and then continued to move forward with Jizanayu. Soon, they came to the forest she mentioned. Rustle, rustle. Stepping on the snow on the ground and the leaves that were frozen hard, they moved forward. Before long, they had gone deep into the forest. The light here seemed dimmer, just like the haunted forest in horror movies. In addition, the low temperature of -50 made the environment of this forest even more gloomy. It is normal for Jizanayu to encounter undead here. At this time, Cao Crossing, with his sharp eyesight, found some collapsed building walls on the ground, and there seemed to be some strange text patterns engraved on them. "What are those patterns?" Cao Crossing asked puzzledly. Renus on the side quickly walked over to take a look, and then said, "My lord, this is the text of the Ascalon Empire. There seems to have been a palace here." "Palace?" Cao Crossing thought for a moment and asked, "Renus, have you ever been here?" Renus shook her head. "No, the territory of the Kingdom of Ascalon is very large, and I was born in the border area of the Western continent. Not long after I came of age, Ascalon went to war with the Blood Legion. And in the last battle, my heart was pierced, and I suffered fatal injuries. I should have been dead, but suddenly I heard the voice of a god ringing in my ears. Cao Xing asked in confusion, God? Yes. Irina nodded and said, the voice of the god told me to choose to be sealed in the summoning space, and wait for the summons of the chosen lord in the future, or to choose to perish. After listening to Irina's story, Cao Xing understood something. So, this is the principle of the recruitment scroll. The heroes who should have died thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago are sealed into the summoning space. Then wait for the humans of Blue Star to come to this world and summon them again. Including Andrew, Assam and others are the same. The power of the gods? Cao Xing thought. He continued to ask, Irina, do you know what the text above means? Irina took a look, then nodded and said, the text above seems to be, it translates to hell. Hearing this, Jizanahu exclaimed, yes, that's what the group of undead have been saying, when they appear every night. It turns out, that this is what it means. Hell. Cao Xing's face was full of confusion. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing shook his head and decided not to continue to dwell on this issue. They began to move forward. The deeper they went into the forest, the more gloomy the surrounding environment became, and the more collapsed ruins there were. Through these ruins, one can vaguely see that there used to be a complex of buildings here. But for some unknown reason, these buildings have disappeared. In other words, they sank into the ground. At this time, a blue light appeared faintly in the center of the forest. Jizanahu immediately said excitedly, we are almost there. The place ahead is where I discovered the tomb of Ascalon. After saying that, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Following her around in circles, they soon came to the place where the light was coming from. This is indeed the center of the forest. However, those glowing things are not light sources. Instead, they are clusters of blue will-o'-the-wisp floating in the air. Wraith's will-o'-the-wisp, LV8, HP 640, skill, self-destruct. After being attacked, it will detonate all energy and cause HP asterisk 50% damage to surrounding enemies. Introduction, a kind of will-o'-the-wisp that will be born in places with heavy yin energy. Don't attack it casually. After seeing the skill introduction, Cao Xing directly gave up the idea of touching these will-o'-the-wisp. At the same time, Jizanahu had already arrived at a ruin. Stepping on a pile of rubble, the woman holding a big sword said, it's right here. There is a passage underground. After going down from here, you can reach the tomb of Ascalon. After hearing this, Cao Xing also walked over. Sure enough, he saw a stone staircase in the middle of the ruins. There was also map information on it. Cao Xing glanced at it. Tomb of Ascalon. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Map introduction. This used to be the palace of the kingdom of Ascalon. Because of a war, the king of Ascalon, Edburn, chose to sink the palace into the ground and bound the souls of all the soldiers in the palace. Over time, this place became the tomb of the Ascalon people. Is it extremely dangerous again? Cao Xing thought for a moment, then asked, how strong are the undead in there? Jizanahu replied, the levels of those undead are all above level 20, and there are several elite undead who are 20 levels higher than me, and there are a lot of them. The undead I have seen alone are over 100. With so many Ascalon undead, if all of them are dispatched, I feel they can even destroy an army of thousands of people. At this point, Jizanahu paused. However, those undead will not attack us. They just want me to help solve the demon inside that devoured the undead of Ascalon. Cao Xing was stunned. It seems that the demon inside is really powerful. According to Jizanahu, more than 100 third level undead. This is a very large force. Of course, it is also possible that the demon has means to target these undead. Cao Xing thought for a moment and decided to go and see the situation first. Let's go down first. After saying that, he took Liu Muxue and jumped off Tabe's back. With the narrowness of this passage, the mammoth would definitely not be able to get in. Therefore, Cao Xing could only leave Tabe outside. Jizanahu's tiger also stayed outside. Bron, open the way in front. Cao Xing ordered. Brayon raised the shield as wide as a door panel and said happily, no problem, respected lord, you just follow behind Brayon. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed into the tunnel. Then, Assam, Andrew and others entered immediately. Cao Xing, Liu Muxue, and Jizanai walked at the end of the team. As soon as they entered the underground area, a system prompt appeared. You have entered a special area, Tomb of Ascalon. Note, Tomb of Ascalon is a high-level area. It is recommended to form a team of at least 4 survivors with 3rd level strength or above to explore. Seeing this system prompt, Cao Xing frowned. Obviously, the difficulty of Tomb of Ascalon is higher than that of the Goblin Treasury. In the Goblin Treasury, they faced a 3rd level leader level creature such as the Goblin King. Although it is only a weakened version, it is enough to reflect its difficulty. And in this area, you may encounter even more powerful creatures. However, Cao Xing did not feel much fear. After all, his current strength has been greatly improved compared to that in the Goblin Treasury, which can be called a qualitative change. Everyone continued to move forward. Trampling. Trampling. The dense footsteps continued to sound. The stairs leading to the underground were very long and dark. However, with Bron, a loud voice, leading the way, it didn't seem so scary. As he walked, he hummed a strange folk song. Your homeland is covered in snow, and frost covers the rivers and lakes. The cold wind stole our language, and this is only natural, so don't let diamond tears flow out of your eyes. The empty singing echoed in the passage. Cao Xing was happy and asked, Bron, what are you singing? Bron turned his head and grinned, my lord, this is a little song from my hometown. Is it nice? Without waiting for Cao Xing to answer, Zida, who was following behind, said with disgust, TSK. It's so ugly, don't sing it anymore. Bron smiled and said, this beautiful lady of blood spider, it seems that you don't appreciate the musical cells of my beautiful voice at this moment. A blue light suddenly appeared in the dark passage. Cao Xing looked closely and found that it was a soul that was completely illusory, with a pale face and emitting blue light. The temperature in the entire passage dropped rapidly. Crack, crack. A layer of frost quickly condensed on the stairs under his feet. The blue soul just stared at everyone. Its empty eyes seemed to be filled with scrutiny and hostility. Gods, what the hell is this? Braun screamed and took a few steps back, almost bumping into Assam. Cao Xing also quickly scanned the attributes of the undead. Ascalon warriors undead, LV24, race, undead, level, 3rd order common creature HP. 12,540/12,540, attack power. 46-14-87 armor. 37-13-94, skills, winter sword. When attacking, there is a 20% chance of freezing the enemy for 3 seconds. Soul slash, slashes out a sword energy, causing 133% damage to the target's soul, and causing it to fall into a short state of fear. Spirit, reduces physical attacks received by 30%, and makes nearby enemies feel fearful and lowers the body surface temperature. Talent, body of the undead, can ignore obstacles, and pass through walls, with a 30% increase in movement speed. If there are other restrictions on the wall, it cannot pass through. Introduction, the ghosts of soldiers bound here. The power of the ancient sword Magdal gave them a second life, but also gave them an eternal curse. Cao Xing's eyes focused, and sure enough, a 3rd order monster appeared. These undead spirits have very strong attributes, and they also have a spirit body skill that can affect temperature. No wonder Cao Xing felt that the temperature in the passage had dropped so much. At this moment, the undead warrior drew his weapon and asked in a voice like a soul whisper, who are you, and why did you break into our resting place? Thanks to the book friends. 2 monthly tickets from Xiao Anzi under the starry sky. 2 monthly tickets from Langsu Fenfei. 2 monthly tickets from Entertainment Player J. 1 monthly ticket from I Love to Eat Fruit. 2 monthly tickets from Olin 233. 1 monthly ticket from Infinite Cold. 1 monthly ticket from Unknown. 2 monthly tickets from Insensitive Social Animal. 4 monthly tickets from Session Memo. Thanks to Kangju for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Unknown for 500 points of reward! Exclamation mark. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. The author would like to thank you. Chapter 125. Challenging missions, generous rewards. Who are you, and why did you break into our resting place? The undead asked. Bron, who was walking in the front, trembled. This big man who looked very strong seemed to be very afraid of these ghosts. Seeing that they did not answer, the undead warrior immediately raised his sword. As the murderous intent in it was released, the temperature dropped a few degrees again. At this moment, Jizanayu came out timidly and said, "It's me, the chosen lord outside." Seeing Jizanayu, the eyes of the undead began to turn. "It's you? You woman who doesn't keep your word. We are going to capture you and bring you to the tomb tonight and then tear you apart bit by bit and let our warriors taste your flesh and blood." Jizanayu's face turned pale and she said in a crying voice, Why do you treat me like this? Because you broke our agreement. We gave you warriors and help, but you have been reluctant to fulfill your promise and are unwilling to rescue our people." Jizanayu said anxiously, You just gave me a few level 6 Ascalon warrior scrolls. With this little power, how can I deal with the monsters in it? You said it yourself, the monsters in it are of the 3rd level, and I'm just a 1st level little warrior. How can I beat the guys in it? However, the undead said firmly, "We don't care about this. You accepted our gift and agreed to our request, so you must do it." Hearing this, Jizanayu was so anxious that she almost cried. "You didn't tell me that there were such powerful monsters in there. You just told me to go to the underground palace to rescue other Ascalon undead. I didn't even know the details, and I agreed without thinking." After hearing this, the Ascalon warrior said in a cold voice, "Huh? You mean you want to break our agreement?" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 or 4 undead with blue light appeared again in the surrounding walls. They all stared at Jizanayu with malicious eyes. The cold breath of the undead continued to be released, and the temperature dropped again. The temperature in the passage has reached -58. It is about to break the limit of -60. Cao Xing took a look at the information of this group of undead, and they were indeed creatures above level 20. Then, Cao Xing said, "Okay, you old guys, stop making things difficult for a little girl. You have lived for thousands of years, both in life and death. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the group of undead immediately looked at Cao Xing. "Human, you have nothing to do here. You trespassed into our resting place, and we haven't settled the score with you yet." An undead holding a phantom of a hammer said, "Welf, do you want to take down this arrogant boy as well? It's just right. We haven't tasted the flesh and blood of living beings for a long time." Hearing this, the recruited creatures in the entire passage instantly entered a combat state. Clang. Assam drew his sword directly. "Don't be rude to the Lord." At this time, Sarah had already touched the back of an undead, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the group of undead floating in the air seemed to be ready to pounce on Cao Xing at any time, including Liu Muxue. She also raised her shield and blocked in front of Cao Xing. However, Cao Xing said calmly, "Are you sure you want to attack me? You better think it over, because it is very likely that I will be the last living person to rescue your people." The undead immediately looked at Cao Xing. "You mean, are you willing to go into the underground palace to rescue other Ascalon people?" Cao Xing shook his head. "Tell me about the situation inside first. I will go if I think it is appropriate. If it is too dangerous, I will not go to die." Several Ascalon undead looked at each other. Then, the undead holding the ghost sword stood up and said, "Okay, I will take you to the Overwatch hall below. Then our captain Calhoun will tell you the details." Cao Xing nodded, and then said calmly, "Make way." After hearing this, the group of Ascalon undead gradually made way. Cao Xing, with the team, continued to move deeper into the passage. Along the way, more and more undead appeared in the walls on both sides. Because of the characteristics of the ghost body, they can move freely in it without being restricted by the walls. Dozens of empty eyes stared at Cao Xing and others. When they came down, Jizanayu came to Cao Xing and whispered, "Thank you." Cao Xing looked at her with some doubt. This straightforward woman said with gratitude, "Thank you for speaking for me just now." When being questioned by the group of undead, Jizanayu was almost frightened. At that time, Cao Xing stood up to speak for her, which moved Jizanayu, and seemed to have a warm current in her heart. Cao Xing smiled. "It's nothing. You were indeed deceived by these undead." As they talked, they had already walked to the bottom of the stairs. The view here suddenly became clear. They seemed to have come to a wide hall. However, the atmosphere of this hall was also gloomy. The orange candlelight was burning and swaying, stretching the shadows of everyone. In every corner of the hall, there were a large number of coffins. Those coffins were blue-black and covered with thick dust, and they looked quite old. Moreover, the stone slabs on the coffins had been opened, as if a large number of vengeful spirits had drilled out from inside. At this time, with the arrival of Cao Xing and others, groups of blue ghost fire appeared from the wall. Those were the undead spirits of the Ascalon people. Cao Xing glanced at the information above their heads and saw the Ascalon undead warriors, undead mages, undead monks. After a while, the number of undead gathered here exceeded 200. The astonishing undead aura continued to spread, and a layer of frost condensed on the walls of the entire hall. The temperature here also reached an astonishing -65. The coldness spread in waves. Especially the bearded Bron. He didn't know whether he was frozen or scared. At this time, he clenched his teeth and his muscles were constantly trembling. Including Liu Muxue and Liu. They all turned pale. It is normal for girls to feel fear of these undead spirits. However, Cao Xing did not feel afraid, but slowly said, "Well, let your person in charge come out now and tell me what you need me to do." Hearing this, there was a commotion among the undead. After a while, an undead creature wearing a full set of undead armor and a horn helmet on its head appeared. Cao Xing felt a strong undead aura on it. Ascalon Undead Lieutenant, Cultivating, LV 28, Race, Undead, Level, Tier 3 Boss Level HP. 45,380/45,380, Attack Power. 1544-1673 Armor. 472499, Skills, Winter Sword, Soul Slash, Spirit Body, same attributes as above, Soul Drag. Cultivating releases the breath of the undead, drags the enemy to his side, causing 189% damage, cooling time 180 seconds, Undead. Flame. Cultivating bursts out the undead power of his whole body, ignites the undead fire, causing 174% burning damage to all enemies around. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. Talent, Undead Body, Bond, Ascalon Legion, activated. Tier 3 boss level monster, very powerful attributes. However, in a one-on-one situation, Sarah can steadily suppress him. The undead also said in a hoarse voice, "Lieutenant Ascalon, Cultivating." Cao Xing nodded. "Lord Cao Xing, greetings to you." After the two of them exchanged brief greetings, Cao Xing said, "Now, Lieutenant Cultivating, tell me the situation in the underground palace and what you need me to do." The undead named Cultivating nodded, and then said, "I think the human woman should have told you the general situation. A soul-eating demon appeared in our underground palace. I don't know how this demon appeared. It devoured many of our companions, and is hatching a large number of soul-eating monsters. Those soul-eating monsters are not considered strong among the same level, but they are the nemesis of the undead. Even I'm not a match for these guys. They first appeared in the Eternal View Hall, where there are more than 300 coffins, and in each coffin, there is an undead from Ascalon sleeping inside. Including me, I was sleeping in one before." Cao Xing was puzzled. "You mean, the coffins in the corner are where you Ascalon undead are?" He pointed to the open sarcophagi in the hall and asked. The undead Cultivating nodded and said, "That's right. Although the coffins can protect us from harm. However, the group of soul-eating monsters are very sensitive to the breath of the undead. They immediately discovered that there are a large number of Ascalon undead hidden in the coffins in the Everlook Hall. They began to forcibly destroy the coffins inside. When I woke up, most of the coffins in the Everlook Hall had been opened, and many of our people were ruthlessly devoured." At this point, Cultivating's eyes were somewhat sad. "The moment I woke up, I realized that the Everlook Hall had fallen, so I forcibly awakened all the sleeping Ascalon undead inside, and then led them to escape from the hall and come here." Cao Xing nodded. "What about the group of soul eaters? Didn't they catch up?" Cultivating replied, "Of course they caught up, but because we closed the gate of the underground palace, the soul eaters couldn't get through, and we can only hide outside the gate of the underground palace, and they're not going." Cultivating lowered his head, looking extremely frustrated. Cao Xing glanced at the gate that Cultivating mentioned. Behind them, there was a huge iron gate about 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide, tightly closed. Passing through this iron gate, you can reach the underground palace of Ascalon. Cao Xing nodded and continued to ask, then what do you need us to do? You don't want me to deal with that soul-devouring demon? I tell you, we are no match for that soul-devouring demon. If you want us to die, I won't accompany you. Cao Xing said very firmly. Culhan shook his head and said, I know. I don't need you to deal with the soul-eating demons. I just need you to go into the underground palace and rescue the souls of our people. Cao Xing asked doubtfully, are there still many Ascalon undead in there? That's right. Culhan nodded. In addition to the undead in our Everlook Hall, there are still a large number of coffins in the 4 temples in the underground palace, and in the Kasha Cathedral. In those coffins, there are the undead souls of our Ascalon people. They were in a sleeping state, and their sarcophagi were opened by those soul-eating monsters, and then they were swallowed up mercilessly. So, I need you to go to the 4 major temples of Shield, Holy Sword, Torch, and Hammer to open all the coffins and rescue the undead souls of our Ascalon people. Hearing this, Cao Xing was a little confused and said, didn't you say that those soul-eating monsters would forcibly destroy the coffins? These 4 temples should have fallen long ago, right? Culhan shook his head. No, these 4 temples are important areas of our underground palace. There is a high-level magic gate in each temple. This gate can block the attack of the group of soul-eating monsters. However, because the group of soul-eating monsters have been attacking the gates of the temples for some time, I can feel that the defense of the magic gates is getting weaker and weaker. It won't be long before the gates of the 4 major temples will be breached. That's why we urge this human woman to rescue our people. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. We just need to go to the 4 temples, open the gates, and release the Ascalon undead inside, right? Not only that, Culhan said in a resounding voice, after rescuing the Ascalon people in the 4 temples, you still need to go deep into the underground palace, which is where the Kasha Cathedral is located. That's where the coffin of the Duke of Palatine is located. That's also the most important goal. Cao Xing asked, Duke Palatine? The undead continued to reply, yes, the Duke's coffin is one of the most important places in the entire underground palace, but I want to remind you that the soul-devouring demon is also there. The soul-devouring demon also knows that the Duke's undead soul is the key, so it has been trying to unlock the seal of the Duke's coffin and devour it. Cao Xing rolled his eyes. So in the end, we still have to fight against that demon. Culhan thought for a moment, then nodded. That demon is not that powerful, just a 3rd level demon. If it was a 4th level strongman from the former empire, it would be enough to deal with it. The Duke of Paladin in his prime could even destroy his body with one sword. Hearing this, Cao Xing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a 3rd level existence, so it was not beyond his endurance limit. Undead Culhan continued. However, although the soul-devouring demon is not strong, the power of us undead has been greatly weakened after our death. Moreover, it can continue to grow stronger by devouring our spirits, and has even begun to transform towards the 4th level. Once it becomes a 4th level demon, it can forcibly break the palace's restrictions, destroy all coffins, and devour all the undead inside. By then, this guy might become a 5th level demon. It will be a disaster for the entire snowstorm plain. Cao Xing was stunned. Then if I rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine, will I have a way to deal with it? Undead Culhan shook his head. No, even if we rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine, we can't deal with it. But only the Duke of Palatine has the authority to lead us undead to leave this area. At that time, we will look for New Ascalon ruins as our habitat. At this point, Undead Culhan sighed. With your strength, although you can't defeat this soul-devouring demon, you can still barely compete with it. So what you have to do is to block the attack of the soul-devouring demon, and then open the Duke's coffin, and then you can come out. After saying that, a hexagonal stone with intricate patterns suddenly appeared in the hands of the Undead Culhan. Take this. This is the key to our underground palace, and it can be used to open most of the coffins and doors in the palace. Cao Xing took it. Obtained. Ascalon Underground Palace Stone Talisman. Quest item. Item effect. Can be used to open the door in the underground palace and remove the seal on the coffin. Cao Xing weighed the stone talisman in his hand. Aren't you afraid that I will go in and open all the coffins and then give them to the demon to eat? When the undead Calhoun heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his pale mouth. I advise you not to do this. Because if you do this, we will directly destroy the entire palace, and you will be buried in it forever, buried with our people. Cao Xing rolled his eyes. I know, I'm just saying it casually. The system prompt appeared. The challenge mission of the Tomb of Ascalon has been opened. Mission goal: enter the Tomb of Ascalon. Rescue the Ascalon undead in the 4 major temples in the Kasha Church. Go to the 4 major temples of Shield, Holy Sword, Torch, and Giant Hammer to rescue all the Ascalon undead. 0 quarters, unfinished. Go to the Kasha Church and rescue the undead of the Duke of Paladin. 0/1, unfinished. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. The goal is already very clear. Go to the underground palace, open the 4 temples, and then go to the Kasha Cathedral to open the coffin of the Duke of Paladin. The undead Calhoun urged, so now, you guys start to act. But Cao Xing shook his head and said, don't worry. I want to know, if we complete this mission, what can you give me? By the way, don't think of using a few soldier recruitment scrolls to deal with me. I'm not that easy to fool. Hearing this, Jizanayu next to him was a little embarrassed. The undead Calhoun glanced at Cao Xing, and a thoughtful look appeared in his deep pupils. If you can rescue our people, and even the undead of the Duke of Paladin, I can give you all the Ascalon soldier recruitment scrolls we have, and these scrolls are enough for you to form a squadron. At the same time, we will give you the training barracks drawings that can train elite Ascalon warriors, and give you 3 training books in addition. And, you can also gain the friendship of our Ascalon people. After the undead finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. The mission reward has been updated. After completing the task, you will get Ascalon Soldier Recruitment Scrolls * 112, Ascalon Warrior Training Barracks Blueprint * 1, Ascalon Warrior Training Manual, Elite Level * 3. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing nodded secretly. It must be said that this reward is really generous. More than 100 recruitment scrolls, plus a training barracks, and 3 elite training manuals. Cao Xing is indeed tempted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.